Good morning, everybody. I'm very positively surprised. Everybody is on time, and we are in the beginning of July. People have not started to go on holiday. I am Lamia Kamal Shawi. I'm the director of the OECD Center for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, Regions and Cities, and I'm really delighted to open this first OECD Roundtable on the circular economy in cities and regions. We are very pleased to have with us today His Excellency Mr. Manuel Escudero, Ambassador of Spain to the OECD, and Mr. Rodolfo Lassi, who is the Director of the Environment Directorate in the OECD. It's also a great pleasure to see so many experts and practitioners of circular economy in the room with us today. Thank you all for being here. Projections on global demographics have been telling us the same story for a while now. By 2050, the global population will reach 9 billion people, 60% of which will be living in cities. But what does this mean concretely? It means more people lead to more demand for food, more demand for water, and more demand for energy, which in turn leads to more waste and pollution, further deepening the acute effects of environmental degradation and climate change on land, water, and other natural resources. Cities are already responsible for close to 2/3 of global energy demand. They already produce 80% of greenhouse gas emissions and 50% of global waste. And now, according to the story, we are told municipal solid waste will double by 2050. This sounds like a tragedy, but is this trajectory inevitable, or can we change the ending of the story? The response lies largely in our collective capacity to transition to a circular economy, an economy that uses resources and material rather than uses them up. The circular economy represents a new socio-economic paradigm. It goes beyond waste management and recycling and calls for a seismic shift in production and consumption patterns, which implies behavior change, eco-design, and integrated planning. This new paradigm is gaining traction internationally. We see it, for instance, with the adoption of the SDG 12 on sustainable production and consumption. The circular economy is also getting more and more attention in the global effort to reach the targets laid out in the Paris Agreement. The new fund frame of circular economy is also seen at the local level. Over a couple of years, more and more cities have launched new initiatives and strategies to help advance the transition to a circular economy. Cities are where most innovations take place. Cities have ability to shape the way resources are used and to prevent waste production. They can lead the charge because they have core competency for most policy areas underlying the circular economy, including water, solid waste, transport and housing, and land use. Being responsible for 60% of public investment in OECD countries, subnational government can lean on critical long-term investment choices related to these sectors. In doing so, they can ensure the infrastructure of the future are not locked in linear systems. Technical and infrastructural solutions to reuse packaging, remanufacture engines, or collect food waste do exist, and they are well known. But for the circular economy to take root, we need to ensure that the right governance and economic conditions are in place. This typically means adapting regulatory frameworks so they are more conducive to circular economy approaches, creating legal and financial incentives, and stimulating technical, institutional, and social innovation. And of course, coordination across levels of government is key. National and local authorities need to work together to update their legal and regulatory frameworks and align their policies. Together, they have to fix misleading incentives, get rid of harmful subsidies, and price environmental externalities. A few months ago in Athens, OECD ministers in charge of regional development policy adopted the OECD principles on urban policy. I show you the brochure here. It can be downloaded on the website. And one of these principles calls for advancing environmental quality in cities, notably to the circular economy. Transitioning to a circular economy is good for the environment. You are all convinced here. But it's also good for business. It can create new jobs, generate new innovation, and better services. Transitioning to a circular economy can help advance inclusive growth agendas. Many cities have seen the tremendous opportunities offered by the circular economy. The city of Amsterdam, for instance, has estimated that reusing material in the construction sector can raise up to 85 million euros in value added per year. National and supranational legal frameworks and strategies are essential to support local initiatives. For instance, the 2015 European Circular Economy Package set clear targets that member states should reflect in their own legislative framework. This framework has also inspired many European cities. At national level, countries such as Finland, France, Slovenia, Spain, Italy, and the Netherlands have developed dedicated strategies on circular economy that are stimulating action at the local level. Many cities like Amsterdam, Paris, and Maribor in Slovenia, for instance, have developed their own strategies in alignment with national objectives. In some countries, the authorities have put in place financial incentives. I'm thinking, for instance, of the case of the Dutch Fund for the Local Circular Economic Project, which was set up as part of the government's 300 million euros annual envelope for climate change. So many cities have understood the opportunity that circular economy represents and are taking action. Let me now provide some concrete examples. Umeå, Sweden, has set the ambition to become a circular economy leader in its strategic plan for 2028, providing support to local businesses, including through procurement. In Valladolid, Spain, did I pronounce well?
Yeah.
67 projects related to the circular economy have received municipal subsidies over the past 2 years to promote innovation and job creation. In Groningen, Netherlands, the municipal council unanimously decided to make the circular economy a priority for the city, and a vice mayor with specific responsibility on the topic was appointed in March 28. I understand the vice mayor is with us today. Where is he?
I'm here.
We are honored. You're here. We are honored by your presence, vice mayor. Thank you very much. Granada, again Spain, recently transformed a wastewater treatment plant into a biofactory to reach zero waste and zero CO2 emissions by 2020. The success of this experiment has inspired Granada to develop a comprehensive circular economy strategy that combines technical and non-technical innovation. The city of Phoenix in the United States created with the Arizona State University a resource innovation and solution network incubator to support local businesses in the shift towards circular economy. The London Waste and Recycling Board wants to develop a venture capital fund to support circular economy projects seeking private sector partners to join. We will hear more about this experience today. And eco-parks in the city of Kitakyushu in Japan recycle waste, producing energy, saving water, and creating new business opportunities. And the list goes on and on. Cities are clearly promoters, facilitators, and enablers of many of initiatives and strategies. So what lies before us is now to expand these strategies and initiatives, to scale them up. This is the ambition of the OECD program on the circular economy in regions and cities. This program is a contribution to the broader OECD strategy on green growth and resource efficiency. In the next session, you will have the chance to hear more from Rodolfo, the Environment Directorate, about this important work. This program on the circular economy in regions and cities does 3 things. First, measurement. We are developing an indicator framework to help decision-making and evaluation of local circular economy strategies. The framework will cover various dimensions related to regulatory frameworks, financial instruments, and stakeholder engagement. I understand you will have a chance to discuss this important measurement agenda during a dedicated session later this afternoon. The second objective of our program is to provide targeted support to cities and regions in taking the needed step to support the transition to a circular economy. And the third objective is to offer an international platform where regions and cities can share knowledge, experience, and good practices. And I will add a fourth, Aziza, is that at the OECD, we are also here to bridge the gap between the national and local and to connect the different levels of governments to help improve the alignment of policies. This program started in the fall 2018, and we have already done quite a lot. For instance, we conducted a survey which gathered responses for more than 30 cities of all sizes, including big cities like Toronto, Melbourne, or Austin, but also medium and smaller ones like Antwerp in Belgium, Prato in Italy, or Oulu in Finland. This survey compiles information on the what, the why, and the how of the circular economy. It provides a great picture of current and future initiatives. You will hear more about it in the next session. We have also started carrying out case studies in pilot cities. For instance, we are currently working with the city of Groningen in the Netherlands, Umeå in Sweden, Granada, and Valladolid in Spain. And more cities have already expressed their interest to do the same work. The key findings of all this work will be presented at the World Circular Economic Forum in Canada in the fall 2020. Today, we have a rich agenda. We will learn about city strategy on the circular economy. We will discuss the specific role business can play. We will explore how to link the circular economy with inclusive growth agendas. And last but not least, we will debate on how to measure the circular economy in cities. We will debate on the different elements of the indicator framework I just mentioned. There will be some presentation, but also ample room for discussion, debate, where you could express your opinion, your objections, and we will, of course, include all your comments to advance our work. I invite you all to actively participate and share your views. I wish you a successful and stimulating roundtable. Aziza told me that actually this is the first one, but she has planned to organize once every 6 months over how many years?
Who knows?
Who knows? Until we reach completely the objective of having a circular economy by 2050 maybe. Anyway, I would like now to thank again Ambassador Escudero to be with us today. And please, Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Lamia. It's an honor, really, to be here with you in a topic that is particularly dear for me. I worked a lot in Spain in the past organizing the Global Compact, the CSR exercise, at the beginning of the century. And then I served as head of local networks of the Global Compact in New York at the UN for 5 years. So this, I take what is happening now, really is like the continuation of something that started some years ago. And that's the first thing I wanted to point out is that in general, the awareness on the social, environmental, and governance issues and concerns by companies started with the turn of the century, really, at around the year 2000. It was called, continues to be called CSR, Corporate Social Responsibility. And even then, some inroads into the question of zero waste, in the question of reduce, reuse, and recycle started at that moment. I remember how the example of Interface, the carpet company, was presented consistently, and Ray Anderson was somewhat of a hero for us in the field of CSR. So the circular economy was already there. However, the movement of CSR, I think that we can say that at this moment, lost traction. And lost traction probably because it was a very negative approach. You know, it was a risk, avoid risk, not to do things, not to violate human rights, not to violate labor rights, not to harm the environment, not to connive with corruption. But it wasn't clear, really, that could really lead to a huge and to a significant relevant transformation of companies and the operation of the markets. And I think that because of that, something new emerged. That was the kind of vision of Michael Porter and company talking about the shared value creation. That was a very much positive approach, saying, well, in fact, it's possible to do well by doing good. And in fact, this approach of shared value creation meant that there is the possibility of value creation for the company in economic terms and for society in social terms. But I would say that with the crisis, the legitimizing effect of CSR, even of shared value creation, has become very tenuous. Why? Because it has been proved that to a certain extent, when the crisis comes, all these type of social considerations somehow disappear. And pardon me my brutality, but that is the situation today. There is a decoupling, obviously, between employment and welfare and economic growth. And that is one of the problems that we are really coping with at the OECD. However, at this very moment is when the circular economy has flourished. Probably because the relation of value for society in terms of ecology, in terms of resources, in terms of what we are witnessing, in terms of climate change. So this value for society and the value for companies in terms of savings, in terms of extra revenues, in terms of rationalization of production, has become very obvious. And I think that we should congratulate us because of that. I think that finally we are in a safe harbor in terms of appealing to a more responsible behavior of companies, because the circular economy provides a good framework for that. But it's more than that. It's also that maybe, with the shared value creation and with the CSR movement in the past, the appeal was to the voluntary contribution of companies, the voluntary behavior of companies. And with the circular economy, we have found a fertile ground for public behavior, for public action. And I think that in that sense also solves some of the problems that had the previous paradigms. And in that sense, the public becomes, to a certain extent, the spearhead of alliances and of partnerships with companies in the right direction. So I would say that this is where we are at this moment, and therefore that's the potential that we have on the table. You all are experts in circular economy, so really I cannot tell you the case, but I thought that maybe to do this little introduction would put the scenario right, so we understand the magnitude and the goodness of what we are dealing with today. So effectively, the circular economy has become already a growing field and a booming field, I would say. And in Spain, that I'm supposed to talk about this, in Spain, I would say that it's happening the same. By the way, I would like to salute the colleagues from Bilbao, Barcelona, Valladolid, Granada, Vélez, Málaga, that are around the table with us today. It's really a pleasure to share this with you. And that's proof of what is happening in Spain to a certain extent. In Spain is that there is a good situation. Big companies have bought into the circular economy. There is a strategy at the country level. There, as you can see, initiatives at the local level. And this is the result. There is plenty of action at this moment. And I would say that probably because also in Spain we have at this moment a ministry of ecological transition. And the notion of transition has become one that is accepted in general in Spain. And of course, when we are talking about the circular economy, we are talking about the transition from a linear economy into a circular one. So the concept is already there, it's already in government. And also I would say that as Lamia the director was saying, the relation with the SDGs has become also a reinforcing factor, also in Spain. In Spain, the search of the SDGs with a high commissariat on the SDGs has become a very important item in the public agenda. And obviously, you know, going around the goal number 12, among other things, you know, is part of the narrative that we have on the table. So I think that the beauty of what is happening in Spain, as in many other countries, is that the paradigm of the circular economy is multifaceted. It's multifaceted because it really, you know, touches on the extraction and procurement, which is a very important part of it. It touches on the transformation process, productive transformation processes. It touches on the distribution aspect of economic activities. It touches on the use of the product itself. And certainly it touches on the recuperation and the reuse of the products themselves. So we have really a huge variety of entry points to really transform our economies into circular ones. And that's precisely the huge task that we have in front of us, how to cope with this abundance. We should proceed in a very systematic way, and that's why, for instance, to take, you know, the angle of the local governments is a very useful one, you know, to start with. So congratulations in that sense. Anyway, I wanted to also to say that we have urgent tasks. For instance, in Spain, we produce 12 million tons of waste per year, the highest in Europe. And we all know that waste has to be managed, for instance, clearly at the local level. So there is a pending matter for us, very important. I would say that another pending matter for us, for all of us, is what do we do with plastics? I think that plastic is the damnation that we have at this moment. We have to confront that from the point of view of the circular economy. And even I was thinking, well, the OECD, as you know, is a place where countries sit to discuss and to establish, you know, good practices and new standards. It wouldn't be away from the aim and the goals of the OECD to start a discussion among countries, among all the countries associated, you know, about how to ban and when to ban plastic in the earth. I think that that is a pressing question. If we are seeing countries, cities, regions saying we are going to have zero emissions to the atmosphere by 2040, for instance, why we cannot work out a calendar to ban plastic? I think that that would be very much part of what the OECD does. So, plenty of work to do. In Spain, I just wanted to highlight that we have, notwithstanding the fact that I put to you that was slightly negative, a lot of new initiatives that are booming and really are conquering the field. From starting with Anfebi, an association concerning glass recycling, Cetaqua, another private association concerning water reuse, Ecoembes, a huge, big initiative that now is somehow being able to recycle light recipients and paper, and 74% in Spain, which is a very important number. We have Ecotic for electric and electronic waste. We have companies like Mercadona, and I don't want to, to do sort of propaganda of companies, but the truth is that Mercadona, which is a huge retail company, is doing very interesting things, for instance, by recovering thermic agricultural covers and recycling them down to a 0.4% of waste, and therefore, with everything being reused. Or companies like Ferrovial. Ferrovial has every year a kind of prize on innovation. And the prize 4 years ago was to create a way by which the friction of the feet of people in one of the terminals of Heathrow produce the electricity for the terminal itself, which is another example. There are so many in that sense. But anyway, I think that I will stop here, just to saying what is obvious. We have plenty of things to do. I think that the time is right, is right to handle the question of the circular economy, and to do so from cities. I think that is a wonderful first, very useful step. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now we're going to start the roundtable. We're going to start with the session 1, the circular economy in cities and regions, a transformative path. And now I'm going to give the floor to Aziza Ahmouch. She's the head of Cities, Urban Policy and Sustainable Development Division in CFE, in the center. And actually, she's the one who is leading this work with Oriana. I see Oriana here, and other colleagues as well. So it's yours now.
Thank you very much, Lamia. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Rodolfo, for your setting the scene. We'll get into the first session now. We have tried, as Lamia said, to organize the sessions in a way that we would strike a balance between short presentations from a range of stakeholders, but also specific spotlights on cities and keynotes from select experts, and to leave ample room for discussion. So it's an experimentation. We'll see how we go. I understand everybody has been properly briefed, and we'll stick to time. So maybe two housekeeping points of information before we get started. We are being webcasted live all over the world. Just to say, this is not completely Chatham House setting, so whatever you may see, may say, may be tweeted or communicated outside, and you'll have access after the conference to the webcast as well. The second thing is, when it comes to taking the floor, the way we work here is that we just raise the flag that way and you leave it up, and we'll organize the flow of discussion accordingly. I understand some of you have been exposed to OECD formats for discussion, but this may not be the case for others, so that gives us an idea of the pipeline and then how much time we can assign to each presentation. So thank you all for coming from far. I understand at some point Lamia and the ambassador may have to leave, so whenever you have to during the session, please suit yourself. And we'll start with a first intervention by Professor Paul Ekins from Bartlett School, Environment, Energy and Resources, University College in London, one of the greatest experts in circular economy. I think the best proxy for me to realize that is to, when I looked at the happy face of Oriana when you confirmed your participation, I think you'll be instrumental to set the scene of this first session that is very much about how the transformative path from linear to circular economy has been happening worldwide, and what's in it for cities and regions. You have the floor, Professor, for 10 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Chair.
You need to press the red.
Fine, thank you. Thank you very much, and many thanks for the invitation and the kind words. Before I start the presentation proper, and I know I've got just 10 minutes, I'd just like to reflect a little on the comments of the previous speakers, especially Ambassador Escudero. I've prepared a paper for this session tomorrow, which obviously I'll present in a bit more detail. But when I came to work on it, the thing that really shocked me was just how long these ideas have been around. I was looking back in the literature in the 1960s, and we were already hearing the president of the American Association for the Advancement of Science calling for zero waste back in the 1960s. And if we look at the numbers now, we see that overall circularity in the global economy is still well below 10%. And even in the EU, which can be proud of being a global leader in this area, and despite the increase of recycling, we're at about 14-15% in terms of overall circularity. And that's kind of 60 years. And of course, the absolute quantities of materials that we're using have increased enormously since then. And so obviously have the quantities that have been thrown away. And our progress with the real driving forces of circularity, and in the paper I was fascinated to discover there's not 4 Rs, there are 9 Rs out there. Refuse, reduce, rethink, reuse, repair, refurbish, remanufacture, and repurpose. Our progress with those, and indeed with the whole eco-design agenda, has been very slow and fitful. And I asked myself, therefore, these guys must have died pretty disappointed people, having written all this stuff and made so little progress in their lifetimes. And I can see I'm not a young man either, and I'm hoping I'm not going to go the same way. But so what's changed? And I think several things have changed. The first thing that's changed is that people like you are sitting here in these sorts of numbers, because you're not like me and like these guys who were writing in the 1960s, who just kind of think about stuff and write about stuff. You actually do it. And that is really important, because this is a doing agenda once we've got the basic concepts. I'm going to talk a little bit through the concepts in a minute. I doubt I will say very much that all of you don't know. There may be some numbers there that shock you, but we'll see. But you're actually doing it. That would not have happened in the 1960s. So you have a huge responsibility, because you have to actually do what these guys were dreaming of. And of course, the challenges are now much greater. The environmental challenges are now absolutely critical. I've come from co-chairing the UNEP's Global Environment Outlook. That's 750 pages of more or less imminent catastrophe. And we kind of go around in a dream, not recognizing the scale and the urgency of the climate, biodiversity, and related environmental crises. So those are by way of just sort of introductory remarks, and perhaps I could now have the presentation up on the screen. There we are. Do I need to tell you that cities matter? Probably not. Another thing that's not at all apparent from a place like Paris or London is the scale of global urbanization. And most of us here are obviously from northern cities, where we have well-developed infrastructures. But if I go down to that second last bullet point there, high infrastructural demand, typical academic language, what it means is that over half the urban infrastructure that will exist in 2050 still has to be built. And how we build that infrastructure, and whether we build it in such a way that people can move around without fossil fuel use, that people can repurpose materials at the end of their lives within the local area. The buildings that they produce are firstly made with low carbon materials, and secondly made in such a way that they don't need heating and cooling depending on the environment. So some pretty enormous challenges there for urban planning, and I'll come on to urban planning in a minute. Cities are the beating heart of the throwaway society. I was talking to a German colleague just before. I love the way German language sort of captures some of these things. Wegwurfgesellschaft. I shall think about that phrase as I go back to London. Well, we call it the throwaway society. I'm sure all languages have a similar kind of phrase, and it's extraordinary that we characterize our whole society as a throwaway society. It's extraordinary that we've allowed ourselves to get into that kind of mindset, because some of you may remember Barry Commoner's book in the 1970s, 71 I think it was, called The Closing Circle, and one of his 4 laws of ecology was, there is no away. There is no away. We're on what Kenneth Boulding in the 1960s called spaceship Earth, where everything we throw ends up somewhere. There is no away. So, scale of cities obviously has grown enormously. The International Resource Panel, of which I'm a member, if you haven't seen the Global Resources Outlook from earlier this year, it gives far more detail and numbers about the actual scale of the resource mobilization that's going on around the world at the moment. But cities are also reservoirs of resources. A very large proportion of the materials that we mobilize, well, most of them do get thrown away, but quite a lot get embodied in the stock of urban infrastructures. And of course, at some point, those will become available, either to be repurposed as new resources or to end up in a much lower value use or just slung out. So just a few diagrams and a few numbers, quite small ones, which challenge my eyes at this kind of distance, but I hope you can read them. So we're talking, therefore, about billions of tons of mobilized resources, 3.4 billion tons of municipal solid waste out there. And we mustn't forget the importance of waste management. I see 1 or 2 waste management companies here, but well over half the world still doesn't manage waste at all. And that obviously is an absolutely colossal issue. A colossal economic opportunity, obviously, for some, but an enormous imperative. So the scale of the urban metabolism, it's interesting that we're kind of concentrating on cities, but of course cities are absolutely intimately connected with rural areas, and not just the rural areas in what kind of urban people like to call hinterlands, because again, just as there's no away, there's no real hinterland anymore. The global connections between cities, especially the big cities, are such that the hinterland of Paris and London is truly global. Fascinating issues to do with urban lifestyles. Probably the most resource-intensive lifestyle is a Western urban lifestyle lived in the country. And of course, most people who live in the country want to live urban lifestyles, and they do. If they're living in cities, they can live those lifestyles far more efficiently and effectively. And I think the core of the urban agenda, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what the practitioners, people like yourselves, have to say about this, is how can we get the Western urban lifestyles to be far more resource efficient? And how can that then spread into the burgeoning cities in other countries, which I think Lamia said 60% of people in 2050, the numbers I've seen suggest 70% of people in 2050 will live in those contexts. So in many ways, therefore, whether or not cities hold the key for a sustainable future, I think what we can definitely say is if cities are not sustainable, then there is no sustainability. And therefore, we absolutely have to address that set of issues. I have to say I'm an indicator guy. Like most academics, I like measurement. But I do get depressed about indicators. When I think back to the early work of the OECD in indicators, OECD has been doing indicators for at least 30 years. And every time we think we've got a serviceable set of indicators, the name changes, and we have then to go through the whole indicator process again. So we started with environmental indicators, then we went to sustainable development indicators, then we went to green growth indicators, then we went to the sustainable development goals and their indicators, and now there's a huge industry on the indicators for the circular economy. Now this is important, it's clearly important that we measure this stuff. But if we go back to all those other indicators in those indicator sets, I mean, at some point we have to settle on a set of indicators that we think are really important and follow them through in order to see whether or not we're making the kind of progress that we would need to make. Hugely important developments with the whole concept of urban metabolism, which I'm sure you will know, a relatively recent concept in the academic world, thinking of the city as a body. And again, the indicators of that generally are very poor indeed. We simply don't know what the resource diet of most cities is. And if we don't know what the resource diet of the cities is, we're going to find that very difficult to manage. There's yet another circular economy diagram. I shall be showing a few of those tomorrow. I'm sure I don't need to spend a lot of time on that. These are the challenges and opportunities. At the moment, I think there are more challenges. It certainly is the case that there are economic opportunities in circularity. But if they were easy to achieve, we would have done it, because the people who've been around since 1960 working on this agenda have not generally been stupid. It's tough, it's difficult, and I'm sure I don't need to tell you that. And it's very easy to, for people like Michael Porter and others and McKinsey, who do these great studies that show these huge savings to be made in resource costs, actually making those savings, persuading the individuals in companies, the companies themselves, to actually do that, and indeed the public administrations to do that. And I'll bet many of you have lots of horror stories about trying to battle within your institutions and within your bureaucracies in order to get senior managers to take these sorts of issues seriously. So specialization has led to its own problems. The hollowing out of productive activities in many cities means that you've got production and consumption in different places, and that can lead to difficulties. On the other hand, it can also lead to the possibility of tighter loops of reuse and repair. There are differences, obviously, between the biological cycle of cities and the various ways in which resources can be repurposed and reused, and the technical cycle of cities and the various ways in which resources can be repurposed and reused. And I'm very much hoping over the course of today that we're going to hear lots of inspiring examples as to how you've managed to experiment and work in your own urban contexts. That's probably the most complex slide. It's also nearly the last one. I'm terribly aware of the complexity of urban life these days and the difficulty of joining things up. It's terribly easy to say join up the dots. But these bureaucracies within which you all work are very complicated places. It's very difficult just to organize water, let alone water plus all the kind of subsurface infrastructure that goes along with the information communication society, plus energy, plus mobility and transport. And yet that is the challenge for integrated master planning. And, we're not all geniuses, so it's not easy to get those things joined up, even intellectually, let alone when you have differing interests and differing motivations within a very complex urban society. So those of you who are making progress in that area, I'm really interested to hear how you're doing it. So closing the loops is difficult. There's dissociation between production and consumption, and that makes logistics more challenging. It requires regulation. I hope some of this discussion on circular economy is going to banish forever the kind of perception that, regulation is always a second best or bad thing. The UK government used to, and may still have, I can't remember, had an absolutely absurd presumption that in order to introduce one new regulation, you had to get rid of 2 old ones. Well, I don't think I've ever heard such a stupid rule of thumb, because the whole purpose of regulation is it has to be fit for purpose, and if it's not, get rid of it, irrespective of whether you want to introduce another one. But if you need new regulation, and we won't get to a circular economy without a whole range of new incentives and new regulations, then we have to be prepared to do it, obviously trying to make sure that it's cost effective and that it doesn't introduce unintended consequences. And again, as a policy person, I know that that is not easy. So that, I think, is where I'm going to leave it. I think the challenge was well expressed by the chair when she said that you guys are the stormtroopers, if I may use a rather inappropriate military analogy, for this agenda. You have done wonderful things in your environments, but those things are almost certainly context-specific, and they depend particularly on the environments from which you come. The challenge is to generate from that experience a more general set of principles, activities, processes, and regulations that can apply more widely and that can actually achieve that mythical scaling up which we were told we were needing to have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your very passionate intervention. I think you've made a very good case for looking at what's happening at city level, with cities being part of both the problem and the solution. But I think a lot of the messages that you've conveyed in terms of connecting the doers and the thinkers, in terms of connecting rural and urban, in terms of maybe sometimes rejuvenating assessment frameworks rather than inventing them from scratch, is very aligned with how we're thinking or trying to think in this house. So thank you very much for your inspirational speech. I will now move to our second panelist. We're very delighted to welcome the Deputy Mayor of Umeå in Sweden, Jeanette Agren. It's my understanding that you have in your city a strategic plan 2016-2028 that is stating that the city should become a circular economy leader. So we're looking forward to hearing from you. You have 10 minutes.
No, okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today and the possibility for us to take part of this interesting seminar and to listen to all the work that's being done in different places. It will be of very valuable help for us in our journey towards a circular economy. I would like to start my presentation by showing you this map, because I believe it's important to understand where we come from and how we see the world. And this is Umeå from our perspective and our northern and Arctic view of the world. And we want to be a progressive role model, and we have an openness in trying to try new ways to solve all challenges that we are facing. And we're very active in different networks and projects, since we see many benefits in participating in this context. It gives us opportunity to learn from others and to gather information and to build knowledge, and also to find new partners for future collaboration. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I also would like to put Umeå in numbers so you get a picture of what kind of city we are. We are the largest city in the northern part of Sweden with about 127,000 inhabitants. Our average age is 38 years old, so we are a fairly young city, and that's because we have 2 universities and a lot of students, over 30,000 students. We are also very active. We have also a very active population, and that is reflected in the amount of leisure and exercise opportunities. As being said, we have a vision that we have decided in our strategic plan that we're going to be a pioneer in the field of circular economy. We have also a vision that we're going to be 200,000 inhabitants by 2050. So we are a growing city, and that means we have great possibilities, but we are also facing some major challenges ahead of us. The City Council therefore has decided that our growth must be reached in a social, ecological, cultural, and economic sustainable way. And this is why an integrated approach to our urban planning is crucial for us, but also our comprehensive plan. Our comprehensive plan is built on 6 development strategies, and they're all based on the Aalborg commitments, and they're all in line with the City Council's long-term objectives. When it comes to our comprehensive plan, we have 6 development strategy, and the first strategy is that the city should grow in a 5-kilometer radius from the city center. And the reason we want an organic growth from the inside and out is because we believe that makes sustainable mobility easy and effective, and it stimulates more people to use their bike, to walk, or use public transport. And it also means we don't need to use more land than necessary. Our second strategy is to use complementation as a vitalizing force, and that means we try to complement with different housing typologies and services in our existing areas, and the sort of things that might be underrepresented, so we have a good mixture in all our city districts. We also believe this will increase the willingness of different investors to invest in our existing areas. The third strategy is to have high density when we build new city districts, and that's because we believe that high density will make it possible to support new areas with sustainable services and sharing solutions, but also that new areas then can contribute to our existing district. The fourth strategy is that our growth should be along our public transport corridors. And this is key for our success, and also that our transport system is of high quality and sustainable. The fifth strategy is to invest in our public spaces and parks. When the city is growing, our public spaces and parks will be of more importance, and that they are attractive and provide a healthy environment for our citizens. And also so it supports recreation and a sustainable lifestyle. Our sixth strategy has to do with co-creation, and that everybody shall take part, because when it comes to our planning process, we want it to be an open, transparent, and democratic process, so that everybody can feel they're part of the city's transformation. And when it comes to some of our climate objectives, some of them have already been reached, which we're glad about, because last year our energy system became climate neutral, and this year our public transport became fossil fuel free, and that was 1 year ahead of target. But of course we still wrestle with some of our climate objectives, and we're going to have to put a lot of work to reach them. Even though a lot of work remains, we're proud of the transition so far when it comes to our public transport. The travels are increasing, however, not enough people are choosing sustainable modes of transport. So we continuously try to monitor and analyze how people travel and use our transport system. And we can therefore see that women are still 15 to 20% more likely than men to choose a sustainable travel for the same journey. So this is something we need to address and work with. It is important for us to try to build our city together with our cities, our businesses, non-profit organizations, and with public-private partnership. So I will try to give you 3 examples on how we try to build and accomplish trust, collaboration, and gender equality through a circular economy in our city. And the first example I'm going to give you is our municipal energy company called Energy. It is one of the first companies in the Nordics that is renting out solar panels. This has been successfully done in other parts of the world, and now it has been so also in our city. Did I do that? And the possibility of renting solar panels instead of buying them, which is already possible through the market, Energy has been able to reach new customers and people with lower income, and especially women and young people, have started renting solar panels. And the surveys we have done shows that people buying their solar panels often are older and in the 60s, and while people renting the solar panels are in the 40s or lower. So we're really happy that our citizens has taken on this opportunity. And another good thing is that the energy that is not as needed, it is possible to sell back to the energy company. My second example I'm going to present to you is Komatsu Forest. It's a private company and a world-leading producer of forest machinery. They have their headquarters in our city, and they are heavily committed to support the development of a sustainable and circular Umeå. They're at the moment building a new climate-neutral factory in our city, and this is one of the largest investments right now in the industry sector in Sweden, made by a private company. And they're doing this because they believe this will take their company to the future, and there will be a smart production with an IoT solution. And the city of Umeå has therefore been collaborating from the start with Komatsu, not just about the building process. There have also been meetings to discuss circular economy, energy solutions, etc. They will, for instance, have one of Sweden's largest solar panel installations done on the factory on a roof. They are also now building partners in our region to create a circular cluster with other companies in the area. And they're also collaborating with the municipality in trying to creating recreation areas around the factories, so the factory is going to be more integrated with the surrounding society, and so that the industry area can be a more attractive place. So the aim for the company is that the new factory is going to be climate neutral. The third example,
1 minute.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, is Fritidsbanken. It's like a library, but for leisure and sports equipment. It's a non-profit organization. It's driven on the local level, and at the moment there are about 90 of them in Sweden, and many municipalities are interested in having their own Fritidsbank. Umeå's Fritidsbank was awarded the most successful one in last year. All items are free of charge, and you can loan it up to 14 days. And during last year, over 25,000 units were lent by over 12,000 different people. So I think that's a good result, an example of a circular spot. Our next step is together with the OECD study that we think will be very valuable for us, and take our work with production and consumption to the next level. We have conducted a first calculation of our local carbon footprint based on a consumer behavior survey, and now we will take this to the next step and show to the public how our local footprint looks like. So we're also testing and developing and evaluating different sharing services to see how we can support our transition to a circular economy. So I would like to end my presentation with the same picture I started with, and saying that we're all part of the solution, and no matter where we come from, so we must all feel we are part of the transformation together. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I think the diversity of actions that you've shown, from energy to public transport to land use, show very much the relevance and how appropriate the city is to work on these different fronts and different subsectors related to circular economy. Thank you for that, and also for the political commitment. Umeå is indeed one of the case studies. We deliberately chose not to go only for the world-class, super advanced, cutting-edge cities where they got it right already, but also to engage in the process cities that have a high level of political commitment and a clear pathway to get there. So we are very grateful for that, and that's actually one of the reasons why the mayor of Umeå is a member of the Champion Mayors Initiative of the OECD on inclusive growth. We'll now have a last presentation for this first round. I know it's been a lot of talks, so we'll give Oriana a chance to present very briefly the highlights from the survey that Lamia mentioned, and then if you allow me, and maybe to break a bit the dynamics, I'll open for a short window in case you have questions for the first three speakers, the professor, the deputy mayor, or on the survey specifics. And then we'll get into our panel that will have the task to tease out the discussion. So, Oriana, you have the floor for the survey.
Thank you, Aziza, and everybody for coming here today and participating in this roundtable. I'll be very brief because there are several things that have been already mentioned. Here, this is just to really set the scene and leave you with three main messages. The first is that I agree with Professor Eggins, of course, when he said that this is indeed not a new concept, but a new driver. So I have been studying this circular economy system years and years ago when I was at university, and it was not named circular economy. And then now I have the feeling that the theory behind this concept exists, but we are in a phase of doing things, and I'm very glad and honored to have the possibility of contributing to this framework. So it's not a new concept, but it is indeed a new driver for several things. It can be opportunities in terms of technology, socioeconomic in terms of job creation, and of course environmental in terms of reduction of raw materials and reduction of CO2 and greenhouse gases emission in general. The second message is indeed that a circular economy is not an end in itself, but it's a means to an end. So all these that I have already mentioned in terms of economic growth, impact on social impact in terms of access to services or inclusive growth, they really have a very important role to play within the circular economy framework. And the third message is that when we look at the circular economy and through the survey or through the studies that we are conducting in cities, we are really facing the fact that the circular economy is transformative because it requires really a rethinking of the way production and consumption are thought and made. Second is systemic. We heard about the siloed approach about the policies. It's not only about waste, it's not only about water, it's not only about transport, but when it comes to cities and regions, it is an integrated approach, so it is really systemic and holistic. And the third that has been mentioned already before is about the functionality, the scale. Cities are not isolated ecosystem, so we have to take into account the right scale for the circular economy to take place, and also the functional interaction across the urban and the rural areas. We are trying to, through this program, to really understand and build the knowledge with the case studies we are working with the cities, also through the survey, and of course in events and opportunities of sharing information and experience like this. We are also working on indicators, developing an indicator framework towards a circular economy, and indeed it's not an easy task. We will discuss later on. We have been collecting and gather more than 1,000 indicators in relation to studies on the circular economy, but they are basically green, environmental, waste-related indicators, and we have to understand how these indicators can be applied for policy making and implementation at cities and regional level. So there is no need to reinvent the wheel, but probably there is the need to reorganizing, selecting, and understanding what is it is really useful. I will focus in the 2 minutes left, basically, on the survey that we launched a month and a half ago. It's a very long survey. For those who have contributed to the survey, thank you very, very much for the effort. I know it is not easy, and it is looking at me. It's true, we asked a lot, but in less than 1 month, we got 34 replies, and we are very, very happy and proud of this. So, of course, it's not a statistically valid example, but it's already very, very telling. And we are thinking of opening the survey again, so to give more room to other cities that would like to contribute and they didn't have chance towards the past month. So we got answers from 31 cities and 3 regions, mostly from Europe, but I'm happy to say that we have also cases in New Zealand, Australia, Japan, Chile, and the US. And what you find at the beginning of the survey is that it doesn't matter the level of advancement towards a circular economy. You don't have to be the best, the pioneer, or you don't have to have set already a circular economy strategy, roadmap, program. Tell us what you think. What is the perception of the circular economy now? What is your understanding, your obstacles, the challenges? What are you missing and what are you looking for the future? So here you can see that the majority, 53% of the cities are looking forward, understanding and framing the circular economy in their own cities and regions. So we call them emerging, and we have only 12% of pioneer advance, and some of them are here in the room. We have Amsterdam, we have Paris, we have London. They have started working on the circular economy. It's been already, I would say, at least 3 years, and they are now in the phase of evaluating their circular economy system and finding the ways of improving it. Sorry about the slide, there is a bug in here, but this is just to say that it has been mentioned already, and climate change is really the first and the most important driver for cities to engage in this path. Circular economy in cities is very complex. We can imagine that if we look at industrial processes, it is understanding the circular economy can be kind of straightforward. You have a production process and you want to put in the circle and use at the most the materials that you are using and the waste that you are producing as a resource. But when it comes to cities, it's much more complex. And that's why integrating and merging the agenda towards zero waste emission, low carbon emission, and climate change, it is really a priority for the cities in order to make the most of this synergy. 68% of cities stated that climate change is the most important driver, followed by economic growth and economic change. What do cities and regions do? 15 out of 34 regions in cities, they have circular economy initiatives in place. Here you can see a nice infographic on what the sectors that in which cities are investing the most. Of course, you have waste, 76%, followed by building. We heard from Professor Atkins about the opportunities in the building sector, but also land use, food and beverage, water. Water is also a key sector. So it means that it is very much holistic and new business models are required. In terms of how this, the circular economy initiative and strategies have been implementing, of course, it's very much about, I would like just to raise your attention on the first point, is about pilot and experimentation. We have the example of the city of Valladolid, for example. Since 2017, they have put in place 67 projects on the circular economy in their city to create jobs, stimulate innovation, but the scale is still small, and they are looking forward means to scale this up, to make this a business as usual and not only a pilot or experimentation. Just to conclude here, we also ask for the obstacles and challenges, and I would like to just focus your attention on the last point regarding technical solutions. Technical solutions exist and are well known. The problems cities and regions are facing are not of technical nature, are of economic and governance nature. To put in place this technology, information is needed. The legal framework should be updated. The financial resources are needed. A holistic vision is something that is still missing because there is a silo way of creating policies still. Cultural barriers is still a very important obstacle. So for the future, these are the top priorities that we've seen. First of all, increasing the environmental quality and resource efficiency in cities and regions. Second, adapting, updating, and make sure that policy and regulation are actually conducive towards this transformation from linear to circular. And third, and very important one, is behavioral change and awareness raising. There are lots of initiatives for capacity building in cities and regions, and we are looking forward to hear from your experience and view today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Oriana. Congratulations on the survey turnout. Please spread the word around. We need to enlarge the space, but I think that gives us a nice hook to see some of the common issues that cities are facing and some of the remaining challenges. You have more details in the brochure for those who've not seen it, and there will be a number of draft reports and findings to be shared with this new community of practice over the coming weeks. So we will have, as I said, a panel with four speakers that will tease a bit out the discussion. But before, I would like to give you a chance, if you want, to make a specific point or to ask a question to one of the three panelists that have intervened so far. Maybe we can take 2 or 3 max and then get into the panel. And as I was saying in the introduction, if you wish to take the floor, you just have to raise your flag. And Oriana, who knows all of you physically, will help me read out the flag. I see one out there, which I can't see from here, but for the next one, we'll get organized. Sir, you have the floor. That's Greece, right? You press the red button. No, you leave it there. It doesn't move. You just press.
Thank you for this invitation, Ms. Oriana and Ms. Aziza. Thank you, colleagues, for this opportunity to share all these very interesting thoughts. I represent the Ministry of Environment of Greece. I'm the coordinator of the Circular Economy working group from 9 ministries. It's an interministerial body that we have created and is trying to implement the national Greek circular economy strategy. But I would like to I was impressed by this presentation, especially of Mr. Ekins, Professor Ekins, and given his remark about the connection between globalization and urbanization and circularity, I would like to express some thoughts, and I would like to have his opinion, his view, how we can address some specific problems that are connected with the megacities, the urban centers, which is our point. The first one is that we have, as the professor mentioned, we have a global input in the megacities, but a local output. So this is, in my opinion, a contradiction to close the loop within the megacity. This is one problem. A second problem is that we have complex interactions between stakeholders, many different stakeholders in urban centers. For example, in Attica, where the half of the population of Greece is gathered, and not only Greeks, of course, a lot of people, nations, immigrants, refugees. There are many stakeholders to take decisions, ministries, governments, local authorities, 66 municipalities, regions, NGOs, citizens associations, and etc. So we must find a way of new agreements. There is a strong heterogeneity, let's say extreme different teams and groups of people. There are many poor people, there are even not to, or there are swimming pools just beside these slums. So we cannot have the same rules. We must find mechanisms to reshare some things, to have some standards for all of them. Yes. In my opinion, the behavioral component becomes crucial, especially for solid waste management, but not only for this, of course. I would like to have the view of the professor how we could address these contradictions and specific characteristics in the megacities.
Thank you very much. I understand the representative from Climate Kick also wants to take the floor, sir, if you can.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you for the presentation so far. I will speak later on today, but I just want to share one particular experience. I was for 6 years chairman of the Swedish Recycling Industry Association. So I've seen this issue, this problem from the back end, so to say. And the fact is that the main reason why so little is happening in terms of recycling, reuse, refurbishment, etc., is that even if we collect more residue materials, most of it cannot be used. Primarily because the design is such that it's very difficult. And there is, secondly, no secondary market for most of the materials, simply because virgin materials most often are less expensive. And by the way, also guarantee the company who is looking for materials maybe a higher quality, at least today. So the issue is really not to look primarily downstream. We have to start looking upstream. And this is really, I think, the main problem right now in the European Union, that the circular economy package has spent most of the time tinkering with the waste directives and not really realizing that it's upstream we have to look. What kind of products are put on the market? Are they easy to recycle, reuse, etc., or are they not? I just wanted to make that point based on my sort of practical experience.
Thank you very much. Very relevant point. So, Professor Ekins, there were a few questions. If you can try in a minute or two, I think, in relation to that atomization of the landscape and stakeholders, the heterogeneity of agendas and the disconnect between global and local scales, if you'd like to bring some contribution on that, and then we'll go back to our panel.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you for a really easy question, Greece. I think the input-output question is the easiest one that you asked, but is not easy, and I think it comes absolutely to what Anders Wijkman was saying. If cities persist in being places that have global inputs in very large quantities, and the usefulness of those materials lasts for a very short time, in other words, they become waste very quickly, then clearly you've got this phenomenal disarticulation. And you have to have extremely efficient waste management systems not to be overwhelmed by the problem. And you can see many cities that are actually overwhelmed when they don't have those waste management systems. And of course, then it leaks out into the wider environment. But even then, that's a very, very expensive way of organizing your matter. And to retain the value in materials, we have to, as Anders says, go right upstream. We have to ensure that these things are well designed so they don't become rubbish, they keep their value. We have to ensure that there are incentives in place for collection that doesn't mix them all up and reduce their quality. And above all, we have to ensure, again, as Anders said, that there are secondary markets for these materials. I'm frankly amazed that more countries have not used green public procurement to specify that materials have to have a certain higher proportion of recycled materials, which you would have thought was a relatively easy thing to do. That idea has been knocking around at least since the 1990s, and yet it's still far more honoured in the breach than the observance. The inequality issues, and this is the only other one I'm going to touch on, I mean, is obviously a political issue, and I'm not a politician. I played at green politics for a while, but turned out to be a very bad politician. And politics, to me, is the highest human art. And in my country, certainly, we're not being very well served by our politicians at the moment. I'm not saying I could do any better, by the way.
You could.
But that business of trying to ensure that cities retain social cohesion, of not allowing these enormous inequalities to build up such that you get gated communities and you get elite areas and other areas that are effectively written off. That is a huge, growing problem in urban areas. Obviously, again, in the global south, the growing of slums alongside elite business districts. Again, I think that has to be solved at the political level, at the urban level, but also at the national level. And that will take far greater brains than mine and political skills than mine to achieve it.
Thank you very much, Professor. We'll all try to do our bit here. Let's go now back to the panel. I'm very happy to give the floor, and I understand the four of you were briefed to stick to 5 minutes. Please help me help you have a coffee break at some point in between the two sessions. So I give the floor to Pavel Misiga. Pavel, you've been really one of our partners in crime since the beginning of this project. You're heading the Circular Economy and Bio-Based System Unit at the European Commission. We've long talked about the EU package, so we're looking forward to hear more about that and what you see as some of the remaining challenges to make the transition happen. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Aziza. Good morning to everybody. I come from DG RTD, DG for Research, Director General for Research and Innovation in the European Commission, which belongs to the scientific part of European Commission. But I would like to ensure you that it is not just these eccentric scientists who are now dreaming about circular economy, but the European Commission actually recognizes circular economy as one of the key transition pathways to carbon neutrality, sustainability, and basically the way how to bring European economy within the planetary boundaries. And I think that this is a big difference from the time 5 years ago when we started to work, for example, with Professor Eakins, when it was still a small task force within DG Environment that reflected on these issues. Now it is recognized, and the Commission is working on this issue horizontally. If there is a colleague working on financial stability or economic matters, industrial policy, we have a colleague from regional policy area, whether it is environmental policy, they would most likely send the same message today. What I want to speak about is what is specific for regional level, why we, and is it possible to have circular economy at regional urban level. But before I go to that, I would like to mention that we also need to keep in mind that not all kind of circularity or circular economy is good for the environment. There are certain approaches that actually can have no environmental benefits. This slide, this picture you can see is about a case when we could have a very nice circular economy business model that could provide sustainable mobility in the city and resulted in just in a lot of waste and missed opportunities. So I would like to emphasize that whatever we do at high level, international, at EU level, at national, regional, we have to have in mind that circular economy must deliver on its economic promises, but also environmental. Circular economy can have 50 grades of green, but it should still be green. Now, circular economy at regional level, does it make any sense? Is it? I think Professor Eakins answered these questions to large extent. I use this most frequently presented conceptual model of circular economy to somehow show that many cycles, both on technical part as well as biological part, they make sense. The cycles, the optimal size of the cycle is actually at the regional level. Obviously, it doesn't make sense to keep, let's say, remanufacturing of airplane engines or magnetic resonance scanner at regional level, but it makes very much sense to have circularity of construction materials and other products at regional level. It is actually the optimal scale. And we see a lot of examples where regional authorities and other organizations analyze this potential, and we are getting a certain pattern, which material flows, which product categories, which business models are actually more suitable for regional level, which are better implemented at other scales. And I hope that the activity of OECD, the survey, etc., will help to actually identify this so that it can be then communicated and can be a part of guidance and advice for local and regional authorities. But it is clear that large part, not all what is where there is potential for circular economy, but a large part of circular economy makes absolutely sense at regional level. Now, what is reality? It was already mentioned that we are at the beginning of transformation process. What we have now is probably low-hanging fruit, something that makes sense, that is already profitable. Recycling of metals and iron, etc., we have very high level because simply these are valuable materials, and it makes sense, and companies make profit from that. But there are other materials that are simply cheap, and you can see this is the material flow through European economy, and less than 10% of material are in that big loop. There are smaller loops inside that are not visible on this graph. But large part of this loop is actually construction materials, which is only used for backfilling. So there is this terrible downcycling of potentially valuable material. So in fact, much smaller part is a real circular economy where we keep the value of material and also improve environment and deliver on other objectives like generating jobs. So we are really at the beginning of transition, and we need to accelerate this transition. And what is needed, it was mentioned, is systemic transition, systemic solutions. And we cannot rely only, as Oriana said, on technological innovation. We have to combine technological innovation with new business models, with governance innovation, and with social innovation, so that these innovative approaches act all together and start deliver on this transition process. Now, very briefly, what is what is it? What are those barriers that prevent us to deploy a circular economy, let's say at regional scale or urban scale? When we speak to financiers, they tell us, we are ready to finance circular economy projects, but we don't see many profitable projects. And we see a lot of risk related to circular economy activities. So we understand that what prevents circular economy to happen is that there is the lack of economic benefits. Very often these activities in the current market setup, they don't generate revenues. There is uncertainty about these markets, about supply, about demand for materials, secondary materials, or circular products. What I consider very important, that there is lack of necessary collaboration along value chain. Usually circular economy activities imply that somebody in the value chain has to invest so that somebody else downstream can have benefits. And these actors either compete or they don't interact on the market. I can give you a few examples from my previous life as policy officer in DG Environment, where paper industry came to us and asked us to regulate the ink industry, because the way how ink industry formulates the ink basically decides about how recycled paper can be used, and recyclers would like to have benign chemicals there so that they can recycle paper in the most valuable product, which is food packaging. Or construction material industry came to us and told us regulate the demolition industry, because they don't produce material that we can use. They have to separate on the side, but the demolition industry is telling us, but this is enormous cost. We have to send people to dismantle buildings instead of knocking it down and shred and backfill it somewhere in the hole. So this kind of new model of interaction on the market, collaboration, upstream and downstream, is missing. And my central idea is that this collaboration can be best established at regional and urban scale, because the power of actors at this level, local authorities, regional authorities, then they can play a very important role, pivotal role in establishing this new way of market interactions. And this is enormous opportunity, but also responsibility. We don't have to always wait for national governments to set taxes on primary materials, or EU level regulation on which products can enter single European market. Local authorities can very often stimulate this collaboration, provide incentives. It can be financial incentives, subsidies or fees, but very, very often, and more importantly, non-financial incentives, but economic incentives that actually make circular economy project feasible, viable, bankable, and kind of free of risk. So I would.
Thank you, Pavel. I will invite you to conclude, please. If you want the final word, and then, because you're setting the tone for the next 3, and I see the coffee vanishing in the air. Basically,
this is the central idea. You have enormous power and enormous responsibility to use your power, your abilities, your capacity to facilitate and incentivize circular economy at regional and urban scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and especially in this part of the House where we're working with ministries that deal with regional development, and I think your point about regions and not only cities being an appropriate scale is hitting the mark. I'll give now the floor to Mark Hitson from ICLEI, Global Director for the Sustainable Procurement Center. I'm not sure where ICLEI is sitting. You're right. Good. You have the floor. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah, for those of you who don't know ICLEI, we're a local government membership organisation. We work with around 1,700 cities and organisations worldwide to implement sustainable development. Some of our key programs actually has been what was called resource efficiency, which is now developing into circular economy and sustainable consumption and production, which is now moving towards circular economy. So I'm pleased it was said that this isn't new. It has been around for a long time, and there are good examples that are happening. And also for about 20 years now, we've been working on the topic of sustainable procurement, which are now a key program of that is circular procurement. So what are the drivers really for cities? And some of them have been mentioned, so I'll probably highlight the ones that haven't. I mean, society, of course, is a big driver for cities. They represent citizens, and there is a concern. It's increased. There's a concern over the use of natural resources. They are concerned about the way public money is being spent. They can see there's a bigger divide between the rich and the poor, and cities are in a place where they have to deal with this. Also, really, behaviour change. It's not there, of course, yet, but it's coming, particularly with the younger generations, which, of course, I hope isn't too late, but they want to see behavioural change. Businesses, the cost, I think cities have recognised that there's a cost of raw materials is increasing for businesses, but also cities are recognising there can be new business models that businesses can use. So, for example, we're working with cities that are looking at how to light a room, so they're looking at buying just light, not necessarily the infrastructure for lighting. And Philips, of course, have been working on this as well. So photocopiers, we've seen that has worked. It's not about buying a photocopy now, it's about leasing. So we're working with cities at looking at those models. But also it's an opportunity that cities can work with entrepreneurs, SMEs, and they can use regional development. One organisation's waste is another person's resource. And in fact, I think we should stop using the term waste and move to resources. I think it should all be resources. And of course, for the public sector, it's about cities want to show leadership and commitment to citizens, to other cities, but it's about addressing the social issues. That's key, about citizen engagement, and I think we saw that from the UMEA presentation. You have to involve citizens, but also you can use circular economy to address marginalised groups, get them involved. Procurement has been mentioned. I'm pleased about that, of course, because that's partly my work at ICLE. So this is a circular procurement model, I would say, that we've been working with many cities now. Well, many cities, a lot of cities. But I first want to say, and it was raised by Anders and a couple of other people, that it's not just about waste. It's true. You don't need to go from that angle, even though it's a traditional agenda within cities. If you just take public authority there, or a city, for example, they put out a public tender. They can influence, or indirectly, how raw material is extracted for a product. They can certainly directly influence the material processing about how does it become a product and the design of products. So, for example, we've developed criteria, actually with the Commission, about instead of using glue for laptops, desktops, using screws so they can be repaired, upgraded. You can also influence the supplier. How is a product delivered to a city? Can it be used zero-emission vehicles or not? Of course, you can influence the product use, service delivery, maintenance. Is it a service? Is it a product you need? Do you need the product in the first place? That's at the public authority level. And then, of course, we've talked about the traditional, well, repair, reuse. Do you collect it, separate it, reprocess it? This can all be done in a public tender. And, of course, in the worst case, energy recovery, and we'll ignore landfill. So national approaches are key to cities and regions, policies and targets, but I agree with what Professor Eakin said, we need better legislation. It's not going to happen without that. But at a national level, policies and targets really influence what cities and regions are doing. Strategies and action plans, competence centres are all coming, lots of guidance documents, research tools, already I think maybe too many. But it's not enough. You need to go down to the level. Somebody mentioned governance. It's absolutely key. That's the focus. How do you make it happen within a city and a region? At the moment, there'll be 1 or 2 circular economy officers. You've got to change and integrate it at the whole city and regional level. So we need pilot projects, specific initiatives, but recognition that there's a leadership and commitment for cities and regions, a lot of this happens on the ground. National governments set the scene, but a lot of it goes through cities, and it happens at the city and regional level. So some of the barriers, I won't go into detail here because some of them have been mentioned, but awareness mindset, I think, really needs to change about what this is. Metrics has been mentioned. There are too many indicators, but we do need data about what it means. For a city or region can only decide on what to do with its money if it has good data. But it's circular economy is broad. It's so broad for a city or region to take on, and it has to be integrated, as I've mentioned. You know, how do we really get this across an organisation that maybe employs somewhere between 800, 900 and 15,000 people, I think, is the biggest local authority in Europe. But more importantly, what's not been discussed, it's about skill set development for employees, a better understanding of what it is. How do we change behaviour, not just within cities, but also citizens? And it's about better skills for pre-procurement and market dialogue. It's not, once you put out a tender, you're actually almost too late. You've got to work with businesses. If you want a product or a service, go and speak to businesses. Involve the community and end users, I've mentioned, but it is absolutely key. These are some of the key areas that we work with the cities and tell cities to do. It's very difficult to define, well, what are the key elements of the circular economy? How do I implement it? Well, the first step for us is we tell cities is to talk to other people, talk to other cities, talk to other organisations, find a champion within the city that can take this forward, find a champion in each department if you can, involve the community and end users of products and services from the start. Start small. It is quite complicated, and I'm glad again that was raised earlier. This is difficult for cities to comprehend and to take on board. They don't fully understand what this is. So start small, some pilot cases, and then scale up quickly. Pilot and learn. We say pilots because there's a risk if you spend a lot of time developing a new strategy and doing a big project and you spend 10 million on an infrastructure project and it doesn't work. Politicians get into problems. Who call it a pilot, learn from it, because there are going to be a lot of mistakes from this. Work with the market and don't demand. So, for example, don't say, I want a lamp. Go out and say, I want lighting. Then you get better results. You don't always get the same products and services that you've asked for before. You get new ones that can take into circular economy. Calculate the costs and benefits and monitor and be honest about your reporting. This is what we tell cities. Last slide. So we have got a new project, and I wanted to raise it here because also we don't want to replicate we don't want to duplicate, sorry, not replicate. We don't want to duplicate what's out there. We're going to work with cities about the governance, about the technical aspects, about indicators, about reporting. Over the next 4 years, it's a commissioned demonstration project for circular economy. We're working in Sweden, Norway, Portugal, and Spain, a number of countries. We want to work collaboratively. We don't have all the knowledge. The knowledge is in this room. So please, let's speak together and see how we can work together and not develop new tools. And we are looking at setting up a cities coalition, which I think is important. I think if there's already something there, we want to link it up to that. I think it's quite key. We don't want to duplicate. Cities are having to deal with smart cities. They're having to deal with the SDGs. They're having to deal with all sorts of topics, and it's too much for them.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to have umbrella organizations of cities on board. That's indeed much needed to create synergies rather than overwhelming cities that you're right are being solicited a bit all over the place. So thank you for that. We have 2 more to go. Given that we started 15 minutes late this session, I hope you will agree that we run, and I'm looking at Rodolfo in particular because that implies you staying 15 more minutes with us. Can you afford? That's good for you. You don't have a back-to-back meeting. Thank you for your flexibility. So I'll give the floor now to another big player in the sector, Ellen MacArthur Foundation. We're happy to have with us Miranda Schnitger here, Cities Project Lead. I'm not sure. You're sitting there. You have the floor. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, and delighted to be here. A bit nervous. I think I might be replicating some points that have already been said, but let's see. So I think it's clear our mission, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, is to accelerate the transition to a circular economy. So it's very much our game, and but it's always very much down to everyone else in the field who's actually doing it. We work with businesses, with cities, with universities, to really try and get the message out to all the different areas, because it is about all the different actors. And some of that is about reach, just get the message out there, get people talking, and I'm delighted. I mean, it's been confirmed already that it's gone up, awareness of it, but there is still a question around whether people are really understanding it and interpreting the same thing from the term. Engagement, and then moving more and more towards demonstration. So pilots and cities are a fantastic spot for that. These figures, I'm sure everybody in the room has heard them several times. The thing I'll add to that is the structural waste that's also in our system. So not just the physical, which costs up to 20% of city budgets, but also the fact that buildings are sometimes underused by up to 60%, or the car designed for 5 people but typically has 1 person in it, or the drill that's only used for 18 minutes in its entire lifetime if you own it yourself rather than access it through a different system. So there's the physical and the structural waste, and those things are a problem, but they are also a real opportunity if you take a different lens to them. So that is very much how we see circular economy, as an opportunity, and very much on the upstream side of redesigning the system. I often get asked about at the end of these sort of presentations, you get asked, what can I do? And I do think it is relatively challenging as the individual, just in the sort of citizen hat, to know exactly where to start. But in our sort of professional hats, there's an awful lot that can be done, especially on the upstream side, thinking about how things are redesigned. I'm really delighted that whenever I hear Yannick Potočnik speak from the International Resource Panel, he always highlights how delivering on SDG 12, sustainable production and consumption, circular economy is such a key part of it, because you're also looking at changing the system underneath it. And by changing the system underneath it, you're then also mitigating some of the trade-offs in delivering on the other SDGs. So I think it's a real opportunity to rethink. And in the research that we've been doing over the past year about how does this fit for cities and mayors, I think it was great to see actually that this isn't an extra ask of you've been elected, you've got a busy agenda already, now add circular economy to your list. Actually, it's a way of delivering many of the objectives that are already out there in terms of more space for the citizens to use, more effective transport around the city, greater economic opportunities, and of course the health benefits, some of the social benefits, and those are so much harder to quantify and identify, but they're definitely there. Resource use is, I don't often see resource use on the electoral ballot as one of the issues that you're going to campaign on, but obviously it underpins many of the other things that we want, so that too. And the idea is to aim towards a system that is then also more resilient, as well as an environment that one actually enjoys living in and provides the economic opportunities. So it's always important to talk about specific examples. So around sort of electronics, OVAM did some research saying that if you refurbished 1,000 tons of electronics, you would create 13 times more jobs than if you were recycling the same amount. So to build on that point of the butterfly diagram, the closer in you go on the circles, the better value there is in the resources, but also that there are other benefits too. So in that case, there's a jobs benefit. Or research around the world that the World Bank did around if you switched all outdoor US lighting to LED lighting, you'd have the same impact in carbon emission reduction as taking 8.5 million cars off the road. And I would love to know what the figure is if you added into that circular economy business model around the lighting provision rather than the purchase of the light bulbs. So building on the example of the airport in Holland, where they are now purchasing light rather than the light bulbs, which incentivizes the manufacturer to make those items last for as long as possible. And another one, just to build on some research that came out this week, last month, I think, around the consumption emission side in cities. it was a C40 Arup piece of research, C40's in the room, around changing our behaviours, which is a really difficult thing to do. And actually some of the circular economy business models can really support that. So if we moved to, for example, accessing clothing via a rental model, that would you could reduce the number of clothing being needed by 14 times fewer garments produced or disposed of if you were going to start renting them rather than purchasing each one and then keeping it in your cupboard for the occasional use that you use it for.
I invite you to conclude, please.
In terms of what can be done, as I said at the beginning, it's very much all actors in the economy. So on the business side, very much that upstream thinking, the design, the business model, who are your partners, what are the reverse logistics, and then of course policy, where the city and the mayors and city governments come in. Procurement has been mentioned as a large one. Urban planning has also been touched on. I think that is absolutely fundamental. It has such a big impact on how you behave in the city and how things interact. Asset management is another one that we looked at that we hadn't really looked at very much before, but there are a number of public assets that are out there, and even just knowing what they are is a good start in terms of finding greater use out of them. So there's 10 there. I will not run through all of them, not least because there's a challenge on time. They are also all interrelated. Creating these frameworks looks like everything's individual, but in reality, you would also be using them in combination. So almost done. I'm just going to say that some of the work that we did, and there's lots more information that I can share, but was trying to distill many of the circular opportunities into sort of an easily rememberable framework. So lots of opportunities around planning, around design, around making. I don't think locally is in the Oxford Dictionary yet, but you get the idea of there needs to be more of a focus on local production as well, and there are great opportunities around that, specifically with the new technologies that are coming onto the market, business models and how things operate.
Thanks.
This is also really, there are huge challenges. One can get extremely depressed about it, but it's also a great opportunity to look at things through a new lens. It's hard, but we can do it.
Thank you very much. And I'll conclude now with Amsterdam. So we have the project.
Thank you very much. I'll stick to 5 minutes, I promise. Let me see if I get the presentation. Here we are, one back. Okay, Amsterdam. Just thank you also for being here and being part of this learning network. We're also very curious to learn from other cities. I'll just give a brief update on where we are as City of Amsterdam. We started 5 or 4 years ago with the whole concept of circular economy. We actually asked our government, okay, please give us 2 years so we can explore and understand the topic of circularity more. And that was actually turned out to be good decisions that gave us the space to actually get to learn the new networks, new stakeholders, and to explore the whole topic and our role as a government. These are our national goals in blue: circular economy by 2050, 50% reduction in using virgin materials by 2030. As Amsterdam metropolitan region with 32 municipalities and 2 provinces, so states, we have actually said in 2025 we want to do 50% circular procurement. We have a buying power of approximately 4 billion euros a year. So in 2025, that's 2 billion euros a year that we want to do circular. And in 2030, the aim is to be 100%. So we started 5 years ago, actually, by trying to understand the whole topic, getting the innovation networks at place. And at the end of last year, we have our new government, now local government, very green, progressive. Our deputy mayor asked, I would like to know what the current state is at the moment of the circular economy in the city. So we did a quick scan, and we found 116 projects in the city that are now running. It's not startup things, but more like building projects, research programs. On the left side, you can see the different categories. This model actually shows that the internal circle is the internal departments of the city of Amsterdam, so the red. And the outer circle is the 116 projects, and from inside to outside you see consortia, government, science, business, residents. And it actually shows what we hoped that would happen like 5 years ago. We are working together in public-private partnerships and connecting the inside world of the government, of the municipality, with a lot of different partners. And we call it in the Netherlands the triple or quadruple helix of setting up projects. So we were quite delighted to see this. And now we were thinking like, okay, what's going to be the next step? Because this year, in the fourth quarter, a new circular strategy for the city of Amsterdam will be adopted, together with a new innovation program and a new waste and resources program. So what would be the next step for us? Well, we actually got in touch with Kate Rayworth, Donut Economics, and she was actually looking for a way to transfer her still quite abstract model, comprehensive but abstract, into a framework that can be more concretely implemented by cities. And she was willing to cooperate with Amsterdam to experiment in achieving this. And we were actually looking for a more holistic approach of circular economy with a social foundation, inclusiveness. So we thought, well, let's work together and do this. So the last half year, we've been working closely together. We did a lot of workshops internally with all these different departments, so like 20 different internal departments on different levels, so on project and program manager level, on directors level. Kate Rayworth has actually been in a close session with our city directors, and also on a government board level. And a month ago, we had like with 100 different organizations, we had a big, broad workshop, and that actually led to 17 building blocks for the new strategy. 2 weeks ago, this document was adopted. Actually, the document with all the 116 projects is available in English, so I can share it with you. And also, this document is now public. And the coming half year, we'll be going to the city, talking with Amsterdam people, we like to call them city makers, and actually work out these 17, we call it directions for development, so that by the end of the year we can really turn this into the new strategy and execution programs. So our new ambition, circular ambition for the city of Amsterdam will be in line with the whole donut economy thinking, like a thriving, regenerative and inclusive city for all citizens while respecting the planetary boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arjan, and congratulations on the new strategy, and also thank you for sticking to time. You've been up to your Dutch reputation in this house. I mean, so never disappointed by the Netherlands. Thank you very much. So as I said, we started 15 minutes late, so we'll take an extra 10 minutes. I will give the final words to Rodolfo to reflect on what he's heard after the discussion and link that to the work and pioneer work that he's leading on plastics and circular economy with national governments as well. But meanwhile, if there are 2 or 3 of you that want to raise their flag, please do so. And I'll give you a chance maybe to either make a point. So I'm closing here the list and I will deal with the 3 I have there. So I think I see CLGF, is this correct?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, it's CLGF is the Commonwealth Local Government Forum. We're a body which has local and regional government membership in 53 Commonwealth countries, and perhaps we're a little bit different from some of the city and local government networks in that we have also the ministries for decentralisation and local government as our members, so we straddle local and central government. The point I just wanted to make is a very brief one, which is really to support what I think His Excellency the Ambassador of Spain had said earlier about the linkage with the SDGs, because many cities, many local governments throughout the world are very engaged in the SDG process, something I've been personally quite involved with myself over the last few years. And clearly the concept of localizing the SDGs, where a number of studies have shown that 65% of SDG targets are directly relevant to the local level, is I think something we need to bear in mind. And we're not only talking about SDG 12 here. I think it's also important to reflect that we're talking about the range of SDGs, most obviously also SDG 11 on cities, where, for example, SDG 11.6 talks about the reduction of the environmental impact of municipal and waste management. And of course, there is a backup indicator about the percentage of urban solid waste regularly collected and with adequate final discharge out of total urban waste generated by cities as an indicator. So I just wanted to really reinforce the point that many cities, many local governments across the world, certainly in my organization, are very actively engaged in the process of SDG implementation. And I think it's important that we, as the ambassador said, have the linkage. And indeed, I'm wearing the SDG badge to prove it. In fact, I've tried to match my tie to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And actually, for your information, this work on circular economy in cities is extremely connected to extensive work we're doing on localizing the SDGs and including SDGs data. You have behind you Stefano there, who's leading that. And there's also a roundtable on cities and regions for SDGs. Probably the next edition of both will be back-to-back, given the connection. So thank you for that. I'll give now the floor to the Council of the Baltic Sea States. And
thank you for the floor. My name is Olga Zuin, and I come from the Council of the Baltic Sea States. That is an organization that joins the national governments of the 11 member states that are on the Baltic Sea region. And I hope just to bring an example of how actually we can merge a series of good points that have been raised today. We work extensively on implementation of an action plan for Baltic 2030. What does that mean? That we look into how we can cooperate on similar challenges when we have a territorial approach, because of course in the world we all have similar challenges, but then ultimately also in different parts of the world we have more similar challenges. For example, in the Baltic Sea region we have a sea that has similar challenges, and we have also climate and environmental problems that are more similar compared to, for example, Southern Europe or other parts of the world. So what we do is that we really try to bring together stakeholders and build capacity. And what we did this spring was a first example of a leadership program that addresses localizing SDGs and circular economy as an example. So we actually are very happy that we cooperated with the OECD and we brought together the perspective of the territorial approach on SDGs. And we also brought the circular economy approach, and somehow we, in a pilot example, brought your two programs together to have pilot cities and regions in the Baltic Sea region. So both the Nordic countries that sometimes we are used to think as the front runners, but also the other side. So we had the Baltics, Poland, Germany, and we do not exclude Russia, that is a member state, because we sometimes see that we tend to, in the European Union, tend to close ourselves in the EU bubble, but we have some challenges that we have to deal with our neighbors. So I just want to share with you, we have a publication that was recently launched thanks to this program we had. It's called Circular Baltic 2030, and we really wanted to showcase good practices for our cities and regions to be able to see that the good cases are not from, very far away. Your neighbor has them, and therefore actually they can be very easily applied to you. And we also worked on circular procurement, which is another aspect that is really challenging, and again with this kind of territorial approach. So I would like to encourage you all to continue thinking into this regional approach and turn into the organizations that work in this way that can help you capitalizing not only to the city but to the regions and beyond the national borders. Thank you.
Produce highlights out of this roundtable where we'll make the links and web links, connections to every piece of work that will have been introduced. So feel free to send us the material. And it would be good, actually, that we discuss how to partner to engage some of your members in the survey, because my understanding is that this is for now not necessarily the case, and it's not covered geographically, but there's probably some teaming effort to be done there. Conclude with C40.
Thank you. My name is Charlotte Breen. I'm the head of the Green Economy and Innovation at C40 Cities, a group of 100 leading cities and mayors around the world committed to climate action. thank you, Miranda, for the reference of our new report published last month called The Future of Urban Consumption in a 1.5 degree World. It really translates the international debate on national contributions to the Paris Agreement to the city level. And what we'd found, which was extremely striking, that even with radical interventions in our scenario planning, whereby citizens become vegetarian, only take one flight a year, only buy 8 new items of clothing a year, plus all the commitments by our mayors already to reduce their territorial emissions in their city for cleaner transport and cleaner air and the likes. It is not enough. In fact, there's still a huge gap to be on a track to a 1.5 degree world. I'm not advocating these extremely unpopular behavioural changes, but what I think the scenario planning does do is bring a sense of urgency to the need to move more circular. And we know that there are many much more popular interventions and ways that mayors can influence, both with regulation and other methods, supporting SMEs, for example, and job creation. I'm particularly fascinated by the net impact on jobs that moving to a circular economy can have, and I really welcome more research and understanding on this, and I know from working with Amsterdam as well that they are looking into this too. Given a lot of hope that we won't necessarily have to move to a protectionist world with circular economy initiatives from the likes of work that Climate Kick are doing on pilot testing and really scaling up biofuels commitments by airlines like KLM, which I assume is also Air France. Global Trade Tesla of the Sea by the Port of Amsterdam, working on the first electric shipping freights. I really welcome further discussion on this, and with all due respect, Professor Ekins, I've heard a professor from the Netherlands analyse policies during the World War, and they are extremely similar to the interventions for the circular economy they're advocating today. And so yes, it is certainly not a new topic, and I really look forward to further discussions after the break.
Thank you very much, C40, and thank you all extremely for your great input. Sorry we had to cut off some of you. It's not an easy job for me. I mean, we could go on with much more time. Many of you were very inspirational in your interventions. We'll have many more sessions with a bit more time this afternoon and later this morning as well, and windows for you to step in and make some complementary points and connect to each other's during the break. So I really thank you all. I'll give the final words to Rodolfo. You've heard a lot about what's happening in cities, in regions, on circular economy. What does this inspire to you, and how do you connect that to the work you're leading in the Environment Directorate?
Well, thank you very much, Aziza. This is my first circular economy meeting, and I have to say that I am very happy to be here because I am a circular economy son. I mean, my father had a factory to produce egg cartons, and I spent my elementary school days collecting and sorting paper from the houses of my friends. So for me, and then I became an environmental engineer. So for me, this is the paradigm of my life, and I think that this is the paradigm of the future, because nature is working on cycles, and we are not working like nature. And that is the problem. In my opinion, Professor Ekin made a very good presentation on that. And it is good for us to discuss about the circularity of our lives. And yes, we have to have radical changes in our behavior. We have to be perhaps vegetarian if we need to avoid methane emissions. We have to, of course, have a low carbon diet in our daily lives if we need to solve the climate change problem. And also we have to avoid any kind of seafood if we want to protect the biodiversity of the oceans at this specific moment of the history. So I need to answer some of these key questions, taking some of your ideas, but First, why are cities and regions key to the transition to a circular economy? Because we blame mayors and governors because they are not collecting garbage, and there are a lot of garbage in the streets and in the ocean. What are the key drivers to a systematic approach beyond waste management? Well, at the moment, it's plastics. Plastics is the main concern of the populations. You can see the Twitter. You can see all the messages that we are receiving every day, every moment, about how plastics are affecting not only the ocean, but in fact our quality of life, our health. We are eating plastics. We are eating our own waste. That's the key driver, in my opinion. How do cities and regions work with national governments? Very badly. We don't have regulations. We don't have economic instruments. We don't do enforcement at the federal level of those regulations that we already have. Now we are having some of them, and the European Union is taking the lead on that. And this is the problem that we are facing, and this is the problem that we are trying to solve here at the OECD. As we look into the future in this session, allow me now to share with you some highlights from OECD's Global Materials Resource Outlook that we published at the beginning of the year, the first of its kind, in order to emphasize why our discussion today is so important. The outlook projects a quadrupling of the global economy to 2060. Meanwhile, global per capita average income is projected to hover the current OECD levels. This economic growth and rise in living standards will significantly drive up material use. Do we have enough materials in the planet to really support this, what we call American way of life? Do we have enough materials? Yes, we have, but we will destroy the planet. Perhaps we will destroy the atmosphere first, but we have to think in this circular economy new paradigm. At the same time, the increase in the share of services in the economy and the transformation of technologies and processes will have different, even conflicting, impacts on material use. Overall, the outlook projects that in the absence of new policies, the use of global materials will almost double from 90 gigatons in 2017 to 167 gigatons in 2060. This is a huge amount of materials, of course. It is impossible for us to imagine what is a gigaton. But we have to take in consideration that the population is growing very fast. The economy is also growing, and we are trying to keep this growth momentum of the global economy by any means. And this is unsustainable. It is really unsustainable. Materials extractions, processing, and use have a wide-ranging environmental impacts, including air and water pollution, climate change for sure, and environmental degradation from waste, landfilling, and incineration. In the report, we project that environmental impacts of key metals will double, in some cases even quadruple by 2060. I was thinking in the plastic problem, and I asked my staff, what is the non-biodegradable material that we are recycling the most? Well, it's aluminium. Do you know how much aluminium we are recycling in our economies? It's the best example of circular economy at the moment in the industry and also in our cities, because we cannot see aluminium cans in the streets. The value of an aluminium can is so high that the people is collecting aluminiums everywhere. We are only recycling 40% of aluminium in our economies. If we follow the same upstream design policy in aluminium on plastics, we will have a huge problem in the ocean because of the plastic material litter. So we need to think in other kind of model to solve this circularity goal that we have. And in the absence of new policies, materials management will contribute almost 50 gigatons CO2 equivalent, or 2/3 of total emissions by 2060. This is in stark contrast to the message in the IPCC special report that limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees will require anthropogenic CO2 emissions to reach net zero by 2050. So what can be done about this? As we have heard, cities can play an important role given their ability to enable new business models, such as those of the sharing economy, and their central role in key infrastructure sectors such as waste prevention, management and recycling, urban transport and water supply, and sanitation. This is a very formal statement. However, to achieve circular economy goals, cities need to be supported by an enabling framework that only national governments can establish effectively. I have to say that we are also working in the new scheme to deal with waste and chemicals internationally, because we have a framework approved in UNEP. I saw UNEP here, yeah. And we have to set new targets on that. We have to set new mechanisms and procedures in order to really manage the new problem that we are having with waste and chemicals. And this binomial of waste and chemicals is quite relevant because of the toxicity of many of the materials that we are using, and the toxicity that we don't know of many of the materials, nanomaterials that we are now using in many goods and services that are relevant in our economies. So we need to increase, we have to increase the recycling rates for create these new markets, supporting the scale up of circular business models such as repair and refurbishment of used products, or the sharing economy requires the development of fiscal incentives, national or international labels to certify product quality. We will have a meeting on trade and circular economy that is also quite relevant, and policies to ensure data protection and privacy. About data or indicators, we have an SDG indicator, perhaps one that is very peculiar, if I remember well, is the density of floating plastic in the ocean. Why we need new metrics? Because we don't have good metrics for circular economy. We only are measuring kilograms of waste that is recycled or collected or sorted. But we need to add another dimensions on the circular economy paradigm. And that's why, yes, we need to increase the activity of this factory of indicators. It's something that we cannot avoid, as we cannot avoid tourists in cities, we cannot avoid to have indicators to deal with circular economy. So I therefore wish to make a call for those, for the close coordination of national and city level policy making in this field, circular economy, in order to achieve the best possible outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rodolfo. And can we share the information on the trade and circular economy event that you mentioned, or this is a closed door meeting?
No, we are planning the meeting.
So maybe when we have more confirmation about that, we'll share that with the community of practice. So thank you all. This wraps up the first session. We're running slightly late, which brings me to make two adjustments. The first one, and it's authoritative, you have no choice, we'll shrink the coffee break to 15 minutes instead of half an hour, but I still think it's important that you take those 15 minutes to connect to each other, because we'll have a bit more time over lunch, but if you want to follow up on some of the presentations in particular, that's the moment to do so, so you have coffee right in front of the room. The second piece of information is that originally we were going to take the picture now, but because we are running late and because the picture will be taken where we are going to have lunch, I propose that we do the family picture after the session. So you use the break to actually network and connect to each other. With this, I wish you a nice break, and please, you will see and hear the bell, which means you'll have to be back to the room in 15 minutes sharp. See you later.
Welcome back. Welcome back, and thank for squeezing a little bit the coffee break, as I think we have another panel that is extremely rich with extremely interesting speakers and panelists. It's a panel that is intended to be much focused on the role of the private sector, of the business sector in the circular economy, on what the private sector can bring to the shift towards a circular economy, and on the other hand, what cities and regions can do to provide an enabling environment for this shift to happen in the private sector. I think that it's a role that is particularly relevant and on which we have a particular interest when it comes to small and medium-sized enterprises and entrepreneurs. The large enterprises, the large groups have certainly been at the forefront in the transition towards a circular economy. But the circular economy also opens up a large number of opportunities for the small business sector. The small business sector that we know may have a relatively small environmental impact when we look at individual enterprises, that then when we consider the sum of them, when we consider the small business sector as a whole, this can indeed have an extremely important environmental impact, and on the other hand can be a very important driver of change. Small and medium-sized enterprises are in fact a subject of, for us, of investigation and policy dialogue, also in the Center for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, Regions and Cities. So this is also for us a very important opportunity to make the link, to combine interest in small business development, entrepreneurship on the one hand, and on the other look at regional and city level policies for the circular economy and how these can target or can take into account also the specific challenges and needs and barriers of the small business sector. But as said, we have a number of speakers and panelists that I'm sure can drive us through the key issues when it comes to the role of the business sector in the circular economy. And allow me, first of all, to introduce the keynote speaker, Professor Jacqueline Kramer, who's professor in sustainable innovation at Utrecht University. She's also strategic advisor of the Utrecht Sustainability Institute and a member of the Amsterdam Economic Board that is particularly focused on the circular economy. And before that, she has also been Minister of Housing, Spatial Planning and the Environment. So please, Professor Kramer.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The title of my presentation is The Dynamics Between Business Actors in Transcending to a Circular Economy, and I will use the case of the Amsterdam metropolitan region as an example to show you how business actors can be involved. And my starting point is, just as the previous speaker, that the transition to a circular economy is not business as usual, but a system change. And not so much a system change in technological terms, but in behavioral, organizational, economic, and other terms. That is my starting point. And now I raise the question in the 10 minutes I have, well, how can we involve business partners that really want to make the change in order to move on to a circular economy? Well, when I... Please go back. I can put this one. Yeah. Okay. This? Yeah. No, next one, please. Yes. Thank you. To answer the question I just raised, I will use the transition management approach, and particularly the multi-level perspective. And what is the idea about that perspective? Well, that views the transition as non-linear processes that result from the dynamics, the interaction between three levels: landscape, regime, and niche. The niche actors are actually seen as the locus of radical innovation. The regime actors and the regime as such is the locus of established practices. And the landscape is the exogenous environment that actually shapes regime and niche actors' behavior. So if we then go to the practice and test the theory I just explained on the practices, then I take the example of the Amsterdam Economic Region, where the Amsterdam Economic Board, I'm a member of the board, together with the 32 local governments and 2 provinces, have set up a large regional program, and that is actually parallel program to the program mentioned by Arjen Hassink, for instance, on Amsterdam, but also other municipalities are also executing their city program. So keep that in mind, that this is not only the work we are doing here, what I'm explaining, but it's more than that. Well, our objective is actually to focus our program on business participation that really moves the change, but high on the level of circularity. Well, Paul, we have 10 R's. I introduced that 5 years ago, but doesn't matter. The essence is you have on top of the list the best priority: refuse, then reduce, and then a whole bunch of activities related to product redesign, product reuse. And why did we make many more labels under that heading? That is because it is so important that we stress that aspect more than before. It's not only product reuse, it's also repair, refurbish, remanufacturing, and also repurpose. And if that is not possible, then we go to recycling, and preferably high-value recycling. And the last option is recover. Well, we focused our program on 2 strategies. And the first strategy, already mentioned by many of you, is circular procurement, to stimulate circular products. We have set up communities of practice, 3 times after each other. 11 participants of industry, government, or knowledge institute, they participated in sessions to share knowledge, to exchange learnings, and also set up joint initiatives. And the focus here is on, well, are niche actors involved, or are just the established partners? No. The answer is, in many cases, niche actors are involved. Why? Because most of these initiatives are innovative. And it is case-dependent whether regime and niche actors interact, and that is particularly when their strategies are aligned and they need to win a bidding to work together. But the niche actors are most of the time involved because the procurement officers, they want to have innovative ideas. So that is the first strategy. The second strategy is on closing the loops of resource streams, 9 priority streams. And we executed a program for 4 years to make sure that on all these 9 priority streams, we gained really innovative results in terms of consortia being built together with the companies that were willing to make the change. 20 consortia have been set up in the last 4 years, and in all but 5, you see that regime and niche actors work together. Why is this the case? Well, that's also the way we have set up, and that's very crucial, have set up these consortia. We picked those companies that were willing to really make a more fundamental change. That could either be a niche actor or a regime actor. And then we said, okay, we want to work with you. What are the conditions under which you are able to make that change? Volume of supply, certainty about, demand for the recyclate. And also logistics should be in place, and the quality of the recyclate. That were the main issues raised. And we made sure that we were able together to provide the conditions under which they were really willing to invest. What is the result of my story? Well, if you look at the dynamic interaction between regime and niche actors, knowing that regime actors are most of the time large players, sometimes SMEs, but the SMEs are mainly represented in the niche actors category. When there's no dynamic interaction, the development of innovative products and services can take place, but there is limited scaling up for niche actors. The regime actors, when they have no interaction with the niche actors, there's a tendency to focus on incremental improvement unless they are frontrunners. The dynamic interaction, that is actually where we really have to focus on, and that is the development of innovative products and services with the potential of scaling through support of the regime actors. For niche actors, that is important, and the flip side of it is for the regime actors, there's a willingness to become more innovative through niche actors' influence, unless market opportunities or societal pressures are lacking, and they really have no interest. But those regime actors were not involved. We excluded them. So we had a very focused approach. The last conclusions I like to draw are the following. The practices of regime and niche actors reinforce each other if their activities are complementary. The niche actors are not operating, as is often stressed in the literature and the theory, in protected spaces. That the idea is then they can overthrow the regime if they are strong enough. Well, in practice, you see that niche actors really like to collaborate. And why is that the case? Because in circular economy, also stressed by Oriana, it is not so much a radical technological innovation, it is structural and behavioral innovation, which means that the niche actors are more inclined to be involved from the start. And finally, what I like to stress is that circular economy is a very complex multi-regime change, and that covers so many sectors and product change that you can consider it as a monolithic technological system innovation. No, it is a very diverse system innovation. And that's why we have to be very focused, in my view, on how we tackle that problem, and we follow a very structural and systematic approach in order to reach our final goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we already have extremely interesting food for thought. But unless there is a burning question for clarification, I would encourage you to keep the questions for the roundtable that we will have later on. And in this way, we have the opportunity then to hear immediately from the experience of a city that takes part in the OECD program on the circular economy, Groningen. with Glimina Chakor, Deputy Mayor of the city of Groningen, a city that has undergone important transformations and that has emerged as a regional knowledge hub, also leveraging its the important presence of renowned universities, but that has decided also to put the circular economy high in its agenda, in its development agenda. Please, Glimina Chakor.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation and the possibility to present Groningen on the first round table on the circular economy in cities and regions. My name is Glimina Chakor, as you just heard, and I am the Vice Mayor of the city of Groningen. One of my responsibilities is circular economy, the topic we are here for today. In Groningen, we choose for a specific deputy for a circular economy. To stress the importance of it, we already exploited a lot of activities for circular economy, but in 2018, our council decided, anonymous, to make an overall vision for a circular economy. To make a step further in implementing circular economy in our city. Of course, I want to tell you about Groningen. And as you can see, Groningen is located in the north of the Netherlands. And with almost 230,000 inhabitants, we are the 5th city of the Netherlands. As you can see, we are strategically located. Amsterdam, London, Copenhagen, and Hamburg are the maximum of 3 hours of traveling. And Groningen is also the youngest city of the Netherlands. 50% of the population is under 35. And there are more than 70,000 students. We are also the most innovative city of the Netherlands. We have a fast growing startup scene and vibrant business and innovation scene, and we are the digital knowledge hub for the region. The city research facilities are increasingly specializing on cyber safety, big data, and blockchain. Because of our high population of students traveling by bike in the most common way to travel in the city, we have more than 145 kilometers of bicycle lanes along main roads. We are a knowledge city. Our university is 400 years old, and we have already good developed ecosystems for health, economics, and digital. Because of our scale, it is a natural habit to work together with the university, business, and the government. Also, citizens are very involved. A good example of the Helix corporations in Groningen is Entrance. Entrance, the Center of Expertise Energy, speeds up the transition to clean, renewable, and affordable energy. Scientists, students, businesses, authorities, and social institutions all come together, share their knowledge out our center of expertise. And together we develop the innovation that are much needed for the energy transition and strengthen the regional knowledge economy. Now, our university, as you can see in the picture above, has produced 4 Nobel Prize winners. And as you can see, they're all men, and I think the perfect picture would be completed by a woman, maybe next year, I hope. I want to show you some examples of circular economy in Groningen, hydrogen, furniture, and post-separation. The first one, hydrogen, despite the absence of a hydrogen infrastructure in our country, the city of Groningen started by changing her car fleet into zero emission. Hydrogen is the enabler to realize the energy transition, and we would like to contribute our share to get it to the next level. We reuse 60% of our waste. We are a densely populated city where almost 60% lives in a high-rise building. And that's the reason why we choose to separate the waste after the collection in a special fabric. And our goal is to reuse 100% of our waste by 2025. In the beginning of this year, we had a public tender for our office furniture. Instead of buying new products for 4 years, we asked suppliers to develop a circular model for 10 years in which we reuse, refurbish, repair, and recycle our furniture. Original company won the tender, and we just signed the contract. And as you know, it also fits perfectly in our Dutch frugality. We are very, very happy to work with the OECD on circular economy. The national government set a goal to be circular in 2050, and as a city we want to support that goal. And we are very happy that we can use the expertise of the OECD to identify our specific role. With this cooperation with the OECD, we also hope to be an example to other cities in how they can develop their circular economy strategy. Together we are determined which sector are important for the stakeholders. Our way of working is very outgoing. We have very close relationship with our important stakeholders. They have an important role in the choices we make in our policies. By involving them in our vision for circular economy and using their opinion, we create support for our strategy and vision, we hope, and we are doing that. These are the sectors the OECD identified with us so far that to focus on with circular economy. Our next steps are developing a value chain for these sectors, identify the roles with the stakeholders, and develop an ecosystem for circular economy. I am very sure that together we can make important steps to become circular into 2050. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Again, unless there are burning questions, I think we can then save broader question, issues, comments for the debate, and have now the opportunity to listen from other experiences other regions and cities with our panel, our panelists that I would invite to take the floor and first of all tell us how do they relate with circular economy and the engagement of the business sector, how do they relate with the team, and their experience and the expectations with regard to some of the points that have been raised. I would like in this sense to introduce, first of all, our panelists, André Correa d'Almeida of Columbia University. If you also help me to locate you. Okay, thanks a lot. André is Adjunct Associate Professor of International and Public Affairs and Assistant Director of the Master of Public Administration and Development Practice Program at Columbia University. We also have in the panel Wayne Hubbard. There, thanks a lot, Wayne, Chief Executive of London Waste and Recycling Board of the City of London. Kari Poikela, thanks a lot, Kari, Director of the Center for Circular Economy and Arctic Industry of the Regional Council of Lapland in Finland. So we start having also a variety, I think, of an interesting variety of regional experiences. And Cheryl Robb from, thanks a lot, the Manager, Cities and Regions from the Zero Waste Scotland in the UK. I think we can open then the panel and start hearing from our panelists, and I would invite first of all André to take the floor.
Thank you, Ariana. Thank you, OECD, to have me here today. It was great to meet you in Barcelona. I'm happy that we are continuing our work. Just a clarification, we have 5, 6, or 7 minutes? 5, okay. Just checking my emails. So the key idea that I would like to share with you today is the value of circular data for economic development, cities and regions. And so it's a less material concept of the circularity element in our circular economy, broader principle. And it should not be surprised, the data that we have in the first slide, that on average, larger cities have a competitive edge in terms of wealth creation and levels of income. And this is a panel data since after the Second World War. That should not be a surprise. It should also not be a surprise, unfortunately, that with that average expansion of wealth, inequality is also expanding. Here it's measured based on the urban slum population indicator. This points to an issue that we are all familiar with, which is the internal inequality aspects of urban life. What not all may be familiar is with the information in this slide, is that the issue of development is creating incredible competitive dynamics across neighboring cities. So on one end, we advocate for regional cooperation and city partnership, but reality these days are showing that larger cities and mid-sized cities are capturing most of the job creation compared with neighboring mid-sized and smaller cities. So there's this tension. And I like to use this slide to advocate for a much stronger collaboration within the regions. So that I praise the fact that this workshop and these 2 days have focused on region. And actually, in a conversation with the China Development Bank recently, when I was talking about the idea of smart cities and the whole issue of innovation in urban settings, that it's a concept that it's no longer really relevant for the China Development Bank. Just to give you an idea, they are much more interested in the regional and the province level of development. So just to kind of bring, since before we were talking about neighboring partners from the European Union and European reality, this incredibly important focus on region. And this is just an indicator. Either cities within regions collaborate, or larger cities will involuntarily kill small and mid-sized cities, not necessarily to the benefit of the larger cities. So one of my focus is on this, how the idea of circular city data can improve economic development. And by circular data, we refer to the collection, production, exchange, use, reuse, and sharing of data and business insights between a series of collaborators around the shared set of inquiries. And I want to share this story that I think it's very illustrative of where the part of the problem starts. In 2017, I'm in a Smart City conference in Santa Clara, California. And as I was approaching 2 gentlemen during lunchtime, and I was looking for a table to place my plate, I approached the table, and the 2 gentlemen simultaneously say, "We are not smart yet." This was a Smart City conference with a focus on urban innovation, and I tried to look cool and friendly. And of course, there must be a lot of great stuff happening in your cities. We just need to learn and understand them. And I think this is the problem of building partnerships with the private sector. And I come from this idea of innovation from within the public structures to start with, is that to a very large extent, cities don't know what they are themselves doing. I mean, the mayor may know about 2 or 3 key programs that he uses to run for the position. For example, de Blasio had 2 major banners, flagship program, which was affordable housing, and Vision Zero, which aimed at reducing mortality on the streets to 0. But to a very large extent, there's an incredible lack of knowledge of what's happening in city administrations or local administrations or municipalities, which then triggers a fear of change, further compounded by this tech-centered idea of innovation. Because if we focus on tech and data, then you basically lose 99% of the mayors of the world who do not have $1 million or $5 million or $500,000 to engage in smart city science fiction. So that's the reason why my book calls Smarter New York City as a learning process. But what we then try, and this is now more specifically to the idea of how we operationalize the circularity of data within the city space, is that New Lab, which is the largest urban tech incubator in New York City, and the Economic Development Corporation, approached me one day with this idea that they wanted to apply to city-level concepts of circular economy. And this was the briefing I got. Very well, so I brought on board colleagues from Cornell Tech, NYU, and Columbia, of course, and we developed this concept of circular data. And a very simple example of how circular economy, specifically focused on data, can create value for economic development and within regions is the following. We brought on board 3 startups working on issues of economic development, resilience, with a specific focus on waste, organic waste collection, and mobility. And in parallel, we brought on board city agencies working in these 3 fields. And the question was, how can we build an incentive system, and now in year 2, we are actually building the platform, that city agencies working in these fields can access data that startups are collecting. Data that otherwise they would not be able to have access because, as mentioned, our cities are under an incredible financial stress. So if we think about a data marketplace, demand and supply only from the monetization standpoint, we are losing an opportunity because the large majority of cities do not have this funding. And not all cities are Londons and Paris and New York and Stockholms and other cities here represented. So our concern is, how can we help cities, mostly cities with less resources, to engage in these innovation mechanisms? So the example that we are piloting is city agencies accessing data that startups are producing. One example is Numina, that produces a micro-level mapping that Google cannot produce, micro-level mapping through fleets of transportation and taxis and garbage collection that are offering real-time data to Department of Transportation. In an exchange, startups, or this particular company, is having access to urban infrastructure that otherwise they would not have access to infrastructure. So and to close I don't know how many seconds I still have, if you can help me with how much time I have. The key idea is that if we not think about innovation beyond tech and data, if we don't think of innovation based on the strengths that the cities already have built incrementally, as we've discussed, as so many of you have shared before, we lose an opportunity of creating regional development, and this slide shows just an example of what happens. In our research, we focus on 7 innovation drivers beyond tech and data. And many of them have already been mentioned here. The institutional landscape, networks and collaboration in place, leadership, 7 different drivers. And again, the point is that if we understand across cities how these drivers are driving their local innovation, and our research for all case studies that the book covers, 12 different case studies, we break the case studies in 4 phases, the problem identification, design of the solution, implementation, and assessment. And if we understand how innovation is happening within the city structures, then we have points of entry for the private sector. And the New Lab case, the data sharing example that I just shared, is just an example of, even outside of the monetization framework, we can build value and bring startups on board. And the focus is specifically on startups who typically do not have the leverage, the political leverage and capacity to engage in large bids. Hence why spaces such as New Lab and other labs around the city that provide the interaction between cities and startups can be such a phenomenal learning space.
Thank you very much. I think we can hear from the City of London, Wayne Hubbard.
Hi, thanks. Let's get my presentation up. Thanks. Okay, I'm just going to describe briefly the program that we've established that supports circular economy businesses in London. It's a program run by and authored by the London Waste and Recycling Board, and we are a partnership between the Mayor of London and London's 33 municipalities. So we have a circular economy route map. Like most cities who are kind of thinking of doing stuff in this space. And again, we've identified some key materials or key sectors, and these key sectors will be similar to other cities. You'll be familiar with these. In our case, it's built environment, food, textiles, electrics, and plastics. We arrange our support along those lines, along supporting businesses who operate in those sectors. I'm just going to skip that, I'll come back to that. So we offer two main programs. One is a support program to London's municipalities, which helps them effectively with recycling. And a second program called Circular London, which is about accelerating the transition to a circular economy, and we support small businesses, and we also collaborate with large corporates. And we're very fortunate in London because it's a centre of finance, corporate centre, it's an educational centre, it's a media centre, and it's a government centre. So we try and work with all of those sectors to enable the acceleration of the circular economy to a greater or lesser extent, actually. And we need to do more to work, because we're very fortunate and we're not leveraging that enough, I don't think. So I'll just come back to that slide. So our support for businesses in London is deliberately designed to support businesses from startup to maturity, and we try and have an offer in each of those phases over a business's life. This support is specific to circular economy businesses, and we have a definition of that, which I won't bore you with, but which is fairly standard and revolves around business models such as leasing. I'm going to bore you with that, actually. Such as leasing, design for durability, servitization, which is leasing, and sharing economy, as well as utilising recycled or secondary materials. So we have just launched an accelerator in our offices in London, which is, at the moment is around the built environment. But we will learn some lessons from the delivery of this accelerator, and we may choose another sector, another focus area. I'm particularly interested in textiles, but it could be a food. It could be a food accelerator. But at the moment, it's built environment. I'll talk about that in a moment. And then we have space in the building for incubation. So taking those successful accelerator companies and giving them some subsidised workspace to develop their business model. And then we have just recently invested and launched a venture capital fund where we have at least £14 million, whatever that is in euros. It's probably a lot less than 14 million, but £40 million of money that is ring-fenced for circular economy startups, because we understand that access to capital is a barrier to startups in this space, in fact in any space, but we're particularly interested in the circular economy space. And that 14 million is part of a larger £45 million fund, and so we hope and anticipate that the actual amount that will be invested will be greater than 14 million. One of the first investments actually is one of the companies in our built environment accelerator, so that's already starting to show that through this holistic model, we can develop a pipeline that gives successful businesses that we can start to invest in, and then hopefully we'll generate some income for ourselves, which we can plough back into more work in the space. We're also an investee in Circularity Capital, which is a European-wide growth fund, and there are a couple of really good examples of London businesses there, such as Winnow, who work in the offering professional kitchens, some AI tech that helps them reduce food waste in the kitchen. And underneath all of that runs a circular economy business support program called Advance London, and that's a free consultancy supported by ourselves and European Regional Development Funding, which provides free support to circular economy businesses. It doesn't provide sustainability support per se, it provides business support to enable those startups to develop their business plans, to understand their environmental impacts, and to generate more publicity and access to markets. So,
yeah, I would kindly ask if you can wrap up. Thanks.
That's a quick overview. There's a couple of more slides there on some of the specifics, which you can have a look at, I'm sure, at your leisure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks. I think we can move to Finland. Actually, Kari Poikela from the Regional Council of Lapland.
Hello, everyone. We have had a totally different route to come into this point of circular economy development. We started with the businesses on 2012. You can see on the slide the Kemi-Tornio region, very compact region, but only about 60,000 inhabitants. So we are part of the Lapland, Finnish Lapland, which is a very sparsely populated region. So in 2012, this big industry, forestry integrates, only chrome mine in EU, stainless steel and ferrochrome production company Outokumpu, they asked us that can we help them with the utilization of byproducts and residues. And this was our starting point for the circular economy development. And as you can understand, of course, when it's a question of competitiveness of the industry, and it's very much linked to the resilience of the region. The cities and municipalities always are interested on that point, and so we started with the industry, and we did this kind of process. So first with industry, then we prioritized the development task with the industry, best circular economy service providers, experts, and people of cities. And we continued. 2014, it was about the internationalization and starting to cooperate on the broader level. And then technical background stuff in 2014. And when we have enough background information for the establishing a good backbone for the circular economy development, we invited and committed the SMEs also on the process. And then we tested how this process can work also in northern part of Sweden and Norway as well. And after that we have been dealing in deep cooperation with Sitra, Finnish Innovation Fund. Like mentioned already before, we are a sparsely populated region, meaning that if we want to have new investments, typically there are not enough streams or raw material, secondary raw material to build on the circular economy development coming just from the municipalities or cities. So we could get our potential when we combine the streams coming from the industry and the cities. And in our case, it would be part optimization just to look at the one city level. We need to have a broader perspective on this, and meaning that sometimes we have to look for the Lapland level, sometimes we tend to look also to the northern part of Sweden and Norway, and hopefully in the future Russia as well. And one of our visions would be that we would like to build the common circular economy region involving all of those northern part of Nordic regions. But there is so few people in Lapland, about 180,000. We have more reindeers than people in Lapland. So we need to have good network of cooperation partners on the European level and also on global level. And we have been very active on building this kind of bridges, and we are very happy to be here, part of the OECD work now starting on. So this we did on 2014. And circular economy is so complex issue that already in 2014 we were in the situation that it got too complex. And we have felt that this modern cluster approach has been a very good tool to manage the complexity. And as you can see, I think that these are the main stakeholders when when we are developing the circular economy on a holistic perspective. You really need all of these organizations to on board to really make this happen. And we will hear Mari Pantsar from Sitra later today, so I'm not going to go more deeper into this, but this is very important for the region. From adapter to pioneer. We have to be pioneer and we have to lead. Otherwise, we are just a log drifting down the river. So I would like to be proactive more than reactive.
If you can wrap up, please.
I end on this slide from the Regional Council of Lapland. So there is an alignment between the regional strategy and the concrete roadmap, the developing on the circular economy on the industrial scale. So you can see from the slide that it's a complex issue, and it is more complex in reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That looked quite complex. I'm sure we have later the time to discuss about it. But I would like to pass the floor now to Cherry Robb from Zero Waste Scotland.
Thank you. Cheers. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Scottish experience of working with SMEs on circular economy and working at a city and regional level. Just for a bit of context, Zero Waste Scotland, we're a non-profit company, but we're funded completely by the Scottish Government. We also receive some ERDF funding as well, and that is to support our programmes of activity around circular economy and resource efficiency, and that's very much aimed at supporting SMEs. Back in 2016, the Scottish Government published their circular economy strategy, which is called Making Things Last. Within that, they sort of set out the ambitions for circular economy for the country, and Zero Waste Scotland very much are there to kind of drive that and deliver some of the aims within that. It also outlined a number of key sectors for us, sectors that are really important to the Scottish economy, but also where we see there are a lot of circular opportunities. And just quickly tell you, they're construction, food and drink in the bioeconomy, manufacturing and energy infrastructure. So we do a lot of work in these areas, but in 2016 we also started to look at circular economy more from a sort of city and regional basis as well, and this has brought many benefits, but it means we can start to look at some other sectors, cross-cutting sectors, procurement as well, and start to focus more on collaborative opportunities and keeping resources really circling within these cities and regions. We have projects now in all these areas here. I should say there are 7 cities in Scotland, so we've got live projects in 5 of those cities, and we're developing projects in all the other areas as well. We also have a piece of work in the Orkney Islands. It's a little bit different because it's a very different landscape up there in every sense of the word, but we get some good learnings from there as well. Our largest city is Glasgow's population of about 700, 800,000 people, depending on where you draw the boundary. So our approach has really been to drive businesses to think about taking up a circular economy approach. I'll not go into all of these challenges. If you work with businesses, I'm sure they'll be quite familiar, but I just want to, draw out a couple of things. The support that we have available is very much framed around some of the challenges that we know businesses are facing as they make the transition to a circular economy, and I'll touch a little bit more on that later. Then, we were setting it all within the local context and the challenges that are happening. So working at a city and regional level has been really useful because we're working with stakeholders that really understand the city and the local economy and the challenges they're facing, and then we can make sure that we tailor our activity to help to meet these challenges. Partners are another really important one in terms of the sort of city and region aspect, because we do find businesses, when they're making those initial steps, they're more comfortable working with local partners who they maybe know through existing local business networks. So our approach very quickly has been to identify what the opportunities are locally. We've looked at material flows, we've looked at the political will as well. It's quite important that we've tried to align our activity with what's happening in terms of strategy and policy in all the areas we're working with. And then we're working with local business engagement partners. In most cases, these are chambers of commerce, and that's been really useful for us because they have really established networks with the business community, and we can capitalise on those relationships. And you can see here the main activities that our business partners are involved in. So it's primarily about raising awareness of the opportunities and the benefits of circular economy, trying to get some of those collaborative projects going on the ground. And the final point is around actually working with local stakeholders, because we're at a place now where we really want to try to embed circular economy thinking. So we're working more with the local authorities, with universities, with other stakeholders to see what they can do to drive circularity, be that through procurement, or we're looking at setting up some kind of incubation and innovation hubs. And my final slide is just to touch on the support landscape that we have. So say all the work in cities and regions is really about driving businesses as well as the sort of public sector to make the change. But for businesses, we have a circular economy business support service similar to Advanced London that Wayne mentioned, and that gives one-to-one support for businesses who are looking to make that circular change. That's also complemented by some grant funding that we have available. We have innovation workshops for businesses that are at a very early stage. And we also have the Scottish Circular Economy Business Network that businesses can kind of, when they are established in a circular economy business model, they still can have that kind of support from their peers. And I say the support is essential. Without it, I don't think we would be as successful as we are in the place we are in Scotland just now. We're working just now with over about 160 businesses in our support service, and we've funded over 30 businesses through the grant. And the grant is up to £1 million, so it's a quite significant investments we're looking to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have now a good at least 20 minutes for opening the floor. Yes, please, I just remind you that if you want to take the floor, to raise your name tag. In advance, I thank you for being as concise as possible in order to give the opportunity to as many people as possible to intervene, so to contain to 3 minutes your intervention. Thank you. DG Regio.
Thank you very much. I'm Sander Happaert. I work for the European Commission, DG for Regional and Urban Policy, so we work directly with both cities and regions on circular economy. And we do that by, in fact, implementing 1/3 of the EU budget in investments that go into all EU regions. And in that context, I'm very happy to see that all the three previous presentations, so London, Scotland and Finland, all mentioned support from the European Regional Development Fund. And in that context, in DG Regio, we are now really thinking about how to work more on sustainability transitions in the context of implementing those investments. And it was very refreshing to see in Professor Kramer's presentation how the multi-level perspective of transition management was being applied. And I have a question for Professor Kramer. What do you do with those regime actors who do not want to change, not even incrementally? And that could be perhaps some of the large enterprises or those who manage stranded assets like certain waste treatment infrastructure. Thank you.
Short answer, we leave them aside.
Hello, my name's Chris Radway. I'm a circular economy consultant working for Circular Economy Limited. I've had the pleasure and privilege of working with both London, with Wayne Hubbard for London Waste and Recycling Board, supporting the development of the London Circular Economy Map, which Wayne mentioned, and also for Cheryl in Zero Waste Scotland on some of the circular cities in Scotland. I wanted to sort of ask the panel to comment on how they think, the balance needs to be achieved when working as local actors, how the balance needs to be achieved between doing hard actions such as regulatory measures, economic instruments, fiscal measures, which particularly local authorities can do, and on the other hand, more softer interventions such as stakeholder engagement and promoting joint working through basically using their sort of reputation and influence. I mean, certainly in the case of the London Circular Economy Map, we formed 6 stakeholder working groups covering the 5 focus sector areas, which Wayne mentioned, plus a cross-sectoral area, and had 3 workshops for each of those groups. So we actually had 18 workshops in total, so it was quite a lot of work. But again, looking at the context of London, I mean, London has now got a draft London plan, which is the development plan. And one of the major interventions I think we're quite proud of in London is the potential requirement for circular economy statements to be submitted as part of planning applications for major developments. So I would class that more as a kind of a sort of hard aspect. And I think also the whole sustainable procurement and green public procurement, which local authorities can do, I would classify that as more of a hard influence. But then there is this stakeholder work, which is more of a soft thing. So I mean, I suppose the easy answer to my question is you need to do both, but there is perhaps a balance there, and if any of the panelists would like to comment on that, I'd be very keen to hear a response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would take the other comment from Bristol and then get our panelists respond to this important question.
Hello, my name's Diana Finch. I'm from the Bristol Pound. We're a local currency project in Bristol. It's been a really exciting and interesting discussion. Going back to what Jacqueline Kramer was saying, I think this idea of the niche and the SMEs being where the innovation comes from is very true. And I think that following on from what Dr. Andre Correa d'Almeida was saying, it's really difficult to get that kind of joined up approach to understand at a city level what is going on. So I'd be interested to understand how people think we can achieve that. Certainly at the Bristol Pound, we are aware that trying to build a network of SMEs to really understand what each other are doing is one thing. Trying to then get that to interact with the bigger regional players is a whole other difficulty. The other thing I wanted to just reflect on is some of the drivers, behind why all this is getting worse. I mean, when I was a kid, my mother darned socks. When my kids were small, I darned jumpers. I suspect that my children will never darn anything because they don't have any time, because people are working long hours on very low wages in an increasingly unequal economy. And so, yes, of course, little SMEs doing upcycling, that's great, but I also look at this in the Bristol Pound context, and it is seen as something for the rich consumers because only they can afford to go and buy they can afford to think ethically about their purchasing choices and whether or not to repair the washing machine, even though it would be cheaper to buy a new one. So I would also like to think about how we can link this to the wider economy, because the fact is that people who are short of money, they want to buy cheap things, they'll buy it on Amazon and import it and not think about the impact on the local economy. So how can we make this more real for real people? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would take another comment from DG RDT, please, and then we can have our panelists react.
Thank you very much. I would like to share our understanding on the role of private sector and SMEs in the transition towards circular economy, and perhaps some reflection on what has been said. It seems that our analysis so far shows that SMEs may not be the driver of circular economy transition, or at least not fast enough. And perhaps we need to look into the specific barriers that exist there. Basically, our market organization structure and institutional setup has been developed and perfected for linear economy, and SMEs have this niche role, but probably not power enough to influence the regime. Therefore, if we don't take other measures than just supporting SMEs, we will probably not see fast uptake of circular economy. Then the question is what should be the response, and it can be either radical disruptive change of regulatory framework. For example, we have been discussing tax on primary resources for many years, but there is no political courage to take this step. It would be very disruptive. Suddenly the game, the rules of game would change for everybody. We would have the result, but it could be disruptive, and we don't know the consequences. But maybe there is another way, and this is where we look at public authorities, and especially regional and local authorities, that can help economic actors to be active actors in circular economy transition, and and make profit and provide other societal benefits. We understand that what needs to be in place is certain competencies in the private sector, and especially knowledge competence and also relation competence. What is the difference between competence building in circular economy businesses and in other businesses? There are many elements in common. So many principles and activities that are already done to support business development can be applied for circular economy businesses. But there are also certain specific competencies that are specific for circular economy. One of those is to understand the potential of circular economy at regional scale. And we see very good examples, and the example of Lapland or Scotland, where public authorities actually help to identify this local potential and then help local businesses to use this potential. But another example can be, for example, the region of Flanders in Belgium, where there is publicly funded authority that actually analyzes what are material flows, what is the structure of industry, where there are opportunities. Or one example from the Netherlands, there are public authorities that even make this kind of analysis. We want electric mobility, so we will develop policy in the future to have radical increase of electric mobility. But what is an opportunity that in 5 years we may have supply of end-of-life traction batteries from electric car that can be reused as stationary energy storage that we need for our renewable energy transition. This kind of analysis cannot be done by a startup. They don't have all the information. So therefore, we need somebody who is able to integrate these things and identify these opportunities and provide this knowledge to SMEs, to large companies, whoever can act on this and use this information to build business around it. Another specific competence may be this relation competence, which is to place a new business in the circular value chain, or even better to say to start changing the whole value chain, which means what was said already, to be able to influence actors upstream and influence actors downstream, and this is not easy, but again, public authorities at regional scale have specific position. They are honest brokers. They are not competitors. They can facilitate this process of integrating circular economy actors into regional value chain, to facilitate collaboration, to make this collaboration to be long term and secure, by providing different kind of guarantees, be it financial or other form, so that they de-risk and enable this kind of collaboration. So this is why we have kind of expectation. We see enormous potential in public authorities at the regional scale to be really important actors to enable businesses, private sector to participate in circular economy transition. Sorry for long.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. I think we have a comment also by Anders Wittmann.
Yes, thank you. Building on what was just said, I think I failed to understand how we are going to have the kind of movement we want to see unless we seriously look at the policy frameworks at EU and national level. And to tax pollution, to tax resource use, energy, etc., today amounts to 5-6% of tax revenue in European countries or member states on average. And while I do understand the comment you made that to tax primary resource use is looked upon as risky because it may lead to disruptions. But for heaven's sake, we are going through disruptions all the time, through the market. Look at what the digital revolution means to sectors, companies, individuals, etc. So I think unless we really start advocating seriously a tax shift, I fail to see how this is going to happen. I mean, we will have some good examples at community and municipality level and in regions, and we will make some progress, but the overall system will continue to be driven in the same direction. Short-term profit maximization within a system where most producers don't pay the full cost. I mean, we have to talk about the elephant in the room. So, and I happen to be very close to Ernst von Weizsäcker. He turned 80 the other day, by the way. I met him the first time in 1989 in Gothenburg at the celebration of the Volvo Environment Prize. He gave a speech about the ecological tax reform. and it was about externalities, and he made the point, we will probably never agree exactly how large the cost is of the respective externalities. But we know that they are not zero. So let's move step by step towards a system where we lower the tax on labor and we raise the tax on resource use and on different kinds of pollution. And we can tell the business community over the next 10 to 15 years it will look like this. I think it makes very, very good sense. So I understand your comment, but I get sort of frustrated because we are walking around the bush.
Thank you very much. Jacqueline Kramer, I think you wanted to react.
Well, the last comment of Anders, I completely agree, and everybody in the room probably agree. The hardest thing, and I have been a politician, is to get this message across and be implemented. And as long as we can't show that this is the way forward, we have to give all kinds of examples and build up the pressure, and the pressure from society, from industry, to really push this message ahead. So it is not that we only advocate a bottom-up initiative just because it's bottom-up, but it is to strengthen the societal pressure. That's the way I look at it. And indeed, the first speaker also stressed this point and said, well, you know, the fundamentals, that's it. Yes. But we all know how it works in the political arena. So what I try to do in practice with the local government is what we can do. We strengthen that so much that it is clear what has to be changed, and advocate that and put pressure that way. And if you look at the instruments local governments have, well, in the first place, public procurement is key. They can really steer the market. And they need to implement that systematically, and then the market needs to change. Also, the idea of course, public consciousness raising and finance, all fine. But the other thing that the local governments can clearly do is build ecosystems. And building ecosystems means that not only businesses need to change, but they as well. They need to make sure that the conditions under which the new system can work are created, and that can be done locally. They can, for instance, in many examples, I couldn't give them, but they can steer the procurement strategy. They can create volume. They can organize a new system by new logistics. They can also, through public procurement, make sure that the demand is present for the recyclates. So there are lots of things they can do. And of course, they also need what I call transition brokers, that are people like me and other people like Arjan, that can help build these new ecosystems. And that is actually the message I want to get across. It is not the typical box of instruments that we use to implement to get this off the ground. It is an ecosystem set of instruments that we have to get across.
I think we have a few other minutes to also have some reaction by the panelists, given the questions that were raised. I think that also the last comments we heard are very much on this issue that was raised of the balance between the harsh measures and the softer type of initiatives, system building and networking and raising awareness and pressure. Please.
this has been mentioned shortly before, but I would emphasize the enabling possibility of demos and pilots. Through those small and large-scale pilots, we could test how different kind of even policy regulations could work in regional level, and that could be also a good encouraging incentive. Other incentive could be Mr. Misika had a very good slide about incentives, but I'm also thinking about the incentive because typically SME, when they are building a circular economy solution for the bigger company, they get aid for this funding for this transition. But also for the bigger players, it is always a risk when they turn something in their process. So we could also think incentives for the transition period of making this change to happen, because there are always risks, and de-risking of this could be one key element. Other challenge can be for the SMEs to have credibility in the eyes of big cities and also in the eyes of large-scale enterprises. So I think that the cluster can be one solution for that, because cluster can give credibility for the SME. They can like pre-evaluate the level of circular economy innovation. So that could be one good point also to emphasize on this.
Thank you. Andre?
Yeah, thank you. Two brief comments. I don't think I would dwell too much on discussing what comes first, whether institutions top-down or industry bottom-up, because that's like at least a 100-years-old discussion, and the practice is that both work hand in hand. So this is an effort to reconcile some of the comments that mentioned before. Markets and institutions will go hand in hand, and I'm fine with that. The other comment is, and it's sometimes not a problem, a challenge that I find in many of our meetings and conferences and gatherings is that we talk about incredible bright futures and possibilities, and rarely we talk about risk and error and mistakes and as if innovation was just a linear process of goodwill. In a meeting recently, in a book talk at SIPA, School of International Public Affairs, former Mayor Michael Nutter asked me, Andre, you are so excited about innovation from within public structures and partnerships, but how can you convince a mayor to engage in an innovation movement or process or agenda if he has elections within 2 or 3 years, and the best case scenario, the best move for him is not to do anything at all? And the answer I come up with is that typically participation is viewed as time-consuming and burdensome, and you know it's Oriana as maybe the best case an example here in the room to share how difficult it was to bring everyone together. But participation can actually be a risk mitigation strategy, because just as a financial expert would say, if you diversify your portfolio of investment, if something goes wrong, you have your risk spread. So the idea of participation can also be used to address risks of change, saying that if something goes wrong, the mayors can also distribute the responsibility across a larger group of players.
Thank you. Professor Akins?
Yeah, thank you. Some brief comments. I've learned an enormous amount, and I think it's fantastic what is being done at the city level. But I'd really like to pick up on the kind of comments that Anders Wijkman was making, specifically with respect to business models, which is something that a number of the presentations have brought to light and have mentioned. And a kind of perception that there are these business models out there which somehow will enable the private sector to sort this problem out. I see my old friend Fernando Diaz sitting down there, and in a Horizon 2020 research project that finished a couple of years ago called Policies for a Resource-Efficient Economy, he did an exhaustive, systematic review of circular economy business models, something in excess of 150 of them. And this is all published in the journal Ecological Economics. And the extraordinary thing about this survey of business models that I read was that basically they work, provided that you have entrepreneurs of extraordinary skill and commitment who are prepared to work very long hours for practically no money. Now, I'm sure we all know those kinds of SMEs and those kinds of people, but we're never going to make a mainstream economy until the circular economy is within the grasp of ordinary entrepreneurs working normal hours, getting at least average wages. And in order for that to happen, the whole system conditions of the economy will need to change. And the thing I'm really interested to see whether the kind of bottom-up, top-down motivations that I see coming from a country like the Netherlands, where you have a very important city like Amsterdam, which is pushing at that level, and clearly it's a hugely important city, both in the Netherlands and in the wider arena, with these kinds of government 2050 commitments that Jacqueline was talking about earlier, and perhaps even was partly responsible for putting in place. And it will be really interesting to see how that develops, whether actually you can make more progress this time than you did with your last national environmental policy program. Because I was given the privilege of peer reviewing this in 1999. Yeah, it started in 89, the National Environmental Policy Program. I peer reviewed it in 1999, and the commitment there was sustainability within a generation. So the adoption of very clear science-based targets over 25 years in order to achieve sustainability within a generation. Well, even my maths is good enough to know that 2015 was the target period of that sustainability within a generation. By the time I got to peer review the program, it had been abandoned, and Dutch environmental policy was doing other things, precisely because it was not possible politically to embrace the kind of radical innovations that we're hearing about from the European Commission. So it'd be really interesting to see whether this new movement from the bottom up, with Amsterdam, and there's London over there, and there's Groningen, which is also very exciting, and, you know, with some kind of national support, whether that's going to be enough this time. I can't say I'm going to hold my breath, but I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I suspect if you do a survey of any startups, you'll probably get the answer. They have to work incredibly hard for not a lot of money, whether it's in the circular economy space or any other space. I think that's just, you know, when you're starting a business, that's part of the problem, and that's why we offer them support and access to finance, which is what they need to survive. What I would say is, yes, the problem for us is how we then scale this up. So we've done lots and lots of busy work, and we now need to shift the dial. We need to stop being incremental, and we need to make a significant impact. And how do we do that? With the levers that we have as a city. We're not a national government, so we can do lots of things. And my view on this is that, as London, from my perspective, obviously, we can be the network that introduces the corporates, the global corporates, to the innovative companies who are coming through. And there are some examples of that, actually, although we're under NDA. And we can work with corporates to do that, and that takes a London idea or a city idea and it becomes a global idea or a super regional idea. So that's one way we can scale up. We also have the ability to use our municipalities, and at the moment our municipalities are kind of somewhat distant, I feel, from the work that we're doing with circular economy businesses because they don't see the immediate links. So we need to frame this now in terms of how they can save money by reducing waste, by providing them with a plethora of tools that can help citizens to reduce their waste. And I think that goes back to the Bristol comment, which is well taken actually. And the beauty of the circular economy, it seems to me, is that it goes from the very global to the very local. So we can tell people about how they can share food waste at a local level, surplus food at a local level, using technology, using apps like Olio or Too Good To Go or a plethora of other similar things. We can tell them how they can share clothing, how they can rent clothing, how they can lease items, which, you know, is not something for the rich, this circular economy actually. The problem that leasing companies have, or one of the issues, is that financiers see it as their counterparties are high-risk counterparties because it was perceived that you lend to poor people. So anyway, that's, I think, our challenge, scaling up, and as cities we can use these two big things, the innovation to the corporates and using our citizens and making sure our municipalities promote these tools to citizens so that we can really bear down on waste and ultimately bear down on consumption-based greenhouse gas emissions, which is, I think, what we're all about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 3 last comments. I would really kindly ask you to be as concise as possible. Amsterdam, Inno4SD, and Oslo. Amsterdam, thanks.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I work at the innovation team of the city of Amsterdam, and we work a lot together with businesses, with startups, with SMEs. And I often get the question like, yeah, you have this major transition goals as a government, so you ask us to solve it, and we have to take all the risk. It's already been said. And I think, and I don't always have a clear answer back, like why they have to fully take the risk. And of course, yes, we are providing instruments. We're trying to do a lot to help them, but they are still in the end bearing the risk. And they also say, and I think we have to realize that very well as governments, that once they get back to us and they need us for certain things, for example, changing of regulations, space for experimentation, legislative or also physical, like zones where there are less regulations, also data, process coordination, shaping PPS consortia, or acting as launching customers, we often don't respond at all. We are often not able to really understand what it is to be an entrepreneur. We don't speak the languages, and this causes really major frustration amongst the entrepreneurs. There are some people at the front who try, but when you get really try as an entrepreneur from the outside location, or try to reach the inner domains of or people within a government, nobody gives hope. And it's really a structural thing, and I think as long as we're not able to solve this, we will not succeed in actually scaling up like sustainable innovations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the introduction, Professor Ekins. Just want to follow up after very briefly on the issue of having an exit strategy and how relevant this could be for cities, because the examples that we see is that cities investing time and resources in supporting SMEs and in supporting the creation of the market. But at some point in time, when the market starts to be created, isn't there a need of sort of a follow-up and uptake or upscaling, as they call it in the Netherlands? So what would need to happen? So one of the things that we identified in this project of poultry is not only about the business model, but also the creation of circular economy / resource efficiency / green innovation / eco-design as a service that currently is being done by knowledge institutions or by business intermediaries, which are non-for-profit. But eventually, those are SMEs or those are potential ventures, and potential agents that can actually do that as part of their core operation as a business. So we are now focusing a lot on subsidizing the take-up of things and the creation of the ecosystem, which is absolutely fine. But one of the things that we hear less is about the divestment strategy, for example, or the exit strategy, because otherwise, how can you continue? How can you create the continuum? You can do so much with public procurement, but you have X amount of budget as a city for procurement. So B2B operations and provision of circular economy services as a knowledge-intensive services currently is done from a non-for-profit of public investment point of view, and there is a lot of potential for that to become an actual business operation. Think of B Corps, for example, and I'm just gonna stay there as a reflection on what would need to be, the next phase of the strategy of implementing and the take-up of the markets of circular economy, and in particular for the role of SMEs, a different type of SME, not the SME that produces artifacts, but the SME that actually uses knowledge, and being knowledge intensive to accelerate business models and market transformation. Thank you.
Thank you. Oslo, for some final comments.
Thank you very much. From the city of Oslo, Håkon Jentoft, but also the coordinator of the Urban Agenda Partnership on Circular Economy, which are focusing on barriers on local level and city levels for introducing circular economy. And I can see that a lot of those barriers that have been discussed here today is the same that we have identified. But the one I wanted to raise now, and also to link to what we have been just discussing with SMEs, is the legal barriers, and how cities could be the helper for small businesses, startup, innovative businesses to have a better regulation. Because that's also a special skill to improve regulation, to propose changes in legislation. And what we discovered, the first thing that we discovered was that, for God's sake, don't define anything as waste. Because if it's defined as waste, then it's impossible for us to use this as a resources. And that's not how we wanted regulations to be. It should not be a regulation that are a barrier in itself to a circular economy. And at the same time, we have done a huge research into all the regulations of using bioresources, and we can see the same all over in existing regulations, that there are barriers for small businesses to start up to use the bioresources in a better way. And I think that's a very important role that we as cities could have in the future, to identify barriers and find a way through the regulation processes, either at local, national, or on EU level, to have a change in those regulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that the discussion will continue more informally at the break and later in the day. We have now, in fact, the opportunity to link some of these dots, some of the points being discussed, with an important agenda at the OECD, that on responsible business conduct. So I'm pleased to leave Christina Tebarles, who's heading work at the OECD on responsible business conduct, to conclude the session. Thanks.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I promise that I will be short because I know that lunch is coming. So responsible business conduct is a relatively new activity at the OECD. My unit was created 5 years ago, and our focus is the implementation of the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises, which are one of the world-leading standards on responsible business conduct, and I hope that at least a few of you have heard about them. So all your governments have adhered to these guidelines, and they are recommendations from governments to business on what is expected from them to be a responsible citizen. And the key theme of the guidelines is that companies should do good while doing no harm. I mean, which sounds very simple, but can be very complicated to put in practice. One of the tools to achieve this for companies is that they should carry out due diligence to identify what are the risks that they have of causing negative impacts on society and on the planet. So the expectation is that companies look at their own operations, but also at their operations through their entire supply chain and identify what are the risks to others, to the environment, and how they can limit those risks, either preventing them, addressing them, minimizing them. And of course, every company has some kind of negative impact on society or the planet. And we work a lot directly with business, which is a bit unusual for the OECD, which normally works with governments or local governments. We are one of the few parts of the OECD that works directly with business. And we work with all businesses. We don't work on social investment or on green investment. We work with everyone, with the companies that have a very bad reputation, that they do a lot of harm. But I mean, these companies exist. They are part of the ecosystem, of the economy. And what we do is try and help them implement the due diligence through their entire supply chain. And of course, a responsible company, and this is also part of the OECD guidelines, a responsible company is also responsible for the resources they use and the emissions and waste they produce. I mean, this is an integral part of being responsible, identifying the resource use, how to limit the use of resources, how to limit the production of waste, how to limit the emission of dangerous substances. So this is, the circular economy is really part of responsible business conduct, even if the term is not really used, and I'm sure that the OECD guidelines don't even mention circular economy. But the recommendations that are included in the guidelines really reflect the principles of a circular economy. So as I said, we work a lot directly with companies, and especially with companies that have huge impact. We work with mining companies. We have a whole program working on companies in the garment and footwear sector. We work with companies in the food and agriculture supply chain. So these are companies that have real issues in their operations and in their supply chain. So I will just summarize a few of the issues that we hear coming from businesses and that might be useful also for you as part of this ecosystem of working with businesses, which include SMEs. I mean, when we talk about multinationals, it's not just huge companies. It can also be smaller companies. And of course, SMEs are part of the supply chain of larger companies. So of course, they are also part of this whole debate. So one of the things that we hear over and over again is that companies have so many demands from society, from governments, from investors on doing certain things. They have to respect the OECD guidelines for M&Es. They have to respect the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. They have to deal with climate change. They have to deal with biodiversity issues. And we often hear this demand, well, just clarify what we should do. And in fact, there's a whole, and I think this was said earlier, I mean, I wasn't here at the beginning of this roundtable, but I think it was said that there's so many terms that are used: sustainability, responsibility, circular, green, etc. And I think what is really useful for companies is just to connect the different dots, to make a connection and say, okay, if you do your due diligence and try to follow the guidelines and the UN guiding principles and the Paris Agreement, you're already contributing to the SDGs. And by engaging in a circular economy, you're also contributing to the SDGs and you're being responsible. So by doing one thing, you can meet already several of these demands. And actually what we have been doing, one of the next publications that we are going to produce is this connecting the dot. I mean, how do these different demands on business connect together, and how can one action by one company, or one positive action, actually contribute to these different demands? And we haven't included circular economy there, but I think that's something that we could do. How can we bring in the circular economy into these demands? So just clarifying these demands and connecting the dot is probably very useful. A second one is incentives, and I heard this a lot during this discussion. I mean, companies that are doing the right thing really also want to be rewarded for that and see that what they do is not just good for the sake of it, but that this is being recognized. And certainly public procurement is a key incentive, and this was said several times. And actually, we are now engaging with the governance directorate here at the OECD on including responsible business conduct in public procurement. We're just starting this project, and I think this would probably be also an area where we could bring in the circular economy into how could the circular economy be part of public procurement, because it is part of this being responsible for companies. Another incentive is, of course, the financial sector. Access to finance is often very difficult for companies, and I think here municipalities have a huge role to play. I mean, they can provide finance to companies, but they can also use their resources, for example, to bring companies together to engage in knowledge exchange, which was another issue that was mentioned, I think, by the gentleman from London. This collaboration and knowledge and knowledge exchange is very important. Another incentive are, of course, local taxes. Through taxes, you can also incentivize and disincentivize certain behaviors. And then leading by example, municipalities, I think, have a huge role to play in leading by example themselves in engaging in a circular economy. And a very simple example that I saw recently, I mean, well, this was at the UN. If you want to buy a coffee at the UN conference center, you have to buy the cup. I mean, you don't get a plastic cup anymore. You have to pay. You pay the cup, and you get the money back if you give back the cup. I think that makes a lot of sense. And they, of course, do it also to lead by example. But I think this is something that any public institution in their cafeterias could really use. So just leading by example, and I think that generates a lot of innovation also. We often hear also from companies that everything they do is seen as negative, that there's a lot of focus on what they do wrong, and we don't pay attention to what they do right. And I think certainly highlighting the opportunity of the circular economy and highlighting the positiveness of the circular economy is a good way also to highlight the positive aspects of being responsible, especially when you look at the long term of the impact by a company. SMEs came up a lot, of course, and we also work with SMEs, although I must confess that we work largely with large companies. SMEs have a lot of challenges, but they also have a lot of opportunities. I mean, they are smaller, they are more resilient. They are often led by younger people who are much more aware of the need to be sustainable. So we certainly see in our work the SMEs as one driver of innovation, and not just someone who is part of the supply chain of a large company and has to be told what to do. I think the reverse is also a very important aspect. SMEs can provide very good ideas also to their customers. And also SMEs know their own impacts much better. So in that sense, they can also provide lessons on how to manage these impacts. They are often much closer to the impacts. So by being integrated in supply chains, they can share that knowledge with others. And yeah, I think I will stop here. Maybe just to take up the issue of knowledge competence and relation competence. I think also here this symbiosis between SMEs and municipalities is a very good ground to nurture this knowledge competence and relation competence, because it's all at a smaller scale, and this knowledge can then also be brought up to the higher levels of government and to the higher levels of larger business. So I would finish here. I think there are lots of opportunities, and I think personally we should work, as part of my work on responsible business conduct, or my team's work, we should work much more also with our colleagues on working on cities and on circular economy. And I think that's what I personally will take away from this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think this is a very good conclusion of what has been a productive and long morning. So for the lunch, I have some housekeeping announcements. Is in the atrium at the bottom of the escalator. But before the lunch, there is the family photo that was postponed. So please, if you can gather I think, outside for the family photo. And the return back is at 2:30. So an hour for family photo, lunch, and networking. Thanks a lot. Okay, we're about to get started now for the afternoon session, first afternoon session. Okay, great. Well, welcome back, everybody. So we're now in our post-lunch session 3 on the circular economy and inclusive growth and the opportunities at local and regional level. So my name is Karen Maguire, and I'm the acting head of a division that focuses specifically on questions of local employment, skills, and social innovation. So I'm very interested to hear all of the speakers and your comments and suggestions in this field, because we all know that when it comes to environmental issues, sometimes different populations don't feel included, either because they were not part of the design or because there's a communications effort that needs to be made to help them feel included. So we're going to talk a little bit. We have this sort of similar format, as you know, from the morning. So we're thinking about how the circular economy can help reduce inequalities, enhance inclusive growth, and favor sustainable production and consumption patterns. This also involves new forms of working across different levels of government and different sectors. It involves a lot of different topics. So I think, we'll try and go straight into the matter, because we have a lot of people that want to share their experiences and their thoughts, and then we want to make sure we have ample times for questions. So why don't we just jump then right into the vif du sujet, as they say in French. So we'll start with our first keynote speaker, Mr. Anders Wickman. Now, he is chair of the Climate KIC. If you don't know what a KIC is, it's a Knowledge and Innovation Center, but I'm sure he's going to explain a little bit more about that. And he's the former co-president of the Club of Rome. This KIC is a major public-private partnership in the EU to promote innovation for a low-carbon economy. So we're very pleased to have Mr. Wickman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's see whether this works. Yeah, no. Well, it's not the way it should be, but yeah, okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. We agreed that I would be here today quite late in the process, so my comments will mainly focus on the European context. I apologize for that, but I haven't had time to really integrate more fully the rest of the world. That's not neglectance, it's just a lack of time. Secondly, as Paul said this morning, this concept of the circular economy is of course not new. Having been a member of the Club of Rome since the 1980s, you may recall our report in 1972, which basically focused on one thing: we cannot continue to increase human footprint decade after decade. We never questioned growth per se. We said you cannot continue to grow the footprint. Unfortunately, it has been growing and is still growing. And we very often compare today with the situation we had when our societal and economic model emerged some 100 years ago. Then the world was empty, and the main constraints were infrastructure, competences, labor, of course, and financial capital. Today, the main constraints are resources and, of course, all the externalities. I don't know whether a circular economy will address this effectively. Nobody knows, but we have to try, of course. The main motives for moving towards a circular economy have primarily been linked to the risk for resource constraints, increased pressure on ecosystems and biodiversity, pollution and carbon emissions. And as we all seem to agree, linear material flows represent a major waste of resources. Huge values are lost when most materials are only used once. We did a study in the recycling industry a couple of years ago in Sweden, and we came to the conclusion that not only aluminium is not used effectively, most materials are not used effectively. Plastic was the worst. We asked the question, if you put 1,000 euros of plastics into the market, how much of that value remains after first use? Less than 8% on average. So that just shows that it's not only a question of pollution, possible resource constraints, ecosystem decline, it's also a question of throwing away. And here, throwing away is very, very useful as a concept. Throwing away a lot of money. So the whole system is really in need of change. The social aspects and benefits are of equally great importance, but have not been discussed much. But I've been close to a guy called Walter Stahel for many years, and he has all the time emphasized the social dimension of the circular economy. And today I ran into Alexander Leville, and he has the same approach, that if we are about to change the economy, it's not only about materials and financial values or material values, it's also about people, very much about people. As I indicated this morning, I don't think we are going to be successful unless we look upstream at the policy frameworks. I already alluded to the need for a tax reform. I think I also made an intervention advocating strongly for design criteria. You shouldn't be able to put on the market in Europe products that are not designed for reuse and recycling. A third issue that you have already touched upon is, of course, public procurement, the role of the public sector. I was reviewing public procurement for my government some years ago, and one of the major findings was that public procurement officials, they lack a lot of competencies. And they are also normally not really high up in the hierarchy in cities and municipalities. They are pretty low on the ladder. Their influence is rather limited. So to enhance both their status and their competencies is a major issue, And finally, of course, another issue that is so important in terms of policy is to realize that material throughput and material use is a major question in relation to carbon emissions and climate change mitigation. We have concentrated almost all our efforts on energy systems, rightly so, but the other side of the coin is material use. And basic materials like steel, cement, copper, aluminium, plastics amount to some 20% of carbon emissions. If you add textiles and electronics, you have another 10%. So however we look at it, and Paul made the reference to the need for new infrastructure in the world, we simply have to do things in a different way. Now, when we look at the social aspects of this, I think there are enormous opportunities to address many of the social challenges that we are confronted with, from widening gaps in terms of income and wealth, jobs, meaning, belonging, and social cohesion. And if I start trying to give priority to what I think is possible, is first of all, I think if we move towards a circular economy in all its aspects, we would have a chance of improved standard of living for ordinary people. Wealth creation in general is likely to increase. There are many studies, Ellen MacArthur Foundation, the European Commission and others have pointed at that. The local economies would get a boost by lower expenses for waste and residues, reduced pollution, reduced cost for health, etc. I also think that disposable income is likely to increase as a consequence of shifting the tax burden from labor to resource use. I know it's going to be tough, but it has to happen. And of course, there is a likelihood for job creation. Social cohesion is also likely to benefit. The social economy, the circular economy is likely to give a boost to social cohesion through its focus on moving from selling stuff to offering services, the sharing economy, the establishment of leasing centers, repair cafes, tools for reuse, bikes for rent, mobility services, etc. That's a kind of society where people interact and interconnect in a much, much more full way. We will also likely have improved quality of air and water through less pollution. If we concentrate on nature solutions in cities, we have another benefit. And I also strongly believe that poorer households will benefit from new types of low-cost services. I heard the comment earlier today about, is this only for the rich? And I think it's an important question. But if we do this right, I think that low-income households would benefit. Now, when it comes to jobs specifically, I was party to a study that, by the way, Paul has referred to in his paper. By the way, Paul Ekin's paper that will be presented tomorrow is a very good paper. I would like you to read it all. We did a study where we looked at 7 European countries, and we asked the question, what would happen in the economy if we move towards more renewable energy, if we enhanced energy efficiency and material efficiency, including moving from selling stuff to offering services, including extending product lives, etc. And by and large, our conclusion was that after 15 years, and there is of course a transition for this to happen and a lot of investments of the right kind, we were likely to reduce carbon emissions by 2/3. And we would create a lot of new jobs. It looked a little bit different in different European countries, because Poland was one of the countries we started, Czech Republic was one, Finland was one, Sweden was one, but more or less the same picture. The jobs would be local and decentralized, and preferably where objects are in use and their owners, users are situated, not in some distant countries. But I agree with Paul that, of course, to claim materials in a global chain, supply chain economy is not easy. But that also speaks in favor of, over time, the economy becoming more regional. And I think with 3D printing, etc., that's going to happen anyhow. We have seen studies by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, RAP, EU Commission, that confirm more or less these results. If you look at ILO Green Jobs report, it tells you more or less the same story. And the studies done by cities like London and Amsterdam also confirm this kind of trend. And the main reason for the positive effect on jobs is, of course, that an economy focused on reuse, refurbishment, repair and maintenance, recycling and remanufacturing, it should be the other way around, remanufacturing and recycling, and by high-quality services is more labor-intensive than increasingly automated manufacturing. And no doubt the potential exists for reindustrialization of regions by giving priority to managing existing stocks and molecules. This is the language of Walter Stahel. If you haven't read his book, The Performance Economy, I strongly recommend it. The quality of jobs will, of course, be a major challenge. Many of the new jobs will be of a service nature, but some will be in relation to waste management. And there we know that there are quite a number of low-skilled and low-paid jobs. So we have to be very, very cautious about how that is emerging and developing. We also have, in this particular area, an informal sector that makes up more than 1 million people, informal recyclers in Europe. And that ought not to be forgotten. Then I come to a more philosophical point. Human capital in the form of jobs is unique. Human employment is renewable as a resource, and its quality can be enhanced through education. We will experience robotization and automation increasingly, but if that is done without recognizing the qualitative dimension of human capital, it will in no way be optimal. By the way, the head of not Instra, Jeff Mulgan, Nesta, in Great Britain has written a fascinating article about combining artificial intelligence and human intelligence, and showing that there are certain things that artificial intelligence can do, and there are certain things that only humans can do. And if we don't recognize that, we are not going to be successful. So the contribution of human and human capital is crucial. And I think we should really put that at the center of the agenda. And here again, I think Alexander Leville has much to contribute. So finally, and this is only very rhapsodic, I think the circular economy should be seen as an instrument to deliver decoupling as part of the bigger picture of societal and cultural transformation. And I think it's very, very much needed to marry the environment and climate-related objectives with the social objectives. And now is a unique opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anders Wickman, for that very helpful overview, talking about some of the main policy issues that we need to think about, the frameworks, and then in terms of jobs, thinking about the location, the quality, just to highlight that the OECD has estimates that overall about 14% of jobs are at very high risk of automation, and another almost third are highly likely to change, and so how all of this fits is going to be very interesting. So I think we'll move now on to a spotlight on one of our case studies. Oh.
There's one thing I should have said towards the end. On the one hand, Climate Kick that I represent, we have put up a number of deep demonstration projects in different regions in Europe where we try to aim at exactly this. So if somebody is particularly interested, please come and talk to me. Secondly, one person that I think writes beautifully about the need for this integration is Kate Ravert in her most recent book, Do Not Economics. And I could hear that Kate is inspiring you in Amsterdam. I think she brings together the planetary boundaries and the social boundaries in a beautiful way.
Great, thank you very much for that addition. So we're going to look a little bit at one of the case studies, Valladolid. So we're going to ask Ms. Rosa Huertas Gonzalez, who is the director in the Treasury, the Public Function and Economic Promotion area for the municipality. They have done a lot of work that I think will be very interesting for the discussion. They have 67 circular economy-related projects, and they have a really interesting roadmap, and job creation, of course, is one of the elements. So thank you, Rosa. We look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much for inviting us to be part of this inspiring event. First, I would like to present my city to you. Yes, we are a medium-sized city, but in fact we are the biggest city in the northwest of Spain. We are well communicated and located, and we have income and employment rate above the average. We have a long history behind us because Valladolid was even kingdom of Spain in other times. But we are now a city that is fighting to be a pioneer city, medium-sized city regarding circular economy. Well, another picture just to show you what is the context about the circular economy in Spain. We have a national circular economy strategy. It has been under public consultancy, but it's not approved yet. But the cities have been working together through the Spanish Federation of Municipalities. This launched two years ago the Seville Declaration, that is the city's commitment to a circular economy, to foster and support the call cities for a circular economy made in Paris 2 years earlier. So the Spanish Federation of Municipalities also approved some months ago a guide to help cities and towns design a strategy for circular economy, and the city of Valladolid played an active role drafting this guide. These are the main drivers for us to starting this transition towards circular economy. Of course, responsibility. We know that this is a priority, and as a local government, we can stand aside, but of course, this is a shared responsibility. Of course, there is a challenge. We have to fight environmental, economic, and social problems. And for us, there are, of course, these are problems that we have global problems, but we have to face it locally. In the case of social problems, we suffer unemployment and the problem of young people leaving the city in search of jobs, in spite of being an university city. So we also have this circular economy as an opportunity, the potential of circular economy to face all these challenges with a cross-cutting approach and under an integrated and collaborative way that allows the city to become more resilient. We also see it as a way to improve the policies, let's say the classical policies in a city, such as water, waste, mobility, energy, use of public space. So circular economy fits in our current strategies and drive us to develop right connections between them. But we are very interested in the opportunities that circular economy brings to foster economic growth with new or renewed business or more added value. New business model. Since unemployment is our main social problem, the opportunities for job creation are key in our visions. Both job creation, both from new activities or from changes in business that require adaptation. That is, create green jobs and social employment of higher quality and added value. But we also want to carry out this with equity, since circular economy can have a positive impact both in non-qualified jobs and high-qualified jobs. So 2 years ago, we launched our roadmap. Of course, there is political support, there are budget resources, there is also technical cooperation. So in the end, we have this cross-cutting approach, and in our case, I want to outline that since circular economy is not a question concerning only waste management, recycling, it is much more than this, and this is why in our case is the innovation agency that relies on the Economic Development Council is the one who takes the lead and not the environmental one. So we have this cross-cutting approach. So this is our roadmap. I'm not going to go into detail, but of course for us it's important to have a special focus on promote circular economy among companies, businesses, and the entrepreneurial ecosystems. So I am not going to go through all the actions we have designed in our roadmap, but I would like to take some minutes to present to you our call for subsidies in order to promote circular economy, because this has proven to be a tool that is helping us in different steps of our roadmap. You can see here that there has been an important increase in the budget we devoted to this call, and there are different kinds of beneficiaries, not only companies, but also non-profit organizations. And we have different kinds of projects regarding training, implementing, demonstration, different kind of projects, even actions to raise awareness and disseminations. So here you have some key facts about our subsidies. I don't want to bore you with all this technical information, but I like to highlight something about regarding the criteria to select and assess this project. the importance of job creation. This is a mandatory criteria, that is a selection criteria for companies, not for a non-profit organization. For them, it's only awarding criteria. So it's very important, the focus we put, because we give them more scores, the more jobs you create. And also, other important thing is the important for us in eco-design, because we are looking upstream, as you said early this morning. So on this slide, you can see the 22 projects we got in 2 years ago when the first call was launched. So are different kinds of projects related to training, implementation, research, demonstration, and concerning different areas like water, energy, food, waste. You can see even the interactions between them and even in what ways some of them are related to different areas. An important thing is that we have created a kind of network with all the beneficiaries involved and work closely to them, and even try to boost synergies between them and even with other projects we have in the city. So in the second call, we got 39 projects that are now ongoing. I want also to mention that we have another important action, is that the support that the City Council through the innovation agency is giving to entrepreneurs. We have a general and complete program to support with training, mentoring, financial support, co-working spaces for all entrepreneurs, but we have developed additional and specific actions, and not only in order to promote new businesses, but also help existing companies to become more circular. And as an example, we have developed a special event that we call Circular Weekend. So along this weekend, we launch circular ideas, and we help with presentation, workshops, and advice. And also we have some post-event mentoring session for the best projects. So up to now, we have held 3 editions. The first one was held at a national level, was even held in Valladolid. So we have more than 100 participants. And other important thing is that we have got European funding from Interreg program to develop a project called Circular Labs. Well, we have different objectives, as you can see in the slide, but I think that this project is going to help us to scale up the things we have been getting with our calls. We are going to have a network of circular labs. One of them is going to be in Valladolid, and different actions regarding training, workshop, conference, and also having a marketplace. But of course, I don't want to finish my presentation without mentioning the milestone that had been for us to be a case study in this program. We are getting a lot of advice and expertise. They are helping us in the diagnosis and in the drafting of an action plan. Indicators and evaluation tools are going to be very important. For example, it's very difficult to measure the impact that the creation of jobs is having. Just to set an example, from the 22 first projects, we get, let's say, 37 impacts. That means new jobs or improving jobs. That is, jobs that were part-time jobs that are now full-time jobs, or even jobs that were temporary that are now regular jobs. So, but it's very difficult to have real indicators to measure this. And of course, OECD is helping us in communication and dissemination, and of course, this is an example of networking and mutual learning. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Rosa. I know that people are probably going to have a lot of questions in the discussion period about concretely these different initiatives, what's worked, et cetera. And I also find very interesting that you highlight job quality, not just job quantity, which is another big issue that the OECD job strategy is also trying to raise in terms of thinking about job opportunities. So that's great. So before we go to the sort of discussion portion, I think we'll go straight to some of our other panelists. So we have 4 more panelists, and I'm going to just first introduce who they are, and then we'll go to each one of them. They're all around the room, so that they can each give their 7-minute 5. Okay, 5. I guess you've gone down to 5 after lunch. So you've been well nourished. So your 5-minute intervention, so we can kind of keep up the accelerated pace and then get to discussion. So first, and we'll make sure that you get the little mouse for the computer, Mr. Alexandre Lemille, who's over here. Thank you. Co-founder of the African Circular Economy Network, and he'll be able to illustrate some of the possible social impacts of the circular economy with a special focus on African cities. We have Mr. Nicola Marchesi. There we go. Senior environmental specialist with the Environment, Climate and Social Office at the European Investment Bank, and he'll be able to talk a little bit about how EIB's support to circular cities has been taking place and show some concrete projects of how that works. And I guess there's no pun on the concrete, the word concrete in that. So Mr. Vasilis Liojkas is over there in the corner. So coordinator of the Circular Economy Interministerial Working Group and an expert advisor at the Ministry of Environment and Energy of Greece. And he'll be able to talk about some of the progress that Greece has made towards the circular economy, the National Action Plan that's been recently endorsed by the Government Council for Economic Policy, new recycling law, and circular economy dialogue with businesses, and lots of activities. So you've been very active, I guess, in promoting circular economy. And then we have finally Mr. Yann Françoise. There we are. Thank you. So he is Director, Head of Climate, Energy, and Circular Economy Strategies at the Urban Ecology Agency and the Parks and Environment Directorate of the City of Paris, France. And so he'll be able to talk about some of the circular economy plans for Paris itself and the circular actors and jobs associated with that plan. So thanks. So we'll start with our first speaker, Mr. Lemille.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for inviting us as the African Circular Economy Network. I don't know if we can have the presentation. Yeah, great. Okay, so that's the African Circular Economy Network with the website. Basically, it's a network that was launched in South Africa a little less than 3 years ago. And it's a non-for-profit organization, so registered in South Africa. We promote circular economy across the continent, and we are active in 29 countries now. In each country, there are teams of experts that are identified given their skills and being based in country. And they have 2 major roles, circular economy awareness, advocacy, as well as identifying circular economy related projects across the continent. And what's interesting is with Africa is that it has always been somehow circular continent, although it has lost a bit track lately. But we make sure that we will identify most of the circular economy opportunities. And we are also connected to international networks. We work with ICLEI Africa. We participate to most of the European Union seminars on circular economy. The last one was in Ghana. The next one is in Senegal. We work with the UN Environment, University of Cape Town, World Economic Forum, and start working with the African Development Bank. I am here with my colleague Muriel Diaco in the corner over there. She's executive director at the network and focusing more on the Francophone African countries. Given the issue that we are facing in Africa, basically it has been red flagged in all environmental criteria by the World Bank. There is no other choice than going for a responsible economy where there is the nexus between the economic and the environmental, but as well embedding the social dimension. So we have no other choice than building a restorative African economies that generate well-being and prosperity inclusive of all its people. So the social dimension, when you have economies that are 50% of less than 20 years old and often 50% unemployment, you cannot not choose a model that do not embed in its DNA the social dimension. So basically, we advocate for new forms of economic production and consumptions, and with the objective of regenerating the environmental resources. Obviously, you cannot see, and I'm not able to read as well. I need my glasses. But basically, these are a few of the projects that we have identified across the continent. We call it a circular continent. Several of these countries have already implemented sustainability or environmental roadmaps, plastic bans, e-waste decrease, and green economy plans. In South Africa, you have, for instance, Caterpillar involved in remanufacturing activities. In Ivory Coast, you have Lono, Côte d'Ivoire, which is a permaculture company that implement permacultural techniques in Abidjan. In Morocco has a green economy plan. Algeria is investing in renewable energy. Kenya is very active in low technology solutions, and so on and so forth. So in Mozambique, they have studied circular economy in a sugar factory. Zimbabwe is famous for its Eastgate shopping mall, where we mimic termite mount air conditioning system. So it's the only shopping mall in the world following biomimicry principle and only using 10% of its air conditioning system on electricity. The rest is just natural systems and mechanical system following nature. What else? The thing is that I can't read, so so basically you are. I mean, these. I believe this map is available on the LinkedIn group as well as on our website. Some obviously, as well as the Great Green Wall. We have participated to some conferences at the African Development Bank before 16 countries building a green wall to stop desertification of those countries and looking at how to implement circular economy principles within this wall, which will welcome a few hundred millions of people under its shade. Some of the projects that we would like to highlight where we believe there is a social impact thanks to circularity. The Western Cape Industrial Symbiosis Platform, which is one of our co-founders. This is financed by the City of Cape Town, and it's an industrial symbiosis program which invites most of the companies around Cape Town and the Western Cape to share their resources and to identify resources. So following industrial symbiosis approach. The Nexus Food, Job, Food and Energy from Sanergy in Kenya, where you have sanitation systems under franchise. So this is run as a business. Once we collect the human residues, this is used. Sanergy uses to transform them into compost, into soil fertilization, so to provide food as well as energy. So an interesting approach. Just imagine if we implement that across the board around the planet. Job, food and energy again, at least this is what's written on the paper of the Wakanda city project within Kigali in Rwanda, where they are building a green city, a waste-free city based on biogas and other renewable energy from its DNA, from scratch. The Abuja Biomimicry City, based on the biomimicry principles. So interesting two projects, hopefully with a social impact within those city projects. I just mentioned Lono in Côte d'Ivoire, which is based on permaculture, so training people and investing in permacultural projects around Abidjan and outside of Abidjan. The urban mining program of PACE, the platform for accelerating the circular economy that was launched last year together with ACA, focusing on electronic waste program, so behind with the support of Dell, HP, and the big guys. This is a program which is being launched, so electronic waste collection, valorization, being launched in Nigeria with the aim of being spread across the continent. And lastly, food security by Umgibe, which is a small NGO in South Africa, but now with operations in Uganda, where they install a frugal innovation system to provide food to poor people in Africa, and especially in places where there is not much space to grow food, so townships and peri-urban areas. And this is a very successful circular project. Yet we believe at ASEN, and I believe personally, that the social dimension and the social impact of circular economy is not guaranteed in the circular economy concept. Why? Because it's not written in its DNA. So when the concept is not being designed around the social dimension, we might skip it, and this might be a challenge for future generation, and as highlighted by Professor D'Almeida, inequality is a major issue in the future together with resource scarcity. So we try to follow at the African Circular Economy Network a model based on circularity of systems, but with the end of being providing well-being for all its citizens. So we have on the left-hand side the biosphere, and on the right-hand side the technosphere. But in the middle we insert what we call a human sphere, where we consider humans as nature and humans as energy. We are renewable energy once we eat and we sleep every day. So from a planetary perspective, from a circular economic thinking, there is a third stock of resource and flows of energies when you look at the planet, which are the humans, and it's a growing stock. It's the most dynamic stock. So how about saying 9.7 billion people might be good news because of the potential of energy and potential for nature. So we have obviously to shift our mindsets and consider ourselves as circular beings, on one hand, to adapt to the biosphere. So how are we going to replace some of the disappearing environmental functions as human? And on the other side, just what Anders Wichmann mentioned, how can we value human labor by dropping tax on labor and increasing tax on resources that are becoming scarce? And we will be designing a model that leads to well-being for most of the people, what is called here the strategy of advancing humanity, by ensuring humans adapt to their biosphere and are valued in their technosphere. And this model could lead to regenerative activities, so they are not necessarily paid activities, but at least rewarded in a well-designed systems, and lead to restorative jobs, so most of them being paid for in the technosphere, instead of just jumping into technology straight away, looking at the human sphere as a potential for innovation. Thank you very much, and we are here to answer your questions together with Muriel. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Lemire. And I think there's this interesting perspective of how to re-envisage, in a sense, the whole paradigm. So thank you for that. Mr. Nicola Marchesi, you now have the floor. So I try to remind speakers just to try and keep to time a little bit, just so we have enough time for questions. It makes it a bit livelier when we have the question periods.
Okay, thanks. So I'll try to present it very, very briefly because the number of slides given to us was very, very short. So I had to cut it down by 1/3. And try to present briefly what EIB is trying to do in the circular economy sphere. I have to anticipate, as many people probably know, that EIB is a completely policy-driven institution and driven by the EU legal framework and the EU policy framework. So, of course, the EC has been very active in the circular economy agenda, and we follow suit on what the EU priorities are. I will just present briefly our mantra and how that applies to circular economy and cities in particular. Our mantra is lending, blending, and advisory, meaning that these are the three main things we provide. Lending meaning we provide money, loans. Blending meaning we try to combine our loans with possibly grants or other source of cheap money, which can make our financial offer more inviting. And we provide advisory to make sure that with projects we finance are well developed and well designed. So this applies also to circular economy in cities. I just try to squeeze up there some sort of basic statistics about what we've done in circular economy in the past years. And it's been accounting for approximately 2 billion in the years between 2013 and 2017. Of course, this is a reclassification of our database based on what would represent a circular economy project according to our standards, which are basically the ones of the European Union. So just to give some examples, one example would be the project we have been financing in Amsterdam, with the main beneficiary being the Port of Amsterdam. We basically set up a fund providing advisory guidance on what criteria to use for funding projects and which project will be financially eligible. And we have been providing also providing sort of the seed funding for also private funding to crowd in, so that the private funding element becomes an important part of the picture, which is the intent, given that we want the whole thing to become self-sustainable at some point. And of course, this has been part by the European Fund for Sustainable Investment, which is part, as you know, of the wider scheme for investment in the EU that EIB is implementing on behalf of the EU. Other example specifically on the advisory area would be the support of the city of Kolding, which in the context of the development of the Marina City has asked EIB for support in developing circular economy solutions and a circular economy strategy. So basically we have been providing technical assistance to develop these items, and of course the whole purpose of our advisory is that at the end some viable project emerges that we can finance and support financially. So we also try to share knowledge, which basically is in the form of guidelines on what represents circular economy for EIB and what is eligible for us for financing under the circular economy umbrella. And recently we also issued a specific document on cities, which basically reflects some basic logical steps to try to address circular economy in the city context, which is very similar to the logic that Rosa proposed earlier. So it's just common sense, just to planning ahead, try to ensure that you first have a full picture of what are the potential priorities, what are the material cycles that you want to tackle, try to not to tackle everything at the same time, try to put priorities first, and then try to start into action, and then most importantly, to monitor and measure what the impact is. And this is a very important point, because as a sort of concluding remark, I have to say that the EIB is a financing institution. It's not an institution which creates circular economy projects. We finance circular economy projects, and we are completely powerless if the projects do not come to us. We can support them in some form and shape with the technical assistance, but this is not our core business. Our core business is to finance these projects and to set up financing models that actually are sustainable and bring also advantage to the local community. So there are various elements here. We are a part of the equation. We're not a solution. We come at a sort of the end of the pipe in a way. So all the work that, for example, the different cities around the table are doing, and once they become bigger in scale and they become more viable and more, let's say, ambitious, we can sit down together and look at what can be financed. The project we finance do not have to be big. They don't have to be huge, although on average our average investment would be 50 million euros. But in the context of this kind of topic, the obvious thing is to do intermediate financing when we can actually have funds or credit lines which are really focused on small investments which are focused on circular economy. And the other important point to close is that, of course, the monitoring aspect is also something that is it's crucial to the whole thing, to the whole process. And also in this area, we're very ill-equipped in the sense that once we finance a project, we have very little means to actually monitor whether what was the original plan is actually achieved. We try to embed into the project this monitoring system, but it's on the promoter side to actually make sure this monitoring system exists so that we can reinforce the logic and prove and show that the system works. Thanks.
Great, thank you so much for giving us a perspective of part of the chain, the financing chain. Next we turn to Vasilis, who's going to tell us a little bit more about the Greek example, and the mouse is on its way.
Thank you, Chair. In 5 minutes, only photos I can show, but I think I can give you some thoughts. Circular economy for Greece is not just an element of the roadmap for exiting the crisis, because Greece, you know, that had a period with economic crisis and now is starting to stand up and make some steps according to its growth strategy. So circular economy is not just an element, but a necessity, a need, and a chance connected with environmental and public health protection, with job creation. 16,000 jobs can be created only by implementing the new waste management legislation according to European studies. SMEs investment, collaborative economy, and of course, as it has been said by Mr. Anders and Mr. Alexander, circular economy has a social footprint. This is the opposite result of circular economy with a negative social footprint. You know, I'm sure that you know this campus. There were not campus for holidays. In the right photo, you see a perfect example of a separate collection of resort streams. The prisoners take all the things, the belongings of the other prisoners, shoes, teeth, hair, and everything that could be used. Circular economy, but so it is nothing that a technical issue or an issue without some impacts. So in our case, we tried in our National Circular Economy Action Plan and strategy that we have in our country. We tried in these 4 fields, regulations and legislation. We made the recycling law, the new energy communities law, all the waste management legislation has changed, and many other things. Financial tools and incentives, subsidies for the entrepreneurs, incentives for the local administration to provide industrial symbiosis, and also environmental industry. There is the field with actions of knowledge, awareness, expertise, good practices. We have a lot of events in this case, with the support of the European Commission the last months in very specific projects. And the governance is the other field to coordinate all this plan with the 35 actions, with timetable, large dialogue discussion, indicators, and an interministerial committee to supervise this. Of course, many of the actions are connected with at least 5 up to 7 SDGs that are connected with the circular economy. I would like to speak, to show 2 concrete things of these actions. The first one was the energy community law that was established in 2018. And in a few months, there were more than 60 energy communities. The framework, this law gives the framework to the teams of citizens or teams of municipalities or teams of companies to produce energy only using ERS, renewable energy sources. So this is a picture of one energy community in a city named Agrinion in West Greece, that these citizens were interested to participate and made the first discussion to participate in their energy community for aeolic generators. And many of them are citizens of this city or farmers near there. And there are many good impacts as benefits for the people, because this initiative is financed also by the government. Not only this, all the energy communities have incentives. In another municipality, the municipality of Fili in Attica, where is the largest landfill of Europe, the largest in Fili, is the landfill of Attica. This municipality created an energy community to restore a part of the landfill and put photovoltaic equipment there and produce energy for 5,000 for free for 5,000 households of the municipality. And many examples like that are for the energy community. There are many other examples that I cannot show you now. This is only indicator. Reuse and reciprocity hangers. Here, 12 sculptures, stylists plant these hangers, and everyone who wants to get rid of useless for him things but useful for others, children toys, clothes, any useful, can put it in these hangars that are in specific places of this municipality. There are many examples of initiatives like that. Biodiesel from bio-waste, for example, to move municipal vehicles in another municipality, or the social plate that makes the project that makes in in the framework of Interreg, the central market of Thessaloniki, the second town, the second city in Greece, the central green grocery market, let's say, and the social plate is given to many institutions to help people that need food and everything. Now that the triumph of cities is obvious, according to all these things that we have heard today, and I will not repeat the numbers and that show this triumph of the cities, I would like to focus in another view that I tried in the beginning, asking Mr. Ekins to that. I think that some things must be deeper. We must see deeper some things in the mega cities that now are too many, and also we have in our country. For example, symbiosis of extremes in the same cell, the extreme inequalities that are in the same city, the bottom-up growth and arrival cities. These are arrival cities, and all the initiatives are grown from the bottom. There are different flows of trade, trends, ideas, practices, cultures. And anyway, if you want to examine the DNA of the solid waste management in megacities, we will see these four very important, in my opinion, factors. The global input, we take mobiles from China and we cannot close the loop into the region. So local output. We have complex interactions between stakeholders, local patterns, heterogeneity, and the behavioral component becomes crucial of this. So we must see not only the infrastructure of the waste management, but we must see a systemic change. We must see a new science for the cities, a new urban science. This is the last slide that I saw, Ms. Maguire. It is a little strange. In an experiment that was in a Chinese city that made some scientists from our country, there was, they counted the real rows of the people in a city of this Chinese city, Huangzhou, and they realized that all the studies that we make are static. And there was completely different, the rows of the people that were moving during the day in the city were completely different from the plan that we have, and we manage the waste and all the other solutions. Maybe we could use the new technologies. Here you can see how you can use the citizens as sensors with their mobiles and count in a reality, in the real conditions, what is happening in the city. Thank you for your attention. I remain at your disposal for any discussion.
Great, thank you. You gave some big picture issues, some national policies, some local examples, so very rich presentation. Our final speaker before we open it up for debate, Mr. Yann François from the City of Paris.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I will try to be short. As you know, in 2007, City of Paris adopted a very strong Paris Action Plan to commit and to try to tackle climate change issues for the city and the territory. But years after years, it appears that it's, of course, very important to mitigate our GHG emissions, but one of the main drivers for that is to develop and accelerate circular economy in our territory. But circular economy are very difficult words to understand for a lot of stakeholders, and it's why Mayor Hidalgo in 2015 decided to create a General Assembly gathering 200 stakeholders from companies, citizens, NGOs, scientists, and cities around Paris to define and design what does it mean circular economy concretely for us, our territory. And this General Assembly delivered a white paper, proposal 65, propositions for the territory, how to accelerate. And of course, some of those proposals are directly the responsibility of the City of Paris. And it's why in 2017, the City Council of Paris, after this wonderful base, developed and adopted the first Paris Circular Economy strategies, and following by two recently roadmaps in 2015 and 2008, in 2017 and 2018, you understand? And classically, there is 30 initiatives. If you look at the first one, is on classic thematics on circular economy, on waste management, public construction, public procurement, of course, our responsibility to accelerate by public procurement. But thanks to those initiatives and maybe the communication around them, it appears for new actors that, oh, it's possible in my sector. I already made finally circular economy, but I do not know how to accelerate. And we have new demands, for example, from culture domains, from museum, from exhibition and event manager, producers, that how I can do circular economy in my domains, how I can win money thanks to that too, how I can reduce my waste topics in these sectors. And in the new one, you have now initiative on culture system. But for us, one of the main priority too is how to develop and make more and more companies in our territory involved in circular economy, and specifically to connect social and solidarity economies to circular economy. And it's why we created 3 years ago a new facilities called in French Les Canaux, based on the north part of the Canal of Paris, and developed a specific program to accelerate circular economy connected to innovative economies and social and solidarity economy. One of the programs, for example, on the middle one, the social starters, is a free program to accompany new young startups, young entrepreneurships, to connect to different cities' public procurement, to explain them how to answer to public procurement. If you look at the Booster Circular Economy, it's an 18-month training program for producers of furniture to help them to design their products, to design this, and understand how to develop a logistics supply chain available with circular economy in local activities, to develop the marketing, but also how to find new funders, new funds, insurance, and standards. And the last one I want to focus is ESS 2024. You have understood in 2024, City of Paris will welcome the Olympic Games. It's a very important challenge for us. Usually when you create Olympic Games, you have a lot of works, a lot of public works, a lot of mobility, and generally only reserved for major company and not for small company, and circular economy is not the first topics. So we try to have two main jobs. First, to convene and to make advocacy to international Olympic Games to have circular economy and social and solidarity principles in their market and public procurement, and to connect the major company to the small entrepreneurships in these topics, and the other way, to prepare the small entrepreneurships in those domains to understand how to answer to those markets. And we have dedicated a specific program and people to help them to answer for that. But we talk a lot about all the benefits of circular economy on environment and so on, but we do not know how many jobs we created around circular economy, generating on our territory. And it's why it's one of the main indicators of our strategy, but we do not know how to assess. We work with the State Observatory Statistics to adapt it last year one of their method to assess green and social jobs in France. But there is no method and no data gathering at the local level. I don't know in your different countries and cities, but when you downscale to get the data, it's very hard from the national level to the local level. So we try to adapt this method. And finally, after 6 months of this survey, published on our website, paris.fr, and sorry, only in French for the moment, this survey published and reveals that circular economy generating in our city 60,000 direct jobs in our city and represented around 7 billion euro on added value. It's a small economy for the moment, 3% of Parisian jobs, but we have the figures on this topic. Now we are going to try to follow these figures every 3 years because to gather the data to assess we need time. But now we have figures to talk with policymakers, decision makers, to connect that this program is, of course, an environmental program, a social program, but also a business program. And we know where we have to develop more and when we can assess different added value for the future. That's my short topics on circular economy. We have the pleasure to answer to your question, but also with Anita Ravik behind me that some of you knows already, the Paris specialist on circular economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne-Françoise. And as a resident of the Canal, I'll have to, I guess, walk a little farther up to check out the atelier. I think also just highlighting the social and solidarity economy, I think is a very interesting point for colleagues to keep in mind because often not only sort of environmental or social impact, but often they also try to seek those that are perhaps less easy to integrate into the labor market as well as part of their efforts. So now we're going to open up for debate. We have a few key questions that were dedicated for this session. First, really a focus on the inclusive growth and the inequalities. So a lot of people have talked about jobs and job creation. So if maybe there are some examples of how you've tried to address the sort of polarization or reducing inequalities in your locations. What does this mean for the skills to prepare, given the future of work and changes in the labor market? And then a little bit more about maybe some of the interesting practices. Several of you have raised programs in your talks. Maybe one thing that you don't always put on the website is what you learned that you don't want to do again, and maybe you might want to share that in this intimate setting, cast on OECD Web TV, but at least with a relatively close setting, just so because it's one of the benefits of having people come together is to be able to share in a more candid way some of their lessons learned that they wouldn't be able to do in some of the official reports. So we'll open it up for questions. So all you have to do is, as you know, raise your flag, and we will take a first round of questions. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we'll start over here with our first set of questions. So we'll take the questions, and then we'll let the relevant panel members who gave talks at different points to be able to respond. So please, your first question.
Well, my name is Gorka Spin. I come in representation of Belém Malaga municipality. More than a question, I would like to introduce our little project that we are developing in our municipality, and how this project, well, it's a transformative path from how a town council can develop a project in circular economy area, and how this could lead into opportunities at the local and regional level and social innovation. As Mr. Pavel from the European Commission was talking in the morning, these local authorities can lead a project and move some public administrations to accomplish a project. In our case, it's a project from the Urban Innovative Actions Program from the European Commission with the European Regional Funds. And we found some main constraints to start our project, mostly related to the human resources and public procurement. These main problems maybe allowed us to contact with different administrations too, and these administrations who previously we contacted in the beginning and didn't maybe show the final product of the project, and then we gained their collaboration, and we are signing collaboration programs to develop this project. Our project started mainly because we found two problems in our municipality related to construction wastes, and we lack some a bit of our town directly disappeared due to the environmental situation. And then these issues we accomplished, we are trying to make a productive construction waste recycling plant, and the interesting thing of this project is that somehow integrates social or citizen associations, business associations, public administration, and also the investigation factor through the University of Malaga. So we are seeking for new products to resolve the situation of illegal construction waste drops that are in the city, and also we are developing a new beach and a new business economy through the environmental consideration and the participation of local participants.
Okay. Thank you. Next we have the Commonwealth for Local Government Forum.
Yes, thank you. And I guess we're talking about inequalities and inclusiveness in cities. And there's a famous study, I'm fairly sure it's done by University College London some years ago, which showed that if you took the London Underground, the metro, in Westminster, a very prosperous part of London, and you took 10 stops to the east of London, which is a very poor part with lots of inequalities, lots of immigrants, your life expectancy goes down by 1 year on each underground stop. So if you live to 80 in Westminster, you only live to 70 in Mile End in East London. And I think this inequality, I think, has a direct bearing on our discussions, also the circular economy. And just for 1 minute, I want to be a devil's advocate. And the devils I'm talking about in this case are the political populists, the climate change deniers, the people who oppose carbon emission zones, the people who challenge probably everything we are advocating around this table and who say it's all political correctness. And I think Donald Tusk put it very nicely when he once said about the British populists that they had a special place reserved in hell, which I thought was a nice quote, which I fully endorse. But the point I want to make is this brings me to what I think our colleague Jean-François was saying. I was very attracted by what Paris has done, and I'd just also like to finish with a question to him. I think it's really essential to involve stakeholders. It's really essential to engage the population. It's really vital that the mayors, the local leaders champion the circular economy and, get hard facts like 66,000 jobs, 7 billion euros. Those are real stunning figures. And the question I have to Jan is, how did you select the stakeholders, and did you also manage to bring in some of the socially deprived groups in Paris? And secondly, what you're doing to get this good news out, because I think this is the message we've got to get across. Otherwise, we're going to end up with people like Donald Trump or Boris Johnson saying, they're more interested in Pittsburgh than Paris. But in that occasion, of course, the mayor of Pittsburgh rebutted Donald Trump and said, no, Paris is important to Pittsburgh. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Some great questions that you will be able to answer after we go around this first round. So, Civity.
Yes, thank you. Sharing is often seen as a valid method to reduce resources, reduce resource consumption, and to develop new markets. I would like to share a different view on sharing with you. On the occasion of the market entry of scooter sharing in Germany, like three weeks ago, we did a data analysis regarding the scooter offering and the user data. And we found out that the number of movements per scooter per day in Paris, as we are sitting here, is between 2 and 3. So each scooter is only moved 2 or 3 times a day, and the distance they are moved is between 2 and 3 kilometers, which is between walking distance and biking distance. So our conclusion is, our preliminary conclusion is, it's a hype. It's not a real solution to the problems the cities have. And my question in this topic is, how do you assess impacts of measures, of instruments, of how do you really check if it's worthwhile, what is expected from instruments? Thank you.
Thank you, and I'd be also curious on the trottinette that we see as well around our cities. Bristol Pound.
Thank you. Yeah, I was also going to talk a bit more about inequality, and just I think a couple of things have come up. I was interested in hearing about what's going on in Africa, and I suspect that the kind of poverty that we're talking about in Africa might be very different in quality to the kind of poverty and inequality we see going on perhaps in rich northern and western cities. And so whereas you might be combating real hunger and lack of access to affordable resources, often, and I'm not talking about the very poorest in society, I would agree that that is also a problem with food poverty, but actually when you look at the problems of the poor in the rich north and west, what we're talking about is unhealthy eating. It's about choices of how money is spent. There's aspiration to have the latest this and and people are very driven by advertising, and therefore I'm not sure whether, Anders, you are correct that having access to shared clothing and shared household equipment or whatever else, it's a nice idea. I'm not convinced it's going to get traction. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Columbia University.
Thank you. A quick, like to make a point and then ask a question very briefly. So when I think of the word local and regional, and I'm looking at the title of the conference in general, the workshop in this particular session, when I think of the words local and regional, I don't see them as interchangeable. I mean, for me, there's an operational distinction between cities and regions. And for me, the idea of region is that there's some sense of collaboration across jurisdictions. So that's now my question. So because sometimes I wonder if we are using the word cities or local and regional the same way. And I think we are not. And I was just stating what I imagine being the operational concept of region, collaboration across jurisdictions. So my question is, does any of the panelists work or know of any example in your countries of collaboration between cities within the same region to address some of the questions that we have, featured in our slide? I'm very curious and interested to understand more about and learn more about collaboration across jurisdictions within the same region. Thank you.
Thank you. A very appropriate question for our group that looks a lot at these questions here. The European Commission, DGRT, you had DGRT.
Thank you very much for the floor. Excuse me. Until now, we have spoken mainly about job creation, effect of circular economy, but I think that we should look really more broadly about distributional effects. And I will give you one example when we started to reflect on this aspect. We received kind of application for funding from the local Spain utility company that wanted to introduce circular economy approach in wastewater treatment and to apply new technology to recycle water and use it, use nutrients rich treated wastewater in local agriculture. And they showed us the economic aspects of this, and there was clear prospect for generating profit from urban wastewater. But the project or the plan of this company was to use the profit to basically reward stakeholders, while the source for this is provided by citizens who have to pay for wastewater treatment, and for some portion of the population already this wastewater treatment fees are on the border of affordability. So the question for us was, there is efficiency in the system through circular approach, generation of the value, but who benefits from this value? Why cannot the profit from the circular approach in urban wastewater treatment plant be used to lower the fees, at least for poorest inhabitants of the city? And again, it seems to me that this is the aspect where local and regional authority may have certain power in certain situations, in certain circular economy models, where the value created can be distributed in a just way. And we have not seen a proper reflection on this aspect of circular economy so far. And one implication is also that there is a possibility that this undermines one of the very basic principles of environmental policy so far, that polluter pays. If pollution becomes a source, perhaps polluter should not pay. I don't know. I don't know the answer, but yes, the basic question is a value can be generated, and this value should be distributed in just way.
Thank you for that. Next, we're going to go to Terawatt Initiative, please.
Thank you very much. I have one question and one suggestion, maybe. The following. I mean, when you're talking about circular economy, it's part of sustainability of the city. When you have a city with circular economy, then it's a sustainable city. And part of sustainability of the city as well goes for health and education. So don't you think that there should be a bigger focus on the consequences on health, positive consequences on health of circular economy? I think this is an issue which has not been really addressed. When you were talking about water, and water is part of the health. Because we're developing now, this is mainly for Africa, but I guess it can be addressed everywhere. We are developing a project whereby we provide multi-utility access to electricity, water, and waste management to improve access to health and education in African cities with, I don't know the equivalent in English, I mean, university and hospitals. And part of that, they have to disseminate the knowledge for health and education, which is very important to get to the sustainability. And I think all what we've been talking today is you have to address the health issue as well in this part of
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. I think our last intervention before we go to some of the panelists up here, and then for Mr. Francois to respond to some questions here. So we have CEMR. So last question before we then go to some of our...
Thank you. My name is Axel Griffon. I'm working at CEMR, the Council of European Municipalities and Regions. We are a European network of cities and regions. I wanted to mention the work we are doing in the framework of the Urban Agenda, the EU Urban Agenda, which is a new multi-level method to work together with cities, regions, member states, European Commission, and network as CEMR. And the aim of this urban agenda is to improve EU policies and how they are implemented in Europe. There are many partners in the room that are represented in the Partnership on Circular Economy, that is part of the urban agenda. And within this partnership, we have proposed a set of actions. And one of these actions is focusing on urban resource center. And these centers are local places in a city that promote and enable sustainable consumption. And in this center, we have found out by implementing this action that you can definitely promote inclusive circular economy, involving local communities, disabled people or people away from jobs. So it's one of the good practices that we have discovered in our work, and it's something we wanted to highlight. And we have published a study that is showing these good practices, and it is now available on the website of the Urban Agenda, which is called Futurium, and you can find it on the webpage of the Partnership on Circular Economy.
Great, thank you very much. Mr. Eakins, please, Professor Eakins.
Yeah, thank you. I'm in grave danger now of being misunderstood, so I'm going to say from the beginning that I don't suppose I like inequality any more than most of the people sitting around this room. It's remarkable that nevertheless we don't seem to do very much about it, and in my society that's become more and more unequal since the days of Mrs. Thatcher in the 1980s. But I do get concerned at the way in which we're mixing the discussion about circular economy and inequality. And I think we're in danger of making circular economy policy so difficult as to be effectively impossible. And to me, that's very much what's happened with environmental taxes. When I spent an enormous amount of my life on environmental taxes, and the hurdles that environmental taxes are expected to jump over in order to be implemented are so high and so difficult that effectively it is never done. And very often that is because of the distributional issue. If you find one old lady in a house that is going to be negatively impacted by an increase in energy taxes, they get on the front page of the tabloids, it becomes politically impossible to introduce those taxes. But with the sleight of the hand, politicians increase other taxes all the time elsewhere that have exactly the same kind of impact. The purpose of the circular economy idea, to me, is to reduce virgin material extraction and associated environmental impacts so that the future generations have a habitable planet to live on. That's kind of where the idea comes from. The idea of inequality is to improve justice and fairness within the current generation. And that is also very important, although, as I say, with a few honourable exceptions in countries that are largely represented here, we don't actually seem to care very much about that in practice, from what I see in real-life politics. And clearly, as our friend from the European Commission said, we need to analyse the distributional impacts of policy. We should analyse the distributional impacts of all policy in order to be aware what it is we're doing. But if we insist that circular economy policy uniquely must have no losers anywhere, then we won't have any circular economy policy. It's as simple as that. And we really need, therefore, to get real about the realities of trade-offs, of making the bureaucratic administrative adjustments that we can make for distributional reasons. And environmental taxes, I've seen so often that people who in their normal lives don't care tuppence about inequality, suddenly when you propose an environmental tax, especially when it's on their motoring, they suddenly get terribly upset about poor people. Although that's the first time in their life they've ever given that matter a thought, and you wonder, yeah, I wonder where that's coming from. And then, of course, they create a big political stinky. So clearly it's a crucially important issue for feasibility and other reasons, and basic fairness and justice reasons. But let's not make the hurdles that circular economy policy has to jump over so high and steep and difficult that everyone has to win, 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 because then we simply won't find the policies that, that will do the business.
Yeah.
Mr. Wickman.
Yeah, I can only second that. This being said, what we have not really touched upon in this discussion today is the fact that, at least I have noticed, that what we call populist or nationalistic or authoritarian political parties in Europe, there is a tendency that they are going against climate mitigation policies increasingly. Migration is still a major issue, but I sense, at least in my country, in Sweden, that they are starting to question some of the climate mitigation policies. And this whole concept of transformation, transition, is looked upon them as sort of a threat, because they want to go back to what was, but that's not possible, as we know. So I think that, leave aside for a moment the sort of justice argument, to have a just transition, but just to make it happen, I think it's so important to include the social dimension as part of the package. I agree with Paul that we can't make the impossible, but we should bring those aspects to the fore. And I think that Alexander has made a very beautiful narrative, putting humans in the middle of the biosphere and the technosphere. Well, we are part of the biosphere, but let's just for simplicity. I think that picture, that drawing was quite good. So I think the social dimension has to be part of whatever package. Secondly, when we look for quick results and impact, obviously the construction and building sector is the major one. 40 to 50% of material throughput goes through here. I happen to have gone in depth with regard to the construction industry in Sweden. And Skanska is one of the companies, and they are very big. And I happen to know that their business models are 100% linear. There is no incentive whatsoever in their business model to care for what happens once the building is up and ready. They have to pass a test after 2 years after finalization or completion. Then they have no responsibility. And nowadays, renovation takes place 5, 7, 10 years after completion, and they threw out a lot of stuff that is of high value. So here we really have an issue. There is no secondary market for materials. There are so many problems, and here I believe genuinely that cities can play a role, because they have a mandate. They build roughly 50-60% of they demand, or they purchase at least half of what is being built. So there they can put limitations or provisions when that's done. I think we should just mention that, because it's an important sector. Finally, whether sharing is going to happen and to what extent it is possible. I mean, sharing is so many things. I was not specifically referring to people sharing the same boots or whatever. I was more looking at leasing and services. We have a very successful small company in the textile and fashion that offers different types of clothing for rent and lease. And that's a very rapidly expanding business. And it also means that what they produce is of much, much higher quality, so it lasts much, much longer. So I agree with you. It's a complex issue. It's full of cultural dimensions. If I may say one thing more, and that is that the more I listen to this, the more I realize that not only is collaboration important, but we need competences from different sectors, different disciplines. So systems approaches are what are the rule of the game, and that's a real challenge, because most of us are not really trained in neither systems thinking or systems doing. We are struggling in Climate Kick to make it happen, and I think we are going to make it happen. But it has been a very, very difficult journey from being much more vertical in our interventions to being more systemic in our interventions. But we've learned from the past that impact is really happening when you look and when you change your system. That's when you get transformation.
Thank you. Jan-François, you had some specific questions for you, and then we have our closing discussant. So.
Yeah, to try to well answer to your question, you talk about how we selected the stakeholders, but for the survey on employment of circular economy for the city, or for for the survey. So we didn't select the stakeholders. There is in the national methods there is a taxonomy on the different sectors available for green and social economy. So we try to adapt on circular economy in different classic sectors, from constructions, builders, waste management, and so on, share systems, share company. And after we didn't select the company, we tried to analyze a different code and their, their added value in these sectors and the number of jobs representative. But I can detail the method with you after if you want, and we can share with everybody. And maybe to answer the question from your Columbia University, if we work with these different level of jurisdiction, of course we work. So the case of Olympic Games in one of the cases. So Olympic Games will be on the Paris region and metropolitan areas. It depends on which topics, which subject, but as we said in the Paris Agreement, the only chance of success is the alignment on the different policies. And when you talk about regional level, for me, regional level is European level. And we need the help of European level to accelerate the transition and circular economy transition in different sectors and different incentives. You talk about the taxes, but if there is not the common system taxes for incentive circular economy from the regional level, there is no issue from all the European cities in the world, in Europe. So we need to align all the different policies from the local level, so the supra level, from, of course, the state and the regional level. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we have our closing discussant, Mr. Ziga Zarnik from the Office of the Secretary General of the OECD for some final remarks.
Thank you very much. I will try my elevator speech or pitch in less than 2 minutes. It's been a very interesting discussion. So I have just a couple of points to say to wrap it up. So there was a lot to be said about taxes and the redistribution systems, and I fully agree. So environmental policy is not a tool per se for addressing distributional consequences. But it does not mean that these distributional consequences should not be considered when designing the policies. And that's exactly the spirit of the work that we do on the inclusive growth. So I was in charge of this booklet. So it's the framework for policy action on inclusive growth. And it's built around different pillars that we work together with you. And the main point is that it's really centered around people. And there are like 3 dimensions. So one is that you consider, before you design any kind of policies, how to create opportunities for everyone to contribute to growth and also to benefit from that growth. And the second element is, how do you really ensure that your markets in which you operate are sufficiently inclusive, so both labor and product markets, so you don't have basically frictions between them. And the third one is quite important, is how do you stitch all the elements together through a good governance model. And why I'm saying that is because when we think about the issues such as policies and so, it's not only about taxes and charges, but also one needs to think that, well, if environmental policies tend to be perhaps a little bit more regressive, they're not the most progressive forms of taxes, well, think about standards, think about the subsidies, and think about the compensation schemes to basically improve for the fact that some of the effects that environmental policies have on different cohorts of people may be regressive. So there are different mechanisms in place that can help you adjust for that. But to be aware of that, before you design the policies, you need to factor all that in. And that's really what's all about inclusive growth that we are working on now. And right now, I will just finish on this notice, that we are working across all the directors of the OECD to have a position paper to tie together the green growth strategy with the inclusive growth strategy. And one important element of that is the underpinning monitoring framework. So for this, we have agreed on 24 indicators, perhaps already a bit too many, but still we have placeholders to connect very well with climate change issues, to connect with water-related issues, more broadly with circular economy issues. And this is really the venue that we would like to work further on. And I would like perhaps to finish on this note, given that we have very limited amount of time. Unless I have a couple of more minutes, I could say something more. 1 more minute? Very well. So why this is important, maybe just because it's not only about the effect, the distributional effect, but also the differences in qualities from benefiting from the environment for different cohorts of people. Just think in terms of climate change about 3 aspects how, say, the people at the bottom levels are most infected. One is, most often, they are increasingly exposed to risks and hazards, either being because they live in neighborhoods that are very close to transport networks, or they're far from work, that they spend more time on the roads, so they also have the hazard of dying in the road accidents, if you wish. But apart from that, also, they live close to train stations that are very polluting in terms of the particles and so forth. And also, perhaps, they live in areas exposed to floods or landsliding. Then the second point is also that perhaps what the evidence suggests is also that they're more susceptible to damage, in a sense. So they live in the homes that are less insulated. They have less means, basically, to prepare them for the climate change, for the heating, to invest in suitable air conditioning schemes, which is extremely important. Nowadays, I mean, we're seeing, well, the weather has changed, whether this is due to climate change or not. Well, it doesn't really matter, but the poor people are more affected because of that. And the frequency of these events suggests that more and more they are linked to the climate change issues and how the resources are being spent. And finally, also, it's also once their livelihood is damaged, their living standards are compromised, then also they have lesser chance or lesser ability to recover as quickly and less costly, I mean, compared to their structure of income and well, of their households, to basically recover from climate-related damages or from flood-related damages and so forth. So there are many issues that are pertinent to specific income cohorts of population, and these should be taken into consideration. And apart from that, these people not only live in households, they live in communities. So when you think about the economy in terms of, well, there are a lot of vested interests in keeping, say, coal in place rather than phasing it out, then you're thinking about not, well, are we stranding financial capital? No, we can be ending up stranding the entire communities. So what do you do with those communities? So I'd like to finish on that note, just to emphasize, yes, it's very important to think about the social aspects when you design the policies for circular economy. And the policies for circular economy do not necessarily need to address the distributional effects per se. There are also trade-offs to what extent they're environmentally effective, cost-efficient, and to what extent their regressive effects can be countered with other measures particularly designed for that, such as targeted transfers. So thank you very much.
Thank you all. I know it was, we ran a little bit over. We started a little late. You still, so for those who didn't get a chance to read all of the details on all of the slides, they will be put up on the website. And if you didn't get a chance to respond to something in this last round, you can probably sneak it in the next round. And so we're going to take a, I guess, about a 15-minute coffee break. So back at 16:40. So thank you all, to all of our guests and panelists for this session. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We don't have much time, so please be seated. We're now getting to a really important aspect of the circular economy, and that really is kind of like trying to measure it, to have indicators. As always, if there's something that you can't measure, then you can't really, know whether progress is being made or how much progress is being made. So that's really one of the key issues, and also you can't really compare yourself against other places, so you don't really know whether you're actually doing pretty well or otherwise you're actually maybe not doing as well as you may be thinking. So we're having a panel on that now. We're having a relatively large number of panelists and speakers, and we're also having relatively little time, so I must warn everybody who speaks, I'll be pretty tough with enforcing time limits. So I'll tell you when you're at the end of your time limit, and I really ruthlessly cut you up if you're 1 minute later than that. So just to be warned, basically. And I apologize for that in advance, but for the public good and everybody having time to say something, and also us having some discussion in the end, I'll be pretty ruthless. With that, I don't want to be wasting any more time by me speaking, so I'm very happy to introduce the first speaker. It's Mrs. Mari Panza, who is Director from the Carbon Neutral Circular Economy CITRA, Finnish Innovation Fund. And she's been working on carbon neutral circular economy themes for a long time, has 20 years experience of managerial tasks in the development of clean tech and circular economy business in private and public sector. And she has a doctorate in philosophy, a PhD to be more precise, and is a docent at the University of Helsinki and at Lappeenranta University of Technology. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. And unfortunately, I was not able to participate in the morning session, so I hope that I'm not repeating too many issues that has been discussed earlier. But I think that there is no need for me to convince you why making the transition towards the carbon neutral circular economy is actually imperative. So without the circular economy, there is no way that 10 billion people can live well and enjoy the fruits of well-being on one planet by 2050. And without the circular economy, we will neither meet the targets of the Paris Agreement nor our biodiversity goals. And the only way to achieve these targets is to make better use of the materials that we already have in our societies instead of extracting more and more resources. And for example, as Anders also referred to, the current ways in which we produce and consume only 4 materials, namely cement, steel, aluminium, plastics, and actually all these 4 materials are important in building cities and infrastructures. So without circularity of only these 4 materials, we will lose the 1.5 degrees target, even if the energy used for producing these materials is zero carbon and energy efficiency is maximized. So we at CITRA see that cities really play a key role in the transition towards the circular economy. And unfortunately, it seems like the states are not able to fulfill the promises they made here in Paris in 2015 to keep the global warming near to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And therefore, it is very critical that the cities take the initiative. And actually today, cities across the world are competing, and I would say competing in a positive way, to become the carbon neutrality capital of the world. But there are as yet few cities who are competing to become the circular economy capital of the world. And some may say that achieving the circular economy is as important as achieving carbon neutrality, and we know that it is, because without the circular economy, we will miss the carbon neutrality targets as well. But today we are talking about how to measure the circular economy in cities and about the importance of building the measuring framework for decision making and also implementation. So, dear friends, if we lived in an ideal world, so we would have a global institution that could set global standard for measuring the circular economy, and that must be our ultimate target. But however, today we are far from this ideal world, and there is no such global institution that can determine the indicators which are needed for defining and evaluating the circularity to which all the countries, cities, and also businesses can commit. And in my mind, a part of this problem lies in the fact that there actually is no one definition of the circular economy. Because some define the circular economy as recycling, some define circular economy as recycling 2.0, and some, like us at CITRA, we want to see circular economy as a new economic model that succeeds in decoupling well-being from the use of natural resources. And then if we look at this latter definition, including the decoupling, then we should also be able to define what are the social indicators for measuring the well-being. So what does well-being actually mean? Can it be measured only by using GDP? And one example about how difficult it is to define or measure the circular economy lies in the relationship between waste incineration and also biofuels. So, is waste incineration or production of biofuels that counts as a circular economy measures? Some schools of thought see that both these measures belong under the circular economy concept, while others believe that in the real circular economy, materials are kept in circulation and are not separated from the material loop to become sources of energy. And at CITRA, we assert that the ultimate goal should be to try to increase the value of materials after their first use. That means that instead of recycling, we should target to upcycling, where the value of the material actually increases. And the worst alternative is downcycling, where the value of the material decreases. And for measuring the circular economy in cities, we need data on materials and also on products. And unfortunately, we don't yet have this information. And one reason for this is that the value chains are global, and there are not such databases for materials. And thus, in the future, we have to harness things like, for example, blockchain technology to deliver these databases. And as cities play a very important role in transition towards the circular economy, it is very important to start building this measuring framework. And we think that the measuring framework for cities could consist of, for example, quoting different levels of circularity. So the starting point should always be to measure the material flows, to learn how much waste is recycled, how much is incinerated, and how much ends up in landfills. And then the second level could be to measure the amounts of different material flows, including food, plastic, textiles, and then other material streams, and how they are treated. And the third level of measuring the circular economy in cities could include, for example, public procurement, how much the products procured contain recycled materials and how much of those come from virgin materials. And the next level from this could be to measure the extent to which procuring products could be replaced on procuring services instead of products, and so on. And finally, the ultimate target should be to measure disruption. And this is, of course, very difficult also. And this disruption means new business models like sharing platforms, and also how much these eliminate waste and use of virgin raw materials. So ultimately, in the transition towards the circular economy, the key question is how we can move to a circular economy in which consumption is based on using services like sharing, renting, recycling, instead of owning things. And of course, the task for defining this measuring framework for cities is not easy, because if it was easy, it would have been done already. It is actually a highly complex matter, and it requires developments and initiatives at very many different levels, like on macroeconomic level, regional level, and local levels. It means developments across different sectors and timescales. And finding the right metrics is very tricky, but it is really needed so that we know that we are moving at least to the right direction. So from a city perspective, metrics can help to and motivate building a circular economy, which can be found, for example, from the carbon neutrality targets. The number of jobs created in the circular economy, euros, how much the sharing economy has increased communality and well-being or material flows. And one example from our friends from Circle Economy, they have carried out an analysis of Glasgow's material flows with a city scan approach. And the resulting report highlights and pinpoints areas in which the city of Glasgow can benefit from new collaborations, create market opportunities and increase profits while reducing the city's environmental impact. And also one possible approach for measuring the circular economy, which we are also testing in Finland, is that we define a circular economy vision for the city. And then we define what are the tangible projects, how the vision and related targets can be achieved. For example, in Finland, in the metropolitan area, we have a Smart and Clean project, and under that project we have one target is to recycle all plastics in our metropolitan area. And when we have set this very clear vision, so it is much easier to create indicators for this specific vision or project. So, dear friends, as was already mentioned, we know the saying that what you can't measure, you cannot manage. And I'm very happy that we are discussing about this very important but tricky issue also today. But to conclude, I want to remind you that the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis are now running faster than we are, and we cannot waste time for waiting for perfect indicators. We must all the time develop those indicators, but at the same time, we must take care that we try to emit as little air emissions to the atmosphere and use those materials that already exist in our societies instead of using more and more virgin materials. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, thanks a lot, Mari. I mean, maybe we don't have perfect indicators, but at least this was perfect timing. So we're coming now to our second speaker, this is Mr. Gonzalo Jimenez Espinosa. He comes from Granada, which is one of the cities which take part in the OECD program on the circular economy. And he's Director of Sustainable Development and Research and Innovation of EMASAGRA, which is the Municipal Water Supply and Sanitation Company of Granada. And I mean, I think we'll be talking about, many things, but I heard that there is a very recent transformation of the wastewater treatment plant into a biofactory in your city. And also you're trying to link smart city activities to the circular economy, and I'm looking forward to hear more about that. Okay.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you for the invitation to participate in this seminar, in special Ms. Lamia and Ms. Oriana. Granada is a city that is located in southern Spain, in the region of Andalusia. These are some of the main figures regarding the territory in the province of Granada, the city and its metropolitan area. We shall underline that Granada has 230,000 inhabitants, but there are 32 municipalities around the city, with daily interaction with it. The total population being 530,000 inhabitants. The city of Granada, through EMASAGRA, a public-private partnership, has been paying increasing attention to the role of water within the circular economy. The recent transformation of the wastewater treatment plant into a biofactory allowed the increasing reuse of water and transformation into energy. It aims at reaching zero waste, zero energy, and zero emission by 2020. We move from a linear economy to a circular economy. We move from being big consumers of energy to producing energy. In the South Biofactory, we have 2 biofactories in Granada. In the South Biofactory, we have reached 120% last year. We move from being a facility whose waste goes to landfill to generating resource, raw materials, for other processes. We move from being a facility where water is purified and retained to the natural environment to reuse the treated water. The biodiversity has been increased in the zone of our biofactories. Our development has generated more than 10 research projects with the university and other stakeholders. More than 3,000 people visited our installation last year. It's the most important and representative innovation that we have carried out and innovate change of concept. The circular economy demands a cultural change, breaking with old paradigms, changing our way of acting and understanding things, in order to obtain a different result that entails social, environmental, and economic benefit. Granada's South Biofactory has been recognized by the European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform. The interviews carried out by the OECD in Granada last March include 54 stakeholders that provided different approaches for the project. Developing from the concept of biofactory, Granada is looking towards developing a circular vision for the city. This vision will be inevitably linked to the 2 major strengths that characterize the city: culture and science. While Granada is smiling now for the stunning Alhambra, the city is obtaining global recognition as a digital hub, thanks to the strong specialization at university level in technology and artificial intelligence. In 2017, the Spanish Ministry of Economy, Industry and Competitiveness appointed Granada as a city of science and innovation, as a leading city for investment in scientific and technological infrastructures that favor economic sustainability and growth based on knowledge and innovation. According to Huawei, Granada will be the city in Spain that leads the new Renaissance, creating opportunities in the field of artificial intelligence and data management. Granada hosts the Granada Health and Technology Park, the PTS Granada, which is one of the few technology sites specialized in health in Europe, and one that contributes to a regional strategy for the digital industry, the so-called 4.0. Moreover, the On-Granada cluster, the largest cluster in technology and biotechnology in Andalusia, leads and coordinates the digital innovation hub in the region, following a formal recognition by the European Commission. The Digital Cities Challenge, an initiative of the European Commission, offers policy advice and support to 15 cities in Europe, namely Alcoy, Algeciras, and Granada in Spain. Digital Cities Challenge helps to achieve sustainable economic growth growth in Granada through the integration of advanced technologies. The initiative fosters complementarities and synergies between existing policies involving digital priorities. For instance, EG 2020 Strategy Granada 2020, Granada Human Smart City, DUCI Granada Strategy, Granada Smart City Strategic Plan, and the newly planned policy actions supporting digital transformation. The digital transformation strategy for the city of Granada will be implemented through a group of activities, among which are a creation of citizenship innovation laboratory, definition and detail of the open data strategy for the city, and launching of the Firewall Zone office in the city of Granada. The digital transformation strategy can help us to establish a solid base that helps the design and monitoring of indicators and decision-making related to circular economy. Indicators on production and consumption, waste management, secondary raw materials, employment, research, development, and innovation. These indicators are consistent with the future Spanish circular economy strategy and the framework proposed by Eurostat. An increased collaboration culture is absolutely necessary for the digital progress of the city as the whole. So we believe the OECD project very important for the progress of the city, to help coordinate the different initiatives and establish objectives for the city and its metropolitan area, to moving from scattered and uncoordinated initiatives to a global plan that integrates them. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this interesting explanation of what Granada is doing. We are now coming to the panelists. I'll remind you 5 minutes per person, please. So the first intervention will be from Mr. Brendan Edgerton. He's Director of the Circular Economy World Business Council for Sustainable Development. And he will focus on the target audiences for circular metrics and the reasons to measure circularity. Floor is yours, 5 minutes, please.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you to OECD for the opportunity to go over to Paris and share what we're doing on circular metrics with everybody. My name is Brendan Edgerton, Director of Circular Economy Program for the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. We are a nonprofit, CEO-led, business-driven organization headquartered in Geneva with around 200 businesses, multinationals that are committed to achieving a world in which 9 billion people live well within the means of the planet. So, what are we doing on circular economy? About 1.5 years ago, we launched our flagship circular economy project, Factor 10, and with that, we had 30 companies participating in the project then. Today, you see we have the 40 involved, which you see up there, a couple of them in the room today. And we're working with these 40 companies across 15 industries, 17 countries, on 6 work streams, and one of them is on circular metrics. This program was developed from the bottom up, listening to what our members faced as far as their challenges in implementing circular economy. And going back to 2017, even before Factor 10 launched, it was very clear that this is going to be a bigger and bigger issue. And so we started in the latter half of that year doing a bit of stock taking of what's going on in the circular metrics landscape, who's doing what's out there, why are people measuring it, what are they measuring, and we have the report that's available, actually funded by Climate Kick, and it outlined and answered some of the fundamental questions we needed to have resolved before we actually moved into establishing a framework or a series of metrics. And the 2 questions that you see on the screen are the ones that we felt were most important. You know, why do you want to measure circularity? And this was explicitly to a business audience. Again, those are our members, and this is who we are developing the metric for, but I'll go into some details about how it relates to cities and the public sector. And then who's your target audience? And it became very clear that the members were primarily interested in driving business strategy, not as much in reporting or even in knowing impact in particular, but to communicate effectively to top management and executive of where the business stands today, what are the potential risks and opportunities due to that position, and what's under their direct control and what's under their indirect control to move the value chain towards circularity. So that leads me to the draft for circular metrics, what we're calling right now circular transition indicators for business. Across 3 categories, we have 12 indicators. In a few weeks, we'll be launching a public version, which everyone here will have access to on WBCSD's website to provide comment. We've been working with about 25 companies on these metrics going back for about a year. And you'll see it touches on quite a few of the topics that we have today. You're not going to present a accurate, nor honest, nor helpful indicator by just whittling down circular economy to one number. And so what we wanted to do is try to provide a more comprehensive picture of what that could be for business through these 12 indicators. 12 indicators. Looking at circular inflow, to Mari's point, looking at the mass flow that the company brings in through procurement. The outflow, what it puts out onto the market and how much it controls those material loops. Looking at overall company circularity as an average of those 2. Circular water use, which we're looking at not just the quantity, but also the quality and regional scarcity issues around water. And renewable energy consistent with how companies are already calculating that, but it's still an important component to bring into the conversation to make sure that we're, again, connecting to the climate change conversation, and that's presented here. Narrowing the loop, we want companies to understand what are the critical minerals that they're dependent on, and to begin looking at avoided resource use. So through different business models that might be out there, either through digitalization or such, what are they able to avoid consuming in the first place? And then lastly, this is where the connection is to the public sector, to cities, to national governments, and valuing the loop, providing a way to consistently calculate circular revenue. From that, circular profit, as well as looking at circular FTE. FTE, full-time equivalent, naturally a connection to the jobs conversation. We are looking at how companies, or the type of positions and work that companies have across their departments, and looking at what in particular they're doing within circular economy. We talk a lot about new jobs in the circular economy. It's very possible that's dwarfed by the number of jobs that are evolving. So whether it's accounting, whether it's legal, design, these are jobs that already exist. In a circular economy, they all change. And so that's where training and education becomes an important component, but we wanted to provide a way for companies to begin to understand and articulate that externally for how many people within different departments are working on circularity. From that, you have your personnel cost, and from your profit and personnel costs, eventually you have your value added. And again, that's a way to kind of translate the numbers into the public sector, but to also demonstrate the private sector, that one company's contribution to a local, national, or global economy. So like I mentioned, we will be issuing this in the next few weeks. Invite everyone here to provide comment. Just keep in mind, this version is built for business, but we already have in mind, this is not the first conversation that we've had with non-business stakeholders, so we are keeping that in mind and how this will be translated. I think I'll just close by saying, we were probably all familiar with the Circularity Gap report that shows that 9.1% of the planet is circular. How that's calculated or the exact number is not important, it's the order of magnitude. And if we were to assume that that number carries on to next year in 2020, and with in mind Amsterdam or the Netherlands vision of 2050 of getting to 100% circularity, that requires an 8.4% improvement every year in circularity. no matter how you measure that, that is not incremental change. That is not pilot projects. It's good that we have pilot projects now, but we can't have them in 5 years. So what we want to do with this is establish a common language for business and hopefully eventually for the public sector to build off and make sure that we're moving the needle on this, because 30 years is not that far away, especially when you look at 8.4% incremental improvement every year. So with that, happy to talk afterwards. I have to run to the train not long after, but I have plenty of business cards and be happy to follow up. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Brandon. We're now having Martina Otto. She is head of cities unit at the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, and she will illustrate a project on measuring circular economy-related jobs. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here. No, I don't have any slides. So thank you. It's difficult to say something new. It's been an intense day with a lot of things having been said. Maybe a quick introduction. I don't think you need an introduction to what UN Environment, the UN Environment Program stands for, but maybe 2 words on what we do in the city space, and that is actually focusing on resource efficiency in cities, bringing out climate benefits from action, as well as working on the pollution agenda, and ideally dealing with the 3 topics in some form of integration. And to do that, we have focused on a couple of programmatic activities, one around integrated urban systems and the other one around urban metabolism. And the work on urban metabolism done together with a network that we set up, and a number of the members of the network are around the table as well. It's called the Global Initiative on Resource Efficient Cities, has done some interesting work piloting the analysis of resource flows in 8 cities, and one in a developed country city in Brussels and Belgium, and the other ones, and that's the rather unusual part because it's not been done that much in developing country cities really across the world. So China, Philippines, South Africa, Brazil, Colombia, and Peru. And well, from this work, we have come across a dilemma that we saw, and actually, well, maybe before that, I should say, well, we came at it from urban metabolism to help identify where some of the issues were, to help identify priorities and the right courses of action. And in some cases, we have actually seen that the resource analysis helped the cities to redefine the measures. They thought they knew what the problem was, and by doing the analysis, they found actually the course of action needed was a very different one, and that was quite interesting as one of the results. Anyway, in this work, what came out was that the narrative of the circular economy was extremely powerful, and that urban metabolism analysis could actually help build towards a circular economy through this analysis of resource flows, allowing cities to identify the right intervention points and then look at how to bring them back into the system. And what was, well, the beauty of the circular economy is this combination between environment and the economics. But what falls down a little bit is the social elements. We heard a little bit about that already during the day. Now, the dilemma that I already started to talk about, and that is twofold. The first one is about the data. There's a lot of data on raw material consumption available at the global and also at the national level. But it is difficult to delineate what consumption occurs within a city's administrative boundaries. And that's an issue that we need to deal with, and the more in developing country cities where some of the data capacity is then also more limited. Circular economy indicators have a tendency to focus on materials, on solid waste, on energy, on economic flows. So that's one part. The other part is we have some indicators as well, frameworks that look at the environmental impacts. So we have a better idea of that as well in terms of global environmental impacts, but also water, things like air quality. What is lacking is emphasis on the social importance and quality of life. And that's the second component. And here we came to the conclusion that a focus on job creation and on health issues was an important consideration to be added here. Because obviously, number one, it's a huge priority. Both topics are huge priorities in city strategic planning and political priorities. And at the same time as well, and a lot of you were certainly at the UN Environment Assembly and have followed the last one that we held in Nairobi, and you followed the discussions that we had on the resolution on sustainable consumption and production, where circularity was mentioned as well. And it wasn't an totally easy ride to get the wording into that. There's a lot of reluctance by developing countries. There's fears that this will interfere with ways of development and so on. And here, the job argument is actually a really, really good one to help overcome some of those perceptions. Now, obviously, and we said that as well, it's not straightforward that these jobs will really be created. But by putting real emphasis on this as an indicator, we also help tweak that into this direction, because then we can tweak some of our measures by giving more thought to that. So one thing that we found in our work was that we do good on the macro level, but not so good on the micro level. What we've done is in the work, particularly with Brussels, was to look at, and I should have said actually as well that all this work was based on heat map analysis that we did, and we looked at 31 global indicator frameworks with over 2,000 indicators, and we visualized the hotspots of these individual frameworks in these heat maps, and that's how we came to the gaps. In the work with Brussels, what we did was to look at flows and to look at the quality of life. And what is proposed is actually to look at the number of circular economy jobs, so one side the quantity, but then also at the quality, so the distribution issues. The demographic distribution and the spatial distribution. On the resource flow side, looking at resource flow pathways with, the key resources like materials, water, waste, and energy, but then also looking at really the environmental impact. And here, ideally, we need to go beyond the city's direct boundaries as well. We've been inspired by work that has been done in London and Amsterdam and Paris, but try to adapt to the situation. Now, what we want to do going forward, and we have teamed up with Circular Economy and ICLE, is to combine our different methodologies to make sure that we're not confusing people by having different sets of methodologies, but to come to one set. And to then go and pilot further in cities these tweaks that I mentioned beforehand to make sure that we have proof of concept that indeed we have not only less jobs but more jobs and better quality jobs in the end, and how to get there. So we set up a program together and.
Look, sorry, can you sum up? You're already at 8 minutes now. Really, it's
Okay, well, I was really at the last sentence in any case, but I've lost my train of thought. But the program that we launched a call actually for cities to come back to us with what their employment challenges are and what kind of examples of experiences they already had to help us shape the program to make something that actually meets their needs. My last point that I had, but I don't want to repeat, it was made actually by Mrs. Panzer already earlier. We should not be held back by trying to get something perfect, but actually get the job done in a sense and make sure that we lead to decoupling on the one side, but also a contribution to quality of life.
Okay, thanks a lot. The next speaker is Mrs. Lies Kloets. She's from the International Policy Unit from the Flemish Public Waste Agency, and she will talk about the monitoring framework used for circular procurement in Flanders, I would assume.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you for allowing us also to share some of our reflections. I'm head of the international unit at OVAM. It's the waste agency, public waste agency of Flanders. We deal with policy on waste materials, soil, and circular economy. We are an engine, the engine in Flanders to really catalyze the transition to circular economy. And before sharing with you some of our actions, some of our reflections, I would also refer to what's been said in the keynote, that indeed the ideal would be to have an indicator, a monitoring system that is global, at least European. But at the moment, we're not there yet. It's very much oriented towards waste and towards the classical economic models. So we felt somehow urged and obliged almost to also start at our level to think about it. So very short, what are we doing at the moment in this transition? We're having a lot of small and less small actions in the field. We're having around 135 projects now, very similar to what was, for instance, presented for the city of Valladolid, with open calls, having now a third open call running. So we're having about 11 million euro spent for now, public money. There is 5 million more coming up. And it's small and larger projects done by many different types of actors. They all experiment. That's what they need to do on circular economy. And what we do with it is also allowing them to do this where they probably were not eligible for European funds. What we also do is green deals. To the example of the Netherlands, we'll have a green deal on circular construction, where we have about 300 participants for the moment, and we have a green deal on circular procurement. Why am I telling you this? Because we think that this is a first important step to do, like let 1,000 flowers blossom. But at a certain point, you need to start understanding what is happening. You need to start be able to measure what is happening, and that's the second phase that we're entering in. And specifically for the procurement project, I wanted to the Green Deal on procurement. I wanted to show you this slide, because as has been said before, in the sector of procurement, and the purchasers of many organizations really don't have the knowledge and the capacity of really knowing what they're supposed to do when they should make their organization more circular. So what we try to do in the context of this Green Deal is, first of all, trying to identify what are really the essential building blocks of an organization that wants to become circular. And that's how we identify, together with all those stakeholders, 5 main, I could say, building blocks of main essential features of being circular. And they cover the whole value chain, you could say, and reducing the total amount of materials, reducing virgin input, extending useful life, maximizing reusability, and maximizing reusability or recyclability. And under each of those more general goals, the organizations can choose then more specific strategies to achieve those goals. For instance, if you say as an organization, we choose to become an organization that really focuses on extending the useful life of our products, for instance, you can choose to put into the criteria of your procurement that the products should be repairable, for instance. This very complex, at the first sight, scheme, or this dashboard, as if you wish, allows first organizations to choose very strategically and very focused how they want to work, what they want to do. Secondly, it also allows them to integrate the proper criteria in their purchasing policies. They also are able, with this tool, to calculate in a quantitative way where they're going, what their performance is. And last but not least, what it also does is they can benchmark. They can benchmark with other peer organizations who are doing the same things. So that's one example of, at a level of one of our actions, one of our projects, to try to understand and to measure better what is happening. But of course, we think as well that you need to scale up. You need to also, at a more general level in Flanders, be able to see what's happening. And there we started also reflections, and we understood as well that having a circular transition is a disruptive story. It's something that is totally different, so we really need to also think differently in terms of what are we measuring, what do we want to know, what do we need to know. And so we started thinking on how can we build up a monitor that is really also an answer to the questions that are still not answered for the moment. We saw that at a macro level, in terms of, for instance, carbon emissions, it's too general. It's not allowing policymakers to really intervene with measures in the proper places when you just focus yourself on macro indicators. The micro indicators also have this flaw in the sense that it's too much at a level of an organization or a product. So we were looking in the meso level, and there we chose to approach the idea of indicators from a sort of new perspective. Namely, we said that what we want to look at is into the need system. So what we want to do is to look into what are the crucial need systems for people and their daily lives. That is mobility, housing, nutrition, and probably also consumption products. And starting from those need systems that need a lot of input, that have a lot of actors involved, that is often also cross-sectoral, this level of looking into what is a need system and how does it evolve allows us on one hand to capture very easily or easier trends, new consumer behaviors. It allows policymakers also to intervene much more focused with policy measures. It allows as well to integrate and to involve stakeholders across the value chain, which means also cross-sectoral, different sectors combined in one idea. And it also allows us to ask a very important question. I still have 1 minute, and I ask this question. It allows us namely to not only look into whether a product or a car, for instance, has been or is recyclable or has been recycled. It also allows us to ask the question, for your need of mobility, to fulfill your need of mobility, do you actually need a car? And there you start asking about, do you need the resources for this car? And just one very last slide, but just to show you, we're doing this for now for the different need systems. And what we do is we calculate a carbon footprint and we calculate a material footprint. A carbon footprint will also allow us to look at the impacts not only in our territory but also abroad, and we'll do it from the consumer perspective and from the producer perspective. Thank you.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation about, the way you're measuring and doing things in Flemish. Flamand is in English. So we're now coming to the last speaker, Mr. Hakon Kjenthoff. He's Senior Executive Officer at the Agency for Waste Management in the city of Oslo, and he's going to talk about the inventory of the circular economy indicators done in the framework of the EU Urban Agenda Partnership on the Circular Economy. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. It was said here that if you not measure something, nothing will be managed. Our perspective from the Urban Agenda Partnership on Circular Economy is that if you don't measure, nothing will happen. So it's very important, if you want to have a transition of circular economy in cities, you need to develop instruments to measure what you are doing. So we identified that this was a barrier on local level for cities. So we wanted to see if it was possible for us to look into the challenge of indicators. First, we decided on that we will not develop indicators that will be the same for all the cities. Our target is not to have the most circular city in Europe or in the world, if Paris is more circular than London and so on. Secondly, we decided also to go on with the monitoring system of the EU, of the Commission, and the regulation on that, because we know that if member states are asked to monitoring something, sooner or later it will drop down to cities to give the input to that as well. So we would like to see, we wanted to use the same framework and adapt as much as possible of that into the system also for cities. Then we did a survey of indicators, and we found about 140 different indicators, and we tried to systemize that into a set of indicators that could be used by cities. This is published in a report that are available also on the Futurium website, or you can come to meet for having this report. Then the next step we have decided on is not to go more into the different indicators, but rather try to identify cities that now are working with the indicators, like in Flanders, like in Paris, London, and try to set up a network between cities that are doing, you said, piloting in indicators, and try to set up such a network to test out different indicators, to learn from each other, rather than going on with the theoretical part of it. So our next step will be to have a workshop in Brussels on the 26th of September, and those of you that are interested in that, it will also be more than welcome to come to this workshop. So for me, it's more to raise back to you again. Do you agree on that the indicator should not be a benchmark of circular economy in cities? 2, should we use the framework of the EU Commission on the monitoring for member states also down to member states? And 3, should we say that it's necessary now to test out indicators and leave to others to go on with the theoretical part of it? Because cities now, in my opinion, cities now need instruments, not the perfect indicator system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this interesting approach. We are now coming to a more general discussion. I would, because I had the impression there's a lot of you who would like to say something, I would ask you to try to keep interventions to 2 minutes, even though our timer goes until 3, because, I mean, that's somehow, I mean, preset and forever, and we can't change it. But, so, I mean, you probably know all how that works. I mean, you put up your flag, and then I'll call you normally in the order as you've been putting up your flags. And I just wanted to say one thing before we start the discussion, which maybe not that welcome, but I think it's something which needs to be said. I'm not that sure about the creating jobs dimension of the circular economy. Why is that? Because basically, I mean, if you're kind of like creating jobs in the circular economy, I mean, like, for example, I mean, then we're probably reducing jobs somewhere else. I mean, if you're recycling, I mean, then we're not creating the resources somewhere else. So in a way, it's sort of dirty jobs. We're having green jobs, which is great, but I mean, it's not meaning we're having more jobs. Or if we're really having more jobs in the circular economy than we had before, that means basically we're producing the same amount of output with more jobs, which means basically that average productivity levels, average wage levels will go down. So maybe that's needed, but that's not going to help us sell the circular economy concept to the broader population. So we're just kind of like thinking about that, and kind of like also kind of like maybe tempering a bit the enthusiasm that we're having for kind of like, I mean, creating jobs via this. Okay, but that, I mean, I don't want to be talking too much, so Medici, please.
Thank you very much, Rudiger. I just wanted to come back. There were a few interesting interventions, including the last one on the urban agenda and the partnership on circular economy. So the urban agenda is something where the EU is working directly with cities, member states, and stakeholders on several topics. And linked to that are the urban innovative actions, of which we had an example from Belef Malaga. And I just wanted to announce that the last call for urban innovative actions will be open in September. but you can already read about the topics on the website of the Urban Innovative Action, and one of the 4 topics will be circular economy, which is as the 2nd time that this will be a topic. So this is open to cities who want to test things that have not been tested before in real life. It's the last call, and so please take a look.
Okay, thank you. Climate kick.
I will try again, and I will make sure that my bombardment of questions will just be under 2 minutes. My name is Peter Vangsbo. I work in Climate Kick. I work to push circular economy innovation in cities. We are driving this ecosystem of innovation, and especially our city work on circular economy is the one I'm driving. Doing that work, we have identified a lot of challenges. Marie, a question to you from Finland, and we also heard in Holland and also Scotland, the governments in these countries have really been pushing all framework, a target on circular economy. How does that affect your work? And also, I see many of the cities here today are front-runner cities. Where are the second-tier cities? Why is it so difficult for them to get a speaker slot at these venues like this? And then, Håkan, thank you so much for ending this interesting day with actually asking the questions. Do we have enough tools? We've been talking a lot about indicators, the tools. Who are collecting the tools? Who are sharing the tools which the city are working on? And how can we do that better? So that's a question for you.
Okay, Jacqueline Kramer.
Well, a short remark. When you questioned job creation, our experience is that the job creation is particularly in the area of product redesign, product reuse, and all the other forms of reuse of products, and particularly also related to ICT applications. So in the area of recycling, perhaps there are some extra jobs, but you are right that there we don't promise that much of a trade-off. But I don't know whether that is also the experience of the speakers. And my problem is that most of the job creation, but also the resource efficiency being created is in that area, and we really have very much difficulty to get a hold on that part of the story.
Yeah, just to say, Mr. Arendt, I share some of your thoughts about that we really need to unpack this jobs issue much more carefully. And I'm particularly interested in the skills question. What skills are we talking about when we're creating these new jobs? And when I look at the job studies in the circular economy, I don't find detailed analysis of labor markets, which you kind of feel that you would need to really understand what's going on there. But what I really wanted to say was, I think OVAM, the lady from OVAM over there, we heard, OVAM is the most extraordinary organization in this field. I first came across you in the World Circular Economy Forum, which you organized in Antwerp a little while ago. And I don't know how you've managed to evolve such a creative way of thinking about these issues, but for me it's unique and it's a real learning experience. So thank you for that. But what I really want to ask you about is, the fact that you're actually burrowing into this question of need and the whole related debate about sufficiency as well as efficiency. And I wonder what people say to you when you ask them, do you need a car? I've lived in London pretty well all my adult life, and the one thing I can tell you for certain is that no one in London needs a car. No one. I've raised a family, I've done this stuff, you just don't need it. We have a fabulous public transport system, and yet the streets are absolutely clogged up with cars, which destroy our air quality and all that stuff. So although people don't need this, they clearly want them. And that distinction between needs and wants and trying to get a handle on that seems to me to be an incredibly important part of this agenda. And you can ask exactly the same question about, do you need food, what you're about to eat, given that we're all, or obesity is becoming an epidemic? Do you need this extra space that you're wanting to live in? Because we know that the increased space is expanding, and that's a huge resource use. Do you need this new garment? Do you need this new kitchen that we replace every however long it is? And someone was saying with these construction things. So perhaps you could talk just a little more when you get a chance to respond about the kind of responses you're getting from your publics when you ask them these very difficult and sensitive questions, where people normally then become terribly defensive. And so, thank you.
Okay, Umia, Sweden, and we also need to close the list of speakers now, because otherwise we'll be running over. Asked to answer questions.
Thank you very much. I'm Philip from Umeå, and I just want to address this consumption patterns of circular economy. We are addressing one theme called the 8-ton society right now with some couple of Swedish cities and researchers, and it's quite interesting. It's based on a Finnish study on households' raw material use. Today we are approximately using like 40 tons of raw materials to our lifestyle, and to have a sustainable consumption pattern we have to reduce it to 8. So this is quite an interesting angle. It's addressing also this, do you need the car or not? And we are looking into how to support this lifestyle and how companies and the society can help address this. And I think that is crucial. And we are also building up like a backcasting scenarios. So we are addressing it this year, and we have some results. And I think that can be interesting. How does this feel to live in this society when you don't have this huge amount of resources? You have to like have a sustainable and really a good way of living in this 8-ton world. So I think that could be something to address in this framework that is building up. And that, including the OECD study and the survey we did on consumption patterns last year, where we calculated the CO2 emissions from the consumption from the inhabitants in Umeå, could really set a new type of framework and policy making from our politicians. So this is one way of reducing the gap. Yeah, so that's just an input to this discussion. Thank you.
Thanks. Columbia University.
Thank you. It's mostly a comment, but I'll phrase it as a question towards the end, and I'll be brief. And this time it will be my turn to play the devil advocate role, okay, even though I'll twist it with a word of hope and optimism. But as we are closing this workshop, I mean, we were able to provide an incredible number of experiences and pilots and prototypes. But I think there's so much, let me say it differently, there's so little we were able to show in terms of impact. And that's simultaneously a methodological concern and a policy concern, but also a sign of the amount of work that we still have ahead of us, including my own example of circular data. It was very difficult to show real impact. So I want to sympathize with those of us who've been working on this area since the 60s, and there are some cases here, but maybe the challenges over the decades have been the challenge that we face today, is to show an economic argument for a circular economy, or a political argument for a circular economy, or a social argument for circular economy. The environmental argument is there, and we can take pictures, we can quantify, and we can show how much that's difficult. So the question is, how long it will take us to be able to start showing the economical and the social and the political case with metrics to help move circular economy forward?
Very good. Okay, next enough for STD.
Thank you very much, Fernando Diaz from the Innovation for Sustainable Development Network. It's been great to have this discussion, and it makes me wonder to go to the fundamentals of measurement and what cities can actually measure. Because when we develop all the indicators for the green economy or green innovation, we are about to publish the Maastricht Manual on the Measurement of Green Innovation, but we're very often constrained about data availability. And then you often rely on statistical offices to go and collect data. And the problem with the city level is that cities, in many cases, do not have measurement capacity. They don't know how much of road infrastructure they have, how much they cost, how often they change it, or they have to replace it. And all of that talks about potential for change in the circular economy. This is just one example. So most of the measurement frameworks look at what happens above the city level, but not what happens on the grounds or under the ground of the city, and it becomes quite challenging. So it is really refreshing to see what Antwerp is, what Flanders is doing for the measurement frameworks. But again, we do not solve yet with existing frameworks and with the data that we have, measurement or questions about absolute indicators. So we would need to go and install sensors like they're doing in the port of Rotterdam to know what's the real flow of materials and things like that. So it's more of a question for everybody in the team building the indicators that is really what you measure for, because I very much agree with Mr. Jenhoff that says we don't need benchmarks. We don't need to know that this city is more circular than another and then give them a medal. What we know is where we can implement measures to really create change in circularity. So the data availability, yes, it is a challenge, but what is the city able and capable of measuring? What data they can actually use and provide and all of that? And that's really an open question and very, very challenging.
Ikle?
Yeah, I'm trying to think really. I've been listening quite a lot, and I want to give the experiences of ICLE members on some of the questions that happened in the last two sessions. I mean, I feel that, if we've got really this 12 years according to the IPCC report and we need deep societal changes, the approach should be on implementation here. And I know indicators are important, and I said it in my presentation at the start, but that, of course, should be done in parallel. But we don't have them yet, and a lot of the indicators suggested there, I mean, with the procurement ones, I've been working on that with 12 years with the Commission. You just won't get that. It just is not going to happen in the next few years. So, I mean, I think we really need to focus on implementation. I've been trying to think how to do it. It needs to be done in a modular approach, I think, because it's just too big for cities. And I think we can break down what the circular economy is, because some cities are already doing it. So therefore, I think a way to do it is looking at replication. Might not be the right term. And what I mean by replication is not just picking up what a city is doing there and technology and put it there, because that doesn't work. It needs to focus on the process, how to change systems, and then you have a domino effect. This is how it worked with green public procurement, with cities were ahead of national governments. GPP is there now, almost becoming mainstreamed, because cities led the way. And the same getting it onto climate, the Paris Agreement, it was cities pushing for this that really got there. It's not quite there yet, but the networks here managed to get cities mentioned in the Paris Agreement as an implementation, key to implementation. So I think we should focus on how can we mainstream what some of the cities are doing here. And it's not just the fact that the big cities are doing it. Excuse me. There are medium-sized and smaller cities doing it, but they don't necessarily realize it's circular economy sometimes.
DG RDT?
Thank you. I have a comment rather than a question. You, city managers and decision makers, you are not the only community that is asking this question. 2 days ago, I was in a meeting where financiers were asking exactly the same question. How can we measure circular economy? Because we want to invest in circular economy activities. We want to have positive societal impact. And yes, they cannot answer the question yet, but there is a positive development. There is emerging framework. We call it taxonomy for sustainable finance. It is the primary objective is to serve the financial community, to be able to incentivize investment in sustainable economic activities. And the first element of this taxonomy is more or less ready. The first draft on climate mitigation and climate adaptation has been finalized recently, will be subject of public consultation. And the next step is to develop taxonomy for circular economy. Once this taxonomy is available, at least the categories of economic activities and some other indicators related. So urban decision makers should be able at least to measure economic activities within cities that are related to circular economy, which is not all that you need for your decisions, but very important progress, I would say, compared to what we have today. This circular economy taxonomy should be developed next year. At the moment, methodology is being developed by an expert group. Citra, OVAM are participating in this process, as many other think tanks and experts in this area. So I hope that there will be some product that will help you in measuring circular economy in urban context in the coming months. Thank you.
Ms. Rodic?
My name is Liliana Rodic-Wiersma from the Netherlands. 20 years of experience with sustainability, teaching students at Dutch universities, currently working as expert evaluator for Horizon 2020 projects in the field of circular economy and urban metabolism of the European Commission, and author of Global Waste Management Outlook of UNEP 2015. I would just like to touch upon first and the third topic of today, first session and the third session, and I would like to submit to you the following thoughts. As you are probably very well aware, we spent last 70 years very intensively turning people, just normal people, into consumers. And we have succeeded very, very well, tremendously. And great part of that is due to advertising, where some of our most brilliant and most talented minds have worked. And struggled with the role of public, with the social impact, with the contribution, willingness, and all kinds of aspects that have to do with the public. And I would like to suggest that the idea that those brilliant minds, if we put them to the use of promoting sustainability and circular economy, I would like to hypothesize that they would be equally successful. It's just about the talent, and that is there. The only thing is that we choose the topic on which to apply it. I do appreciate that governments, local and national, do not have funds for advertising as huge as corporations, as commercial companies. But still, I think, at least in my experience, I have met a number of advertisers with tremendous track record in corporate world who have switched sides and would be thrilled with the opportunity to contribute to promoting something as worthy as sustainability of human life planet, because the planet will continue. It's about our sustainability. Thank you. That's the first thing. And very quick comment on what you said, just based on my research of tens of years of benchmarking in solid waste management. In some cultures, some cities really love to know. The instrument is called faming and shaming popularly. In some cultures, it is very important to show that you are better than your neighboring city. And in some cultures, it really works very well, not to give a medal, but really to measure yourself with your peers and then to be inspired to do even better. That's my experience from research in solid waste management around the world. Thank you.
Thanks. Anders?
Thank you. I think this idea about the advertising is very interesting. So good suggestion, I think. Secondly, while I agree that we need better indicators, and while I agree that we have to make the point economically, socially, environmentally for moving in a certain direction, what I think we have maybe forgotten to some extent is the ethical dimension of what we are up to. I read an article by Erik Beinhocker the other day. He is director of the Institute for New Economic Thinking, supported, I think, by Mr. Soros at Oxford. I know Erik since many years, and he's always been a very reflecting personality. But he has a very interesting piece basically saying that when we resort to the language of mainstream economists, and that we have to prove that everything is cost-effective, etc., we have a problem. And major change in society, apart from major warfare, never came about by this kind of reasoning. It came about because people changed values, and he took slavery as an example. So I think we should add to the discourse a bit more than we do, the ethical dimension. And that goes, of course, for climate change, but climate change is intimately linked to what we are discussing here. And it's simply a very, very wasteful society. And how the hell can we continue to accept it, I think? That is still a very strong argument.
I totally agree, and I think if you're just basing everything on purely economic arguments, I mean, we're probably not getting to make the urgency that is required and to make the changes that are needed. I'm sorry, we need to kind of wrap up. I can't give the floor anymore. I mean, I suggest to the cities that have been asked questions to directly, answer them to the persons who've been asking them. And I'm sorry. I mean, you can approach the people and ask questions. But I mean, we already kind of it's late. Basically, we still have kind of Paulo to make some closing words, and then we need Cesar to close the session. I'm sorry. Otherwise, the interpreters
we have a cocktail.
Basically, it's just going to be. I'm sorry. I just need to be a bit strict here now. My apologies for that. But Paulo, floor is yours, just to make some concluding words.
Okay. I'm too close to the chair not to respect the 5 minutes, so it was very interesting to listen to this session. I'm the head of the public procurement unit in the Public Governance Directorate here at OECD. And procurement came substantially, I imagine, in other sessions of today as well. I just wanted to highlight a few things. So 12% of GDP is channeled through public procurement. And on top of that, 2/3 is spent at the subnational level. So it's fundamental to look at cities, it's fundamental to look at regions, to look at municipalities and understand how they spend their money and how this money can be spent in a more effective and efficient way in order to achieve sustainability. And governments realize that very quickly. So all OECD countries are, in fact, using public procurement to achieve other policy objectives like green procurement or innovation or support of small and medium enterprises, and also get the social dimension. We, in the 2015 OECD recommendation on procurement, we have a principle, of course, on strategic procurement and how to use procurement more strategically, and also on the need to evaluate and to measure. And from the discussion during this session, it was clear that the indicators framework are still not there, and they are not there for circular economy, but they are also not there for many other areas of public policy, and especially in public procurement is very difficult to measure the impact. At OECD, we are trying to go beyond the economic dimension. We are linking now public procurement to the well-being. So we are trying to understand how procurement can impact the dimensions of well-being, one of them being, of course, the natural capital. So it's a work that we are developing and expanding, and coming up with some indicators and some frameworks that will help countries measuring the impact of procurement. Also trying to understand the impact of central purchasing bodies and the way they impact the economy by developing indicators that will allow countries to understand the impact of these bodies in the economy. And we see many projects coming up in terms of circular economy and sustainability. Although they are still scattered and fragmented and the approach is still not structured and consistent. But for instance, I don't know if Mark mentioned that during the morning, but the Procura Plus Awards, at least 1/3 of the shortlisted candidates are coming from circular economy projects. So it's really important that this dimension is showing up more and more, and we have in the room some examples. The city of Ghent, I see them, well, at least the plate is there. But also, for instance, the Helsinki Stadium, which is a very good example of circular economy, or the city of Zurich with an approach to concrete and to construction that is using circular economy principles. So we see a lot of initiatives coming up. We are also working on a project, the support of DG Regio from the European Commission on using procurement in a more strategic way. And one of the 5 projects is precisely in Portugal, with the central region of Portugal. We are to support contracting authorities in becoming more circular in their own procurement. So indicators are needed, but before that we need other things. We need several enabling conditions. Some of them were already mentioned here, the leadership and the strategic vision. And I didn't hear a lot about risk management, and I would like to bring this dimension to your discussion. So embedding risk management from early stages will allow to minimize risk aversion, because many of these innovative projects, they face risk aversion, and we know that people don't like to change. And we heard a lot about cultural and the change that is needed in terms of bringing the society to a new dimension. So it's important to create the conditions to facilitate this change. And another enabling condition is precisely related to create objective assessment of quality factors and criteria, which is something that I know many cities and regions and governments are working. And this is related also to create a level playing field in terms of improving competition. So we see some good examples coming up. And it's also important to mention skills. So skills were already mentioned during the session, but a higher level of skills is needed to be able to implement effectively this kind of approach. And sustainability and circular economy, they require a lot higher skills. And for these higher skills to be there, to be deployed, we need a collaborative approach towards technical assistance is required in many areas. We see a lot of contracting authorities that don't know how to do circular economy. They need guidance, they need instruments, and they need the support from the decision makers in order to create practical tools that will allow them to then use them in their own procurement processes. So I would just like to conclude that sustainability and the concept of sustainability in a broader scope related to environmental, social, and economical impact is perceived as a need from the governments. And for that, we need to ensure goodwill for project implementation. And it's good to see around the table a lot of people coming from the private sector as well, which is fundamental to deliver public services, because, as we know, procurement is a way to deliver public services. We are fundamental to deliver public services across all sectors, from defense to education, social, transport, health, you name it. So it's very important that we are able to create the instruments and tools to guide procurers to do better procurement. And that's also one of the reasons that we are partnering with our colleagues from CFE in order to understand how cities and regions are really instrumental deliver these new objectives. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, it's my pleasure to conclude this really very, very interesting session and give the floor to to Oriana, who's going to talk about the next steps.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Rudiger, and all of you. Just very briefly, some takeaways and the next steps. As a takeaway, I can say that still every time we go and we gather together for talking about circular economy, there is one thing that is always about the definition. What is circular economy? This is still to be defined. But what I learned today, probably I learned what is not. So I learned that, and this we know, but it's good to think about it, that is not just about waste, and it's good to think in terms of the narrative from waste to resources, which can really change the policies. It's not just about optimizing linear system by something that is disruptive. It's a rethinking of the system, especially when it comes to cities and regions, how cities and regions are embedding these policies and circular policies to make them work for citizens and people who live and work in the cities. It's not just about the environmental argument. It means that we still have to understand the economic and social argument and what this implies for cities and regions. And it's not just about winners, but also losers, and this still requires lots of attention. So in terms of next steps, I've heard a lot about champions and leading by examples, and we really need you, and we would be happy to collaborate with all of you within the OECD program. So if you are interested in the collaboration, please come and talk to me. Second, I would just like to let you know that we will open another window for contribution for the survey, so cities and regions and stakeholders that haven't had chance to contribute, very short window that we had previously, we will make this available for the next 2-3 months at least. And third, you will find the highlights of the roundtable, the presentation that you shared, and all the materials, and probably also the video. This I still have to check, but it will be all available on the website of the conference. Last, let me just thank you very, very much, my amazing team, Ander, Zagir, Luis Cecchi, the fantastic communication team, and of course Aziz Elamia that let us be here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Oriana. Yes, and you, please. They do deserve that. I won't wrap up too long because standing between you and the champagne is probably the most tricky spot of the day. So if you allow me 5 more minutes, to say first thanks to Oriana, because when we started discussing about this gap that we had at the OECD, and in particular talking to our colleagues from the Environment Department on what we can send as a wake-up call and which kind of data and evidence we can build on what local and regional governments are doing. It was a bit of a dream about 1 year ago that this was really something that was largely untapped beyond the European Union, and that there was definitely a gap to fill in. And I have to say we've all been very impressed by the work that you and your team have done, and I would really like to reiterate to all of you that we're very proud of the outcomes of today's roundtable. I hope, and I would also like to thank all of you for your energy, for the way you have shared in a very humble way your experience, and for some of you it's been decades, and we are being humble here as well in making sure that we bring some value, which I understand is taken for granted now with this work. You've come from far. We have put around the table about 80 different stakeholder groups. We've strived to have an EU and broader coverage. There are many countries that we're actually working with that are
not necessarily in the room today, but you'll be pleased to hear that we had, at least by lunchtime, hundreds of people that were following us via the webcast from Asia, from Canada, from the United States, and many other regions. So we hope this was a good opportunity to connect the between different initiatives that we know are ongoing and that are looking at this issue of transformative path, of measurement, of building the social economic case on top of the environmental case, building the political case, which is something that has come out very strongly as well from the discussion. So that this was a good way to connect the dots, and I hope it was also a good way for us at the OECD to connect the dots in-house. We've tried to connect you with colleagues, from the Environment Directorate that work on plastics and circular economy, from the Public Governance Directorate that work on public procurement and look as well at what's happening on circular economy, colleagues from the Financial Affairs Directorate that work on responsible business conduct, colleagues that work on SMEs, colleagues that work on social innovation. So we've tried to put around the table also our peers that are not necessarily experts on circular economy and are not meant to become, but that have, I think, taken from this discussion that there's probably something to do to reflect what's going on in this innovation in their mainstream work. So I thank you for that, and we of course stand ready to facilitate further contact as appropriate. I think there has been also some very interesting side contributions and proposals by city networks or other umbrella organizations to team up in the survey, and I'm sure this will help you enlarge beyond the 30 cities that you've covered so far, but also, and I think that was a very good point that was made on several occasions, that cities and regions have distinctive roles when it comes to circular economy, and here in this place at the OECD, we work on both. It's very important maybe to restore a balance and to have more regions step in, in the pilots, in the survey, to show this distinctive role that they have, in particular to connect rural and urban areas. And I think that's something that we really take away from today's discussion and that we'll build up. And so anything we can do together with DG Regio, we'll have a follow-up workshop in the morning, actually, with a happy few here on how we move from B to practice and how we build that bridge between experimentation and upscaling. I hope that's a window to increase, I would say, the outreach to regions in addition to the excellent work that has been done to cities. So you'll have the slides online, as was said by Oriana. There will be follow-up emails to all of you. We'll build a sort of distribution list, and you'll be also informed about the analytical work that we are finalizing between now and Christmas. There are at least 5 reports that are coming, that are being drafted by the OECD team on each of the 4 pilot case studies. So Umea, Groningen, Granada, Valladolid, some others that may join, but also the more synthetic part of the work, and in particular that discussion around measurement, which I think we've also made much progress on, that it's not about pure benchmarking, but about self-assessment to help cities that have ambitious goals and targets on circular economy track how they're performing and line up basically, or align the stakeholders and champions to make things happen. So that brings me to the end, to thank again all of you, the support team, the secretariat, the colleagues, for coming from so far and for spending a full day with us. We had over 30 presentations. I hope we have not created any frustration. It's never easy. Those presentations were meant to be teasers for you to pay attention to what's going on, and I hope that now in the cocktail that is left, you'll be able to dig deeper and to network and to get in touch with each other. There will be a few other editions of this roundtable. The next one probably around January, February next year, when we have the substantive work on the table for you to peer review. We hope down the road this can become a sort of technical platform to discuss findings of the work and continue to share knowledge. And with no further ado, I now invite all of you to join us for the cocktail. We have about an hour and a half. It will be in the chateau. You have to see the venue for those that don't know the chateau at the OECD. So you take the escalators up, and then you take the door on the right, and it's the building in front, but the team basically will take you through there and just follow the crew, and we'll see you there to conclude this nicely. So thank you very much, and to Oriana again for the work.